why do we do it, eh? Why do we do it? We wake up on a Sunday morning, we wipe the ice from our windshields, we chug a cup of tea, even though we can barely feel our fingers, and then we come to a racetrack. Why? Because we love it. It's nowhere near as disappointing as a Fantastic Four reboot. It's exactly what you want on a Sunday morning. We're going to be here right the way through till 5 p.m. Myself, Jake Sanson, Andy McEwen up in the commentary box, and you've got an entire day of Mazdas, tin tops, Formula Ford, Intermarques, and the prospect of Rod Burley winning his 138,000th motor race. It's definitely going to be a great day at the races here at Silverstone, the home of British motorsport. The sky is blue, there's only a few little clouds, and once they disappear, we're in for an absolute cracker. Andy, what's coming up?
Well, that woke me up and got me enthused and excited about the day ahead. Thank you, Jake. Yeah, welcome along, everyone, to Silverstone for day 2 of this Brscc race meeting. The answer to the question that Jake poses, what's coming up, is well, quite a lot, really. It's a busy day today, which kicks off very shortly with our first race, the second of the weekend for the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. Then likewise, race number 2 for the National Formula Fords is up after that, before the second of 3 MX-5 SuperCup races this weekend. Then at 12:25, the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club's Intermarques series will be out on circuit, followed after the lunch break by the first of 2 races for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. The Ford Modified Series joins us today with an eclectic mix of blue oval machinery, before an equally varied grid of Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Super Saloons and Tin Tops makes its first appearance at about just after 2:30 in the afternoon. It's a busy day of racing with more MX-5 racing. All of the racing in the morning, essentially, is repeated in the afternoon, with the exception of the National Formula Fords, and with 17 races in total over the weekend, about 14 of those taking place today. It really is the place to be if you're a fan of club racing here in the UK. Those who joined us yesterday were treated to one of the best days racing I've seen for quite some time, actually. We had only the 4 races, 3 sprint races, followed by the opening round of the SuperCup Endurance Championship in the afternoon. All of them were absolutely brilliant races, and concluding with that 4-hour epic for the SuperCup Endurance Championship at the end of the day. But this Silverstone International circuit does have a habit of producing this really good, close, exciting racing, and it's all because of the high-speed nature of the track and the fact that we have a lot of one-make racing here this weekend, which relies heavily on slipstreaming and whatnot. You get big packs of cars running 3-4 abreast down the straights, all trying to funnel down then into these 2 quite technical sections at the start and end of the lap, up through Village and the Loop on the first part of the lap, and then down through Vale and Club at the end of the lap, where you can really get very racy with your opponents, as many people were yesterday. Occasionally a little bit too racy, but generally a good standard of driving was on show throughout the day yesterday. And certainly breathless racing from start to finish. We're expecting much more of the same again as we head into a full day of racing here today. So, as the track is readied and prepared by the marshals here ahead of this first race, we are able then to turn our attention back to Mazda MX-5 action. We've had plenty of it over the course of the weekend, as we said, and a lot more today, because we're joined by that MX-5 Clubman Championship, which we'll get to just after the lunch break. The MX-5 Championship itself, though, did have a race yesterday, kicked off the Brscc racing season, indeed, in really amazing fashion. It was a race that was won by Fraser Fenwick. Fraser Fenwick winning by 3.5 seconds. Didn't do the race justice at all, though, because behind him there was an awful lot of very close racing. Mike Comber came home second, and really it was the fight for the bottom step of the podium which kept our interest for most of the race, with 5, 6, 7 drivers at times, all trading places in that pack. It was eventually Sebastian Fischer that came home in 3rd position, with Tom Smith 4th, Adam Craig 5th, ahead of Jason Greytrex, Steve Foden, Callum Greytrex, Luke Pullen and Michael Nibbs, who started on pole. Didn't have a good first lap at all, though, did Michael. Faded down the order and then really struggled after that to get himself back towards the pointy end of the field. So we'll keep an eye to him to move through from 10th on the grid today. As you can see, cars out on the circuit then, the sun shining, again almost a cloudless sky above the Silverstone International circuit, based around the, I keep wanting to call it the new Silverstone Wing complex. Of course it's not really very new anymore, but it's still very spectacular, and a lot of renovation work going on at this end of the circuit, with a new hotel being built just opposite my commentary position. The Silverstone circuit looking as good as ever here this weekend in the spring sunshine. I'll run you through as much of the full grid as I can. I'd say as much of it because there are 43 cars set to start this race. On pole position, Fraser Fenwick, because he won yesterday's race. This is a grid based upon the result from that first race of the weekend. Mike Comber alongside, therefore, Seb Fisher and Tom Smith on row 2. Adam Craig and Jason Greatrex make up the third row, ahead of Steve Foden and Callum Greatrex. 3 members of the Greatrex family racing today, and they all managed to finish inside the top dozen yesterday, which was pretty impressive stuff. Luke Pullen was exciting to watch, although not always for the right reasons. He was making some good moves, but seemed to be lacking a little bit of grip in the number 27 car. He will start 9th on the grid alongside Michael Nibbs. As I said, pole city yesterday with a little bit of a point to prove from 10th today. Stuart Simmons and Chris Greatrex, the last of those Greatrex drivers, on the 6th row together, ahead of Courtney Mills and Owen Mills on row number 7. Then on the 8th row of the grid, we've got Jack Noller and Tim Dorr. Row 9 is Ollie Graham and Martin Compton, ahead of Scott Leach and Steve Brown. 11th row for Bo Parry and Matt Goddard, just outside the top 20. Then it's Chris Lovett and Richard Bartlett, row 12. Row 13, Graham Rumsey and Chris Malloy. Row 14, Bryn Griffiths and Simon Hartley, with Tom Mallet and Luke Souch on the 15th row, rounding out the top 30. Luke apparently had to take some pretty high-speed avoiding action at the start of yesterday's race to avoid a turn 1 spinner, and did well actually to recover from the very back of the field to 30th position. Ollie Walden and Darryl Radwell are next, ahead of Andrew Dean and Ben Manchip. Keith Dalton and Christopher Abbott on the 18th row. Row 19 is Thor Drost and Levi Aisbet. Then it's Aidan Edgar and Adam Sparrow, rounding out the top 40, yes, 40 cars, with 3 more still to go, and they are Oak Richardson, Brad Jones and Steve Bartlett, and they are that last sort of group of 6 drivers, all at the back of the grid for various different reasons. Aisbet, Sparrow and Richardson were non-finishers. Edgar wasn't classified either, and then Steve Bartlett and Brad Jones both disqualified from yesterday's race, so they have to start from the back of the grid here this morning. So there is the back of the grid just being formed now. We're almost at a point at which we can get the race underway. It will be a race over 20 minutes, as will be the case for all of the Mark 1 and Mark 3 SuperCup races this season. The slight exception to that MX-5 rule is the Clubman Championship, who have just the 2 15-minute races, slightly less track time, but of course that also has a positive effect on the costs of entering and running in that championship. This though, oh, there's Luke Souch, who couldn't seem to find his grid position there, trying to resist the urge to say that if anyone should know how to do that, it is Luke, but he has found eventually his 30th starting spot, and we'll be looking to move forward from there. So, pole position here on the international circuit is on the right-hand side of the screen as we look at it, driver's left. That is the outside line into the first corner, but of course that's the racing line, so in theory there's a bit more rubber laid down on that side of the track. That can give drivers a bit of an advantage off the line, get a bit more traction. But if it doesn't, and you end up running wheel-to-wheel with the driver that starts second on the grid into the first corner, you do then find yourself on the outside line. So it's a slightly tricky place to start, pole position here at Silverstone. Let's see whether Fraser Fenwick can do a better job than Michael Nibbs did yesterday. The green flag then has been waved at the back of the grid. We wait for the red lights to go on, and when they do, the final preparations will be underway for the start of round number 2 of the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. That happens now. Away they go. Decent start made by both of the front row men. Comber away well, certainly equal with Fraser Fenwick heading to the first corner, and in fact the red and white car of Mike Comber might even have his nose ahead. He has his whole car ahead actually, so Comber leads them into the first turn with Fenwick in second. Bit of a close moment for Owen Mills there and Courtney Mills. Mills the orange car, Mills the black car. Oh, bit of argy-bargy there as they head towards the first braking zone. Into Village they go then, and it is going to be Comber that leads the way. Fenwick in second. That looked like it was Jason Greatrex up to third place from the third row of the grid. Is that the 33 car car? I think it is, isn't it? As a challenge for the lead immediately happens there, with Fenech trying to get to the inside as they head through Chapel Corner. Now, the slipstream starts to take effect. This is where we saw the bulk of the action in yesterday's race, down the Hanger Straight and towards Stowe Corner. The slipstream effect so powerful in these Mazda MX-5s, and here you can see it at work. Fraser Fenech pulls out to pass Mike Comber, and interestingly, Jason Greatrex goes with him, gives him a shove, a bit of bump drafting there down the back straight, and it pushes Fenech through into the lead. However, Greatrex wasn't able to go with him. He's still working for the position. Someone's skating out wide, but a cement dust down from an earlier qualifying session at that corner as well, which probably isn't helping things. Greatrex does now make that second place his own, gets past Mike Comber as they turn into the left-hander, and there's a spin there right in front of the bulk of the pack. That was the third of the Greatrex cars, Chris Greatrex, I think, getting into the back of somebody and turning them round. That car has continued as we go 3 wide through Club Corner. That ain't going to work, surely. Owen Mills was a part of that again, the orange car on the inside line, and amazingly, they do all live to tell the tale. That was pretty close stuff at high speed. Right, let's try and ID the spinner. It was Seb Fisher. It was Seb Fisher then. So Seb Fisher, who started the race third, having finished on the podium yesterday, has it all to do now, coming from not quite the very back of the field, but he joined after that moment in 33rd place. So Fisher, one to watch for now as he tries to recover from that lap 1 spin. He will be fuming inside that car. He would definitely have felt that he had a shot at winning the race. However, it must be said he wasn't running in 3rd place at the time, so he definitely lost a bit of ground in the opening exchanges even before the spin. So, lead pack then works its way down the Hanger Straight. This time Jason Greatrex tries to do to Fraser Fenech what Fenech did to Comber a lap ago and slipstream round the outside. Fenech's going to stand his ground on the inside. Big contact there in the pack. That might have been Owen Mills again getting involved. This time I think he was on the receiving end of a bit of a shunt, but the car that hit him got airborne there. Didn't quite spot who that was, but that was a scary moment heading down at the fastest part of the circuit. Leaders down at Club, and here comes Michael Nibbs. The blue, grey and red number 82 car is charging to the front. 4th position at the moment for yesterday's pole sitter. This is a lot more like it then for Michael, who will really have been disappointed with the way that his race yesterday morning transpired. Now here he is doing a good job of making amends for that, getting himself immediately into the conversation for the race victory. So it's Fenech that leads lap 2, Jason Greatrex in 2nd, Mike Comber 3rd, Michael Nibbs 4th, Tom Smith 5th, ahead of Callum and Chris Greatrex 6th and 7th. They're the 2 red and white cars just going through your picture. Then it is Luke Pullen, who's just got himself back ahead of Steve Foden. Foden was ahead at the line by 46 1,000ths of a second, but Pullen is ahead by the time they get to Village. Whilst the top 10 is rounded out by the fastest man on the track, Stuart Simmons, the number 88 car, who is just on the back of this train, getting a bit of a slipstream and using it well to set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 21.978. Yesterday's fastest lap, set by Adam Craig, was a 21.500, so in theory, there's a bit more time to be found than that. I'd say the ambient and track temperatures are very similar this morning to what they were yesterday, so should be fairly comparable when it comes to looking at things like lap times and whatnot. Wait and see just how much they can improve on that as the race goes on. The trouble is, they spend so much time battling at the front of the field that it's often the cars sort of at the back of the top 10 that are able to set the faster lap times, as indeed was the case there with Simmons crossing the line in 10th place that time. Amazingly, no change of position that time as they headed through Stowe and Club, so they come back across the line. I'll say that, so yeah, Luke Pullen back ahead of Foden, and I documented that at the start of the lap. Side-by-side action further back, Tim Dorr, I think that was, in the yellow and green car's 16th position, trying to fend off the number 36 of Jack Noller. Now they fan out for the race lead, and Fenech under pressure, and indeed losing the lead to Jason Greatrex. Greatrex goes through into the braking zone at Village Corner. Can Fenech hang on to 2nd? Yes, he can. Comber 3rd, Nibbs still 4th just, but he's got Tom Smith looking around, and in fact Nibbs has a bit of a lock-up there going into Chapel. Right-hander that takes them onto the Hanger Straight. Didn't slow him down any though, he got a really good exit, and he will definitely be looking at relieving Mike Comber of his 3rd position as they head down the straight. Or will he? Is he going to instead push Comber to make sure they don't lose touch with the leaders? Yes, he is. Comber now tries to convert that into a move. Fenech into the back of Greatrex, who I think braked a little bit earlier than the 263 car was expecting, and that was almost a very, very messy moment there between the leaders. No malice in that, but when you are literally pushing somebody down the straight, if they brake a couple of metres earlier than you think they will, you're of course going to run into the back of them. Greatrex hangs onto the car, hangs onto the lead as well. Fenech now trying to do the same thing to 2nd place. He eases the Mike Comber machine out wide, and here comes Nibs up the inside of both of them. He's into third and almost into second place, but the momentum will be with the cars on the outside line. Fenwick hangs on. Here comes Callum Greatrex, that is, trying to work his way through, and that's Mike Comber's rear bumper that has not quite fully detached, but is hanging on by a thread after another bit of front to rear contact, I think, going into the first corner. Now that is definitely going to be of concern for the drivers around him. They don't want that flying off and being collected by another car. Sideways there for Greatrex into the side of Comber. That's Tom Smith out wide. This ain't going to work. They're three abreast as they head down the link into Chapel. And Luke pulling with another three-wide move on the inside line. He was pulling these yesterday. Tom Smith gets elbowed out wide in the MCR car. But where did the other two go? Luke pulling, they're four wide now down the back straight. The leaders are single file, but behind them is where all of the action is. Mike Comber's bumper has just fallen off, I think. But what's going on in that scrap at the back end of the top 10? Here they come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them turning into the corner. And are they all going to come out the other side? That's the question. Well, sort of. Luke Pullen's off, so was one of the Greatrex cars. And although Pullen has rejoined, I didn't yet see the red and white machine getting back onto the track. So not entirely sure if they did all come out the other side of Stoke Corner on that occasion. Well, this is pretty bruising stuff here. Leaders are starting to break away as a result, and we're going to have a new leader at the line, just about. Jason Greatrex, who didn't lead at the finish line, because the finish line is actually a little bit closer towards the final corner, but by the time they get to the start line, he is indeed ahead with Michael Nibs, would you believe, into second place from 10th on the grid. This is a lot more like it. He might lose that second place again, though, as they turn into Village, because Fenwick's back up the inside of him. And if he stays there, through the link, bit of touchy-feely stuff there, but he does manage to hang on to it, and therefore keeps the inside line through Chapel Corner, hooks the curb. I thought he was waving at Michael Nibs. He's got something dangling off his mirror, an air freshener maybe, well, do nothing more than distract him, I would imagine, but he is holding his ground there on the inside of Michael Nibs. They go past what remains of Mike Comber's rear bumper. I say that, actually, I think some of that rear bumper is still clinging on to the fourth place car, so that might still attract the attention of the clerk of the course. It's only a little bit of it, and that bit looks a bit better secured than the rest of it was, but they don't want that flapping off and hitting another car, getting stuck in a dangerous position. So if the clerk of the course decides that needs to be removed, then he may well be pulled in with a black and orange football flag to get that seen to by the team, like his own team, of course, MCR, like Comber Racing. Very familiar outfit in Mazda MX-5 racing circles these days. So Jason Greatrex leads then, Fraser Fenwick second, Michael Nibs third, Mike Comber fourth, Callum Greatrex fifth, Steve Foden is up to sixth now ahead of Adam Craig, Tom Smith is 8th, Courtney Milne's 9th, and Luke Pullen down to 10th place. So he was the one making that aggressive move a few laps ago, but he really didn't come out of it particularly well. There he is, just looking to the outside of the black car of Courtney Milne's at the back of this pack. So it's still just about a 10-car breakaway here at the front. They're all getting back together, aren't they, as well? The top three had pulled clear of the rest, but that little bit of shuffling that happened at the start of the previous lap has sort of allowed the next group of 3 or 4 cars to close in a bit more. Down the Hangler Straight they go then. Is anyone close enough to have a go? Is anyone inclined to have a go? See further back there that Callum Greatrex in 5th was definitely close enough to Mike Comber to try and make the move, but elected not to because he wanted to avoid losing time and losing touch with the race leaders. That slipstream's so important. If you drop too far back from the lead pack, you'll never get them back again because you lose that toe, and that's worth at least 3/4 of a second a lap, you'd say, around this track. Club corner then. Couple of them running a little bit wide. That green concrete on the outside of the curbs was very slippery yesterday. I'm sure it'll be the same story today. Checking in further back here, some of the midfield squabbles. Number 73 there is in the middle of it. That's Bo Parry, the grey car with the fluorescent yellow highlights. And it's 478 that he's trying to find a way past. And that is Steve Bartlett. So Steve Bartlett from the back of the grid, doing a good job here. Bartlett is in 21st place now, having got past Bo Parry on that lap. So 43rd to 21st is not a bad morning's work. Oh, it was close. We've still got just under half the race to go. 9 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. Down the Hangler Straight they go. And they're about to catch a lapped car. Who is that? That is, I think, the number 93 of Thor Drost. Chris Greatrex, by the way, has come into the pit lane. I'm not sure why, but the 35 car in the pits and potentially out of the race, as is Oak Richardson, who ended his race in the gravel trap yesterday. Leaders at play through Stowe Corner here. And Fenwick coming under fire. Well, Fenwick actually taking the lead there from Jason Greatrex. So he's clearly decided that working with Greatrex wasn't working, and now Michael Nibbs is coming through with him as well. Michael Nibbs back into second place. If anyone is in this group is especially determined to win, it would be Nibbs, and he goes on the inside over the curb. What on earth happened there? For some reason, Fenwick was quite slow through the middle part of Club Corner. Nibbs went to the inside, but to the outside was still another car, and that meant that there really wasn't the room for all of them. Bit of a touch there for Greatrex through Abbey Corner. That's actually Callum Greatrex now, ahead of Jason, who's really lost out in all of that. Somehow Nibbs gets the lead from Comber, I think, back into second place. Yeah, Comber up the inside of Fenwick, and in fourth position, that's Steve Foden, who's having a really good run here. Steve finished 7th yesterday, got a new livery on that car this season, and it looks very good. It looks very quick as well, doesn't it? Look, he just makes that fourth place his own on the inside through Chapel Corner, out onto the Hanger Straight again. 8 and a quarter minutes to go. Yesterday we got 15 laps of racing in the 20 minutes. We're on the 9th lap now, so we're getting down to crunch time now. Obviously you want to be leading for as much of the race as possible, but in the final few laps you do have to start thinking a bit tactically. When you're in a pack of cars like this, where do you want to be in order to get to the start-finish line first? A couple of really wide lines out of Stowe Corner. Now that will change things, because that was Fenwick running wide. Fenwick was running in 3rd place, and that's allowed the top two just to make a small break, Michael Nibbs and Mike Comber. So if they work together over the next lap or so, they might just be able to wriggle away from this group. Here comes Adam Craig, another 3-wide moment through Club Corner. Adam sensibly backs out of that. Tom Smith and Steve Foden, the two drivers side by side in front of him there. He was trying to find the way past, and it looks like it will be Smith on the inside at Abbey Corner who probably takes that position. That is for 6th position. Smith's transponder isn't working again today. We talked about that yesterday, and for a moment he wasn't showing up on my timing screen, but that is Tom Smith battling with Steve Foden, most definitely. You know how half a lap ago I said the leaders were getting away? That's already out of date, that bit of information, because Fraser Fenwick has well and truly gone after them. He's bringing Callum Greatrex with him. So it's going to be 4 or 5 cars for the lead again by the time they get to the end of this lap. Adam Craig there, the black machine at the inside of Luke Pullen. There are the leaders though. Fenwick pushing Mike Comber down towards Stowe. That allows Comber to get the momentum up the inside of Michael Nibbs. He brakes as late as he dares, but it's not as late as Mike Comber. Comber carrying the speed through the turn. Off the road will go Michael Nibbs. There is tarmac runoff area there to catch you, but you shouldn't really be using it in order to take or defend a position, so he'll probably have to give the place up anyway. And in fact, doesn't just give that place up, but falls down to 3rd behind Fenwick. So Fenwick back to 2nd, Comber into the race lead. That does bring the remaining 2 Greatrexes back into contention. Callum 34 ahead of Jason 33. So that's what it was at the line. Yep, still is at the end of the lap. And then the small gap back then to Tom Smith in 6th position. Steve Foden 7th, then side by side for 8th between Adam Craig and Luke Pullen. Those two seem to have been side by side for an entire lap at this point. 6 minutes to go. Up towards Village, hard on the brakes, Fenwick to the inside. More to defend from Nibbs though, I think, than to attack Comber. So you'd actually a surprising lack of overtaking into that corner. They fan out and get side by side, but it's often hard to actually complete the manoeuvre through Village. Typically the cars then end up running side by side through the link, through Chapel, and out onto the Hanger Straight when it finally gets sorted out. So this really is the place to make your move if you're going to try and overtake someone, which is exactly what Fraser Fenwick's trying to do. Pulls to the outside of Mike Comber. Now, where does Nibbs go? He sticks with Comber on the inside line. That's interesting. So he's going to try and hang Fenwick out to dry, which he does. Look, Fenwick finds himself now on the outside line, which is where Nibbs was a lap ago. Down towards Stowe. You can see the big crowd of people watching there from outside the Silverstone wing. And they've got the best seat in the house, really. This has been the action point on the track. Comber hanging on just, but Nibbs and Fenwick side by side behind. The Greatrex is keeping a watching brief. Here comes Tom Smith as well, up the inside of Jason Greatrex for 5th position. Side by side out of club corner, that really delays the two cars that go side by side, Nibs and Fenwick in that case, and it just allows the next group of cars to get the run, although Nibs actually is on the inside of Comber for the race lead. What a move! Comber suddenly slow at the end of the back straight. I wonder if they're driving into a headwind on the pit straight, excuse me. I wonder if there's a headwind there because the slipstream seemed really powerful then for him to come out of club as comfortably the race leader, but arrive at Abbey a few hundred metres later in third place. That was pretty impressive stuff from Nibs and Greytrex. It's Callum Greytrex in second place then. Comber third, Smith fourth, Fenwick down to fifth all of a sudden, ahead of Jason Greytrex sixth. And then who else is in that group? Adam Craig is, I think, still seventh, the black number 29 car. No, he's not. That's, sorry, Craig seventh. And then a bit of a gap back to the next group of cars. Right, leaders into Stowe. Nibs to the inside, yes, gets to the door of Combo, which means that Mike can't really turn in. Dear me, Fenwick easing Tom Smith out wide there through the quick right-hander as well. There's no quarter being given here, is there? Everyone is using every little bit of available real estate to try and make a move, defend from a move. Oh, that's not the right way to defend. No, very wide run through the middle part of the club there for the race leader Mike Comber, but he comes on. Actually, probably, sorry, not Mike Comber, Greytrex, even Callum Greytrex. Too many red and white cars in the field this year. Callum Greytrex leading the way. Nibs second then, as they go on to the 13th lap of the race. So I reckon they will just squeeze 15 laps out of this again. Got just over 3 minutes left on the clock. Big defensive move there from Comber as he retains his third position. There's the orange car of Owen Mills, who's been in the wars a bit in this race, but he's actually in 12th place now, catching this lot. The top 12 cars, the top 12 cars are covered by less than 4 seconds. It goes to show just how close and competitive the racing has been in this championship this weekend, as it always is, but this really is the perfect kind of track for these Mark 1 MX-5s. Now, interestingly, Mike Comber was slow through that first sector, and that has really allowed Nibs and Greytrex to get away. And notice the way that for the first lap in a while, we didn't have a challenge for the lead at Stowe. I think Michael Nibs realises that this is their opportunity to get away from the third place battle, which is the same as what happened yesterday, albeit earlier in the race yesterday, and try and just settle it between themselves. Further back, Bo Parry there losing ground as they came out of Chapel Corner. Parry started this lap 27th position. Ahead of that group now is the number 18 car, number 18 being a new driver, I believe, to the championship. Goddard in 26th position that was. That's outside the top 20 in this battle. Matthew Goddard, there we go, started 22nd on the grid, so just lost a few positions, battling away here with Bo Parry and that 478 car that we saw a little bit earlier on in the race of Steve Bartlett, who started at the back of the field. Right, a minute and a half to go, so we'll have this lap and one more. This lap will be halfway round now. Again, those top two, even when they were working together, they just couldn't break that toe. The slipstream is so strong that Mike Comber's been able to get back on their tail again in third place, bringing Tom Smith with him. I have to imagine, I suppose, that Comber's car is not that aerodynamically sound at the moment, with that rear bumper dragging in the wind. May explain why he struggled to hang on to the lead before. Greytrex has lost his rear bumper altogether. Didn't see where that happened. There's been quite a bit of casual contact, though, down the straights into the braking zones. Not surprising to see a few cars sporting some war wounds. Fraser Fenwick's got one now, having rattled down the side of Tom Smith there. He gets the place, but I think he's lost his position on Tom Smith's Christmas card list. That was rather rough stuff, has to be said. Smith now could lose another position as well as they head on to the final lap of the race. Here we go then, 1.85 miles to go in round number 2 of the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. Callum Greytrex leading the way. Can he stay there for one more lap and get his first victory of the season, or is Michael Nibs going to complete the comeback after yesterday's disappointment and snatch the race victory? I think Nibs is in the right place here. Second place down the Hanger Straight is exactly where I'd want to be because of that toe that he'll get. he should be able to get alongside Greatrex. It's all about getting a good exit from this corner, and he does seem to get a good run through there, a little bit tighter to the curb than Greatrex was. That means he can rotate the car a bit better, get in the toe. Greatrex knows he's in danger here, pulls to the inside of the road. This is it then, the deciding moment of the race. Michael Nibbs versus Callum Greatrex. Down the hanger straight they go towards Stowe Corner. Does Nibbs go to the inside or the outside? There's a gap on the inside if he wants it. He chooses not to go for it. That's interesting. Through Stowe, side by side behind between Fenwick and Comber for third, but the race leaders did not go side by side through Stowe Corner. That really surprises me. What's going to happen down into Vale and Club? This is where the move comes. Nibbs goes to the inside, but he's too far back under braking, and I think Callum Greatrex might just be able to do this now. Through the left, through the right, there's a back marker in the way. Off wide goes the race leader, Callum Greatrex. He needs to clear that slower car, which he does, and Callum Greatrex is going to come home victorious in round number 2 of the championship here on the Silverstone International circuit. Michael Nibbs in second. Third position goes to Fraser Fenwick. Fourth, Mike Comber, with Jason Greatrex rounding out the top 5. Then it was Tom Smith, 6th. 7th place, didn't see him coming into the group there, but 7th place, number 19, which is Adam Sparrow, apparently, from 40th on the grid. I did not spot Adam Sparrow working his way through the field there. What a mammoth drive that is, from a non-finish yesterday, started 40th, and got all the way up there into 7th spot by the end. That's incredible. 8th, Steve Foden, 9th, Adam Craig, and Luke Pullen rounds out the top 10. And the reason that the graphic looks a little bit different there is because Jason Greatrex is a Masters driver, so he wins the Masters category. So the main class, the pro class if you like, won there by Callum Greatrex, but in amongst that we had the leading Masters driver Jason Greatrex in 5th position. The rest of the Masters, by the way, Tim Dorr in 18th was 2nd in class, and 3rd went to Scott Leach, right behind him actually, just a quarter of a second between them, 18th and 19th at the flag. Well, an intriguing end to the race there. I would like to know, and I'm sure we'll find out when Jake Sanson chats to our podium finishes, but I'd like to know why Michael Nibbs, who has not been bashful about throwing a move up the inside or indeed the outside at Stowe Corner, I'd like to know why he didn't do it to Callum Greatrex on the last lap. That is a little odd, has to be said. Michael Nibbs very much trying to put together a championship campaign this season. Every point matters when you're trying to do that, and you'd have thought he was in the right position there to take the victory. As it was, though, it is Callum Greatrex, number 34, who gets the race victory, the red line driver. Michael Nibbs in 2nd position. 3rd place for Fraser Fenwick, and 4th for Mike Comber with that damage. 5th position, Tom Smith. 6th, Adam Sparrow. The rest filing in behind with Foden, Craig and Pullen rounding out that top 10. 11th position then for Mills, 12th for Ollie Graham, 13th for Seb Fisher. So Seb Fisher had that spin early on, remember, recovered nicely to 13th. Courtney Mills 14th, and 15th position went the way of Martin Compton. I think that's ex-FunCup racer Martin Compton. 16th position then for Noller, 17th for Brad Jones, 18th Tim Dorr, who was 2nd of the Masters, 19th Scott Leach, and rounding out the top 20 was the number 90 car of Steve Brown. So, excellent start to the day, and lots more Mazda MX-5 racing where that came from. We've got another SuperCup race coming up shortly. That's after the next race, which is the second and final race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship. But we've got 2 more SuperCup races today, 2 Clubman races, and the final race for this championship, the Mazda MX-5 Championship, will be taking place later on this afternoon at about 3 o'clock. So, cars making their way then down into the pit lane. And once the drivers are out of the car, they will be ready to have a chat with Jake Sanson, who is going to have a few interesting questions to ask here. I mean, a brilliant recovery there from Nibbs from 10th on the grid.
Wow.
He didn't quite get the
Just
win.
wow. The LMA Motorsport Mazda MX-5 Championship serves up an absolute sizzler to get us going. Who needs a bacon sandwich when you got that? Let's get a word with Callum Greatrex. Callum, there at last. What about that? What a race to win as well.
Oh, it was amazing. I know, very happy with that. Yeah, couldn't have gone any better than that. Just, it was difficult at the end, just where everyone was catching up, but yeah, managed to stay in front.
When there's one of about 12 of you that can win that race at any point, and you're all shuffling the deck all the way through the race, that must have been so difficult to keep them at bay.
Oh, I can go either way, can't it? So easily. There's so many. You look in your mirror when you're in the lead, and there's so many cars behind you. It's real daunting, but Yeah, I was real happy with that.
I've got a feeling that might be the first of many now that you've uncorked the bottle.
Well, hopefully we'll have to see what happens later on. That's the plan.
Good stuff, buddy. Well done.
Cheers, thank you.
I will let them celebrate. Jason Greatrix is celebrating a Masters win as well. Come on, Jason. What a day this is. It's a double win because you've obviously got the Masters win as well.
Awesome. What can you say, innit? I can't believe we've actually won the race compared with qualifying, where we qualified just around the top 10. We worked our way forward yesterday, nice clean race. And today we didn't let those leaders go away this time. We knew we could keep up with them. We knew we had the pace. And for Callum to come through and win the race is amazing.
The chance for both of you to pick up your class wins at the same time, I mean, that's pretty much a fairy tale right there, isn't it?
Well, I was looking to win the race and get the Masters, but it didn't work out. But yeah,
You'll have to see to him about that for the next one.
Yeah, we'll see at the next one, but as long as one of us is winning, it's great.
Amazing, great job, enjoy. What a party that's going to be later. Right, let's go and have a word with our man in second place, if we can find Michael Nibbs. I have wanted to say this all weekend, right? His Nibbs must be very pleased with himself.
I am actually, yes. Thank you very much.
That was a pretty corking race, and it looked just as much on for the win as you as it did everybody else out there.
It was really close, which is why it's so good. And like I said before, after a disappointing finish yesterday, to get back up and get a podium's brilliant. Yeah.
And that's exactly what you signed up for when you came racing in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Even with the cold tyre temperatures out there and the cold track temperature, you guys can really hustle it.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, there's a few bumpers missing though, I noticed.
Not yours, I noticed. Fortunately, yours is intact.
Yeah, my front might be a bit damaged, but...
We won't talk about that too much. Good job, Mike. Well done.
Cheers, bud. Thanks.
It's just corking good racing, isn't it? We'll try and grab a word with Fraz once Mark Werrell has had a quick natter, but what a fantastic start to the season. Yesterday's race was pretty good. This one's even better. How are you going to turn the dial up to 11 ready for the third race? That's unbelievable. And we've got the Avon Tyres Formula Ford National Championship coming up in just a moment for their second and final race. Fraz.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon already. Well, I suppose it is somewhere. It's a very interesting start to the race there because it looked like on the get-go you were going to get 2 out of 2, but it got pretty spicy.
Yeah, well, it's this track, innit? You can never break the toe, so you're always going to get out front. Like I said yesterday, I got lucky with it. You know, a bit of an incident up at Stowe. I didn't get that lucky today, and that proves what a brilliant racetrack this is. You know, we're battling first to, what, you'll be able to tell me, 8th in one pack. You know, it's good racing, but no, very good, very happy with that result at the same time.
And thanks to the air temperature dropping by about 7 degrees, track temperature and tyre temperature must have been pretty tricky. What's it like driving this circuit when it's about as cold as a penguin's pocket?
It's actually better. With the tyres that we run, cooler air is better for me personally. You know, when you start getting too hot, it gets, and then that's when you start losing grip and everything. But no, really happy with the car's setup. Really happy with everything, to be fair. So yeah, to come away with 2 podiums out of 2 races, very good. Good
job. On you go for the third one. We'll see you out later.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Avon Tyres Formula Ford National Championship coming up next with the cold tyre temperatures and the cold track temperature, Andy. This could be sideways to the flag.
I am very much banking on that. I think we're going to see a very entertaining race here from the Avon Tyres Brscc National Formula Ford Championship, who did indeed put on a really good show yesterday. 19 cars entered as well, decent sized grid for this season opener of what is becoming an increasingly popular championship once more. It was Jordan Dempsey that took the victory yesterday from Lucas Romanek second and Thomas Mills in third, but a bit like yesterday's Mark 1 MX-5 race, it was really the fight for third that was the most interesting. Thomas Mills, Colin Queen, Jamie Sharp, Rory Smith, Ben Cochran, Andre Lafond, all in contention for that bottom step of the podium, with Thomas Mills eventually coming out on top. The grid for this one is once again a repeat of the results from yesterday, so it's Dempsey on pole position with Lucas Romanek alongside him. Row number 2 for Thomas Mills and Colin Queen, with Jamie Sharp, the festival winner from last year, sharing the third row with his teammate Rory Smith, Team Medina drivers. Then you've got the Ben Cochran, number 33 car, and Andre Lafond sharing the fourth row. The grid row 5, Davide Maloney and Sean Rashid, who rounds out the top 10. Then it was Murray Shepherd with Megan Gilks, the Canadian driver, on the 6th row. Row number 7 for James Hadfield and Brandon McCorgan. Row 8, Gabe Tesh and Tom Nippers. 9th row for David MacArthur and Bryn Kinch, whilst Morgan Quinn was unfortunately a non-finisher. I think he's had a few mechanical gremlins. He qualified badly yesterday and then did struggle to, as I said, complete many laps in the race. So obviously championship-wise, still very early days, only the second round of the championship, with quite a few new drivers coming into the series this year. A little bit of an open playbook when it comes to predicting who's going to be there at the end of the season. Thomas Mills is the highest placed returning driver from last year, but Thomas was only third yesterday, with Dempsey and Romanek beating him. So Romanek getting quicker and quicker in these Formula Fords. Jordan Dempsey has always been a force to be reckoned with. Here we go then, 20 minutes of racing. Round 2 of the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship here at Silverstone International Circuit. Gets underway now with a decent start from both front row starters. Further back, there's a bit of jockeying for position already. Romanek trying to stay level here with Jordan Dempsey, but I don't think he's quite going to be able to do it. So Dempsey leads the way then. Romanek second. Mills slots into third place. Side by side there, a little bit further back. The 26 car is Murray Shepherd on the outside line. The blue machine, who I did notice, got off the line particularly well. Oh no, contact! Jamie Sharp up in the air. Around he goes. He got into the back, I think, of Colin Queen there. And Jamie Sharp, the Formula Ford Festival champion from 2021, is out of the race. That could have been a lot worse though when he speared back across the road. I did worry that he might get collected by the oncoming pack, but thankfully they all missed him. That was a bit of a sketchy moment as well, as Romanek tries to defend his second position. But depending on where Jamie Sharp's car has got to, we may end up with a safety car. We shall wait and see. Into Stoke Corner go the race leaders. Romanek hanging on to that second place. There, it was one of those two cars. I don't think it was the Rory Smith car. I think it was Colin Queen, number 62, that was on the receiving end of that contact from Jamie Sharp. It was most definitely one of those Rays that were caught up in that, and we shall see if he's got any damage. At the moment it looks like he's able to continue though, which is excellent news. Out of Club Corner we go then. Dempsey leading the way and already starting to break clear. There is Jamie Sharp. He's helping the marshals move the car out of the way, which is good news for two reasons. One, it means he's okay, because he's able to get out of the car and immediately start pushing the car out of harm's way. And two, it means that hopefully he can cover that under double wave yellows without the need for a .com safety car to make his first appearance of the day. And as I say that, the RunYourFleet.com safety car is scrambled. That's happened to me a few times lately. There you can see confirmation of the safety car boards and flags, so they are going to be the safety cars in order to complete the recovery work of Jamie Sharp's Medina without the... hopefully won't be out for too long, but they need to do this so the marshals can get on with that in safety, of course. And jockeying still going on here. They haven't yet seen a yellow flag at this point, it would appear, and Lucas Romanek there dicing away with Colin Queen. Is there a yellow flag on the exit of Stowe? There isn't, I don't think. It looks like they're still very much racing here. Now there is a yellow flag, so they should have seen that, and they'll be backing off accordingly. Not good news for Jordan Dempsey this. He was a second up the road at the end of the opening lap. That lead will now be eradicated, of course, although a good restart will hopefully allow him to build the margin up once again. Tom Mills then into second, Romanek third, Colin Queen fourth. His car appears to be okay. Fifth, Rory Smith. Andre Lafond up to sixth position. Ben Cochran seventh, eighth, Rashid, ninth, Davide Maloney, and rounding out the top 10, Murray Shepherd in the number 26 car. Morgan Quinn is running in this one as well. That's good news. 12th place for Morgan Quinn. So looks like they've got those gremlins sorted, hopefully, for this race. Morgan, former Ginetta racer, who we know has the pace to be up there on the podium in these races, but just didn't have the fortune yesterday that he needed, mechanically speaking anyway, to show his true pace. So, safety car conditions. I really don't think this will take long though. It could just be, yeah, just the one lap. So the light's already out. They moved the car out of the way pretty much by the time the field made it around to the end of the lap, I think. So we are able to get the race back underway pretty rapidly here. And Jordan Dempsey now needs to execute a really good restart because Tom Mills is going to be all over him here. Tom Mills, front runner throughout the entirety of last season. I think, no, he did get a couple of wins. He won the final two races of the season, did Thomas Mills, at Snetterton, and they were his only two wins of the year, but he came good when it mattered to clinch that fourth position in the championship by just a single point in the end over Jamie Sharp, who's now out of this race. So those two arguably would have been the pre-season championship favourites. Sharp is out, Mills in second place with a shot maybe at a race win still. So this already early days in the championship, of course, but it could be a significant race when we get to the end of this season. Decide riding the outcome of the championship. Safety car then is in. We're back up and racing here at Silverstone. Jordan Dempsey leads and executes the restart perfectly. Look at the gap that he's got over Thomas Mills in second. He was a second ahead of Mills when the safety car came out. He was 3/4 of a second ahead as the race resumed, so he got a really good jump there. Mills immediately has to defend second place from Romanek and Colin Queen. Queen to the outside there for third, might be able to steal that away from Lucas Romanek in the Oldfield Motorsport car. Couldn't, so the black and white machine number 73 stays in front of him back. Rory Smith gets up the inside of Colin Queen, so Smith able to gain a position himself there. And into P4 for the Medina Sport driver. Down into Stowe Corner they come. Mirror image there as Romanek attacks Mills for second, so Queen is trying to retaliate against Rory Smith for fourth position. I don't think either of those moves work though. There's Morgan Quinn, the dark blue and white striped number 86 car, so Quinn took the restart in 12th position. I think he's gained a position or two already, potentially by the end of this lap. Side by side through Club Corner they go. That's the 33 car. Oh, someone's slow there. Who was that going slowly? On the inside, that was Romanek, was it not? I don't think Romanek came across the line then. Have we lost Lucas Romanek? He's dropping down the timing screen. And I think that the Van Diemen has hit mechanical trouble just going through the final couple of corners, and most frustratingly for him, that is after the pit entry, so he can't even bail for the pits to try and get that sorted. Hopefully he's been able to pull off into a position of safety, but Lucas Romanek, that is a big, big shame for him, out of the race, having looked strong. There is the Oldfield Motorsport car, pulled off coming through the, well, actually coming out of the final corner. Now that could also be deemed a slightly dangerous position, it must be said. Not exactly in the firing line, but very close to the edge of the road there for the marshals to be working. We'll see what happens with that. The leaders head down into Stowe Corner. The leader, really, Dempsey, already more than a second clear at the head of the field. Did a 1 minute 10.751 on that lap, which is faster than Thomas Mills' fastest lap of yesterday's race. So a really strong pace being shown here by Jordan Dempsey in the early stages of this one. Right, teammates at play a little bit further back in the order as they make their way through the final couple of corners. Oh no, there's contact and around goes the 52 car, they're all off. Oh, amazingly they continue on their way. That was Andre Lafont with a full 360 coming out of the final corner, and remarkably he saved it when it was his teammate there that he had the contact with in the first place. Where did they both end up in all of that? Lafont is 8th as they come across the start-finish line, and I think it was it Rashid, number 32? Oh, well, that might be Rashid going off with damage as they went into village. There was one car that shot straight on, and I would not be surprised at all to see that there was some steering damage there. Well, it's been a bruising race, this one, hasn't it? The second round of the championship. We do not have any yellow flags at Club Corner, I can see out of the windows. I think everyone actually carried on all right then. Stowe Corner they head then. Rory Smith round the outside of Thomas Mills for second position. That was never going to work, and actually allows maybe Colin Queen to find a way past him as they drop down the hill into Club. Yes, it does, and Queen has a think now about taking the outside line from Thomas Mills for second place. Doesn't go around the outside, but he does get on the inside through the second part of Club Corner, avoids the contact that his teammates had at that part of the circuit a lap ago, and he might just be able to get second place, although Rory Smith has a run on the pair of them and makes it 3 abreast into Abbey Corner. That's brave stuff from Rory Smith, but it actually works. He goes back from 4th to 2nd again. Mills goes off the track but retains 3rd, but Rory Smith, the bravest man of the day, gets himself back into the runners-up spot. Benjamin Cochran, by the way, the blue car in 5th, with Morgan Quinn getting through all of the carnage into 6th position. Megan Gilks is 7th. 8th position then for Murray Shepherd. 9th is 129 of James Hadfield. And it is Top Nippers rounding out the top 10. Rashid has pitted, so it must have been Rashid that went off at Village with that damage, having got into the right rear corner of Andre Lafont, his teammate. That will not go down terribly well in the paddock afterwards. So down into Club we come again with this 2nd, 3rd and 4th place battle still raging on then. Colin Queen trying to get back, trying to hold on here from Thomas Mills. Rory Smith, as we saw, getting into 2nd place at the start of the lap. These two still debating 3rd position. They are in danger here of losing touch with Rory Smith up the road, and actually Cochrane lapping quite a bit quicker. Look, he did a 1 minute 11.586, which was over a second faster than these two squabbling drivers ahead of him. So Cochrane could still get himself into podium contention. Not even halfway through this race yet. 10 minutes and 44 seconds left on the clock. So plenty of time still for more drivers to get something out of this race. Chapel to the hanger straight, and Jordan Dempsey 3.5 seconds clear now in front of the field, making this race very much his own. Rory Smith trying to do the same thing in second place as the battle for third continues to rage on. Then defensive line, slightly interventive line anyway, taken by Colin Queen. Tom Mills, oh wow, gets a much tighter line there through the corner, and Tom Mills will simply drive past him, so a bit of a mistake there from Colin, and off the podium places he goes. The good news, if there is any, is that didn't really delay either of them very much, so they're not losing as much time this time to Rory Smith ahead and then Cochrane behind. Jordan Dempsey crosses the line. Second place Rory Smith does so now, and was 2/10 slower than the race leader, but he was indeed quicker by a tenth than Mills, a couple of tenths quicker than Colin Queen. And with a 1:11.561, that time around Cochrane wasn't as quick as the group of cars ahead, so he faded back a little bit more. Personal best lap time that from Thomas, actually. Thomas Mills in third, even with an overtake against Queen, so sort of proves the point that although he did make an overtake, he didn't actually lose many time in doing so. And he might just have a little bit of a slipstream here off Rory Smith's car in second place, as long as he doesn't have to defend too busily here from Colin. Might be able to still do something about P2. Ideally, these two should work with each other. I think they might be, actually. Colin Queen, no, forget about that. Pulls back in the slipstream, so in the end chooses not to go for the overtake there. But this time it's Mills' turn to slide a bit wide through Stowe Corner, so as they come back down the hill, they are going to be wheel to wheel again for third position. Colin Queen to the right-hand side of the road, ducks back in line again. I think they are trying here to reel in Rory Smith ahead. That a little bit difficult to do right now though. Second apex club across the start finish line once again. Personal best this time for Jordan Dempsey, the race leader, 1 minute 10.746. The fastest lap though still belongs to Rory Smith, actually, 1 minute 10.473, the fastest lap of the race. Changes through the order that time. We've lost 6 cars from this race, 3 of them out on track. Jamie Sharp crashing on lap 1, Lucas Romanek breaking down just after the restart, and Brandon McCorgan has pulled off somewhere in the number 69 Van Diemen. And then into the pit lane we've lost Davide Maloney, Sean Rashid with that left front damage, and the number 42 car of Bryn Kinch has also retired, so 6 cars out of the race. Still some good battling going on though, as once again we are wheel to wheel for third place. Colin Queen this time I think will make the move stick at Stowe, goes up the inside of Thomas Mills. I think he realised that they were no longer catching Rory Smith, so maybe Colin thinks that he will be able to pull them along a little bit more quickly. Mills settles in behind him through the braking zone. Quite hard to get these cars stopped. No ABS of course in these cars, and also no aerodynamic aids whatsoever. All about managing that brake pedal with your left foot as effectively and efficiently as you can. That's why you often see them really squirming around under braking. You're always on the verge in these cars of locking up a brake. And when you're really this close behind someone, that's the last thing you want to do, because you'll go careering into the back of them. So it really takes a lot of skill to get these things around this track when you're running in such close quarters with your competition. 3.6 seconds then, the lead for Jordan Dempsey at the head of the field. Further back, what's going on here? We've got Ray's there working its way through. This looks like it's the battle for 8th place back, doesn't it? Murray Shepherd, the blue 26 car. James Hadfield, I think, is the orange 129. And then behind, Tom Nippers and Andre Lafont. So yeah, Lafont recovering after that spin, which essentially took his teammate Rashid out. And Lafont was able to continue, but could so easily have been collected by the group of cars coming behind. But did it do any damage to his car? Meanwhile, up the order, more side-by-side action for his teammate here, this time Colin Queen, as he successfully defends third position. Thomas Mills trying everything to get this position back, that is for sure. He's not content to sit behind Queen. They are losing a bit more time now to Rory Smith than they were when they were the other way round. So Queen, perhaps because he's defending a bit more, of course, is pretty much confirmed that this will only remain a fight for third place. I don't think they're going to be able to catch the top two. So out of the link, down into Chapel. At this part of the circuit though, Queen getting away. Run through that first sector. There goes Lafont, who has gained a place there then. So Lafont ahead of Tom Nippers. He was behind him at the line. The black car is Nippers, who has now dropped in behind the 2015 spec Ray. So Andre Lafont running under the Ammonite Motorsport banner this year. But I think I'm right in saying is what used to be the Low Dempsey Racing squad. Very experienced Formula Ford racing outfit here in the UK, and they've got a number of cars out there racing this weekend. Unfortunately, two of them getting a bit too close together a few laps ago. Battle's still on here. Nippers coming back at Lafont as they head through Club. All the way through there. What about for second place? Tom Mills up the inside. Third place, excuse me. Gets it back away from Colin Queen. So Queen back down to P4. Just under 5 minutes, as you can see, remaining on the clock as well. So we're into the final quarter of the race now. The safety car lasting only for a lap earlier on, so it's been a relatively uninterrupted race, but a very messy one earlier on. And a few heavy hitters falling by the wayside within the first few laps. Jamie Sharp on the first lap of the race, of course. Lucas Romanek on lap number 4. They would both definitely have been contenders for the race win. Otherwise, side by side again for third position. Oh, and there's contact, and Queen's going to end up out wide. You don't want to be making those sorts of bits of contact in these cars. Very easy to tangle wheels and end up having a fairly spectacular off, which will certainly do damage to both cars. Mills outbrakes himself now into Club, and so Colin Queen gets back alongside. That's the outside line for Club Corner, but that is the line with the most momentum. Is he brave enough to hang it around the outside? Yes, he is. Does Mills give him room? Yes, he does. Just about. Queen tries to get back on the road there and succeeds in doing so. They're wheel to wheel. They're down towards Abbey Corner. 3 3/4 minutes to go, and Mills goes back ahead of Colin Queen. Terrific battle this for third place. You get the feeling that they're both getting a bit frustrated with each other, though. They both really want to lead this group. In a way, though, I would rather be the car behind here. Just wait for the last lap. That's the time to make the overtake, surely. Colin Queen having none of that. He wants to get back ahead of Thomas Mills as soon as he can. He's more than close enough to do it down the hanger straight this time, so I'd imagine they'll be side by side again at Stowe Corner in a few seconds. 6 seconds now behind Rory Smith, so all hope of finishing any higher than third well and truly gone. So they might as well just battle for it, I suppose. Queen on the outside, Mills wiggling around under braking on the inside line. Let's hope they avoid contact this time. They do through the middle of the corner. On the exit it gets a bit tight, but Mills just about chops across the nose of Colin Queen's car and takes the third place that he held at the start of the lap. Final couple of corners then, 2 3/4 minutes to go, on to the 15th lap of the race, have just got the top two. Interestingly, Rory Smith is lapping a bit quicker than the race leader right now. Oh, hang on, what's going on? Tom Mills with broken right rear suspension. I think there's broken right rear suspension on Thomas Mills' car. The car's wobbling around. I don't think that's him doing it. Yeah, look at that right rear wheel. It is not at the right angle. And Thomas Mills out of the race. Another championship hopeful with a non-finish here in the second round of the championship. Now, they had that a little bit of wheel banging a lap or so ago. It is possible that that gave way eventually. The right rear doesn't get lent on quite as hard as the left-hand side wheels, of course, this being a clockwise circuit, but maybe a curb strike through Club Corner, whatever. It's the right rear suspension that's gone, I think, and that takes him out of the race. Now, what I was about to mention when that was happening is that Rory Smith is catching Jordan Dempsey here. I don't think Jordan's got anything to worry about. I think he's just managing the gap here, but 3.1 seconds is the margin. He was nearly 3/10 slower than Dempsey than Smith on the previous lap, though. So, are we going to see a late challenge? Yellow flags, of course, at Abbey Corner, double-waved yellow flags because of that car on the inside line, which looks as though... no, checkered flag. They threw the checkered flag early. There we go. So, rather than throw a safety car and finish the race behind it, they have thrown an early checkered flag. So, about a minute and a half earlier than planned, the race is over. I don't think either of these two saw that checkered flag, though. They're still pushing hard. But they're pushing really hard, actually, but Jordan Dempsey is the race winner. There's confirmation that I'm not dreaming this. The checkered flag is waving on the starting gantry. And so the race comes to a slightly premature end. It was the right thing to do, though, with that car of Thomas Mills stranded on the inside of Abbey Corner. It is rare for a car to go off there, but not impossible. And the last thing you want is another stationary vehicle to be lying in wait. So Jordan Dempsey, I would imagine, is going to come through to complete this lap because he doesn't realise the race is over. But when he comes through, he will see the checkered flag again, and he will realise that he's the winner of round number 2 of the championship. A double race victory then for Jordan Dempsey to open up his 2022 campaign. The dream start for Jordan then, who takes his Spectrum to the top step of the podium once again. Rory Smith has also come through now to get the checkered flag for the second time. So Dempsey wins, Smith second, Colin Queen in third after that really brilliant race-long duel with Thomas Mills. Ben Cochran in fourth position, fifth place for Morgan Quinn, and that's worth a mention. Morgan Quinn from 19th on the grid. Yes, he was helped by other people falling by the wayside, but Quinn, fifth position by the end. Megan Gilks in sixth, Murray Shepherd seventh, Andre Lafond was eighth, ninth for Tom Nippers, and rounding out the top 10, number 48, Gabe Tesh. So a brilliant second race for the Avon Tyres Brscc National Formula 4 Championship. Bit of a race of attrition in the end, but we do end up with another race victory for Jordan Dempsey, and he, once he gets back around to the pit lane after this extra little lap of honour that he's doing, will be able to have a chat with Jake Sanson along with the rest of the podium finishers. So let's head down there now and see who he's got.
Check it halfway through the actual lot, so 3:45.
Well, very interesting stuff, and having to flag the race a little bit early there as well in the Avon Tyres Formula Ford National Championship. I tell you what, it wasn't short of drama, was it? Fantastic stuff and great wheel-to-wheel racing all the way through. Hopefully the cars will come through to us very shortly, but I guess it made a lot of sense really to flow the checkered flag rather than bring out the safety car with a couple of minutes to go. Just keeps the ebb and flow of the day a little bit more active. So good decision from the officials, but the drivers should be coming towards us now, and they will be in position, and it's going to be Jordan Dempsey who will celebrate yet again after a fantastic race performance. And great work from the likes of Rory Smith and Colin Queen. They've been absolutely awesome all the way through, and Jordan Dempsey can celebrate in fantastic fashion. The Irish star has done it again in the Kevin Mills Spectrum. Excellent job, congratulated by Colin Queen, and will no doubt be doing so as well from Rory Smith. But what a fantastic race. Yet another great example of just how awesome Formula Ford National Racing is at this point. If you can handle this, you can handle anything. And absolutely world-class motor racing here at Silverstone on the international circuit. Great wheel-to-wheel, amazing slipstreaming, good battling. Got a little bit close at times, but then if you want to win, you have to get close. So let's see if we can have a word with our double winner. After a fantastic work. I'm going to let him take his helmet off first. Jordan, well, coming into the weekend, 2 wins out of 2 would have been a very nice reward for the effort, so I didn't know you were actually going to do it quite so well.
Yeah, to be honest, going into this weekend, I haven't driven anything since the festival, so it's kind of like, right, just bed yourself in, get maybe a podium or 2, and I'd be happy enough. It's a long championship, so yeah, so to come out with 2 wins, I just absolutely over the moon. Like, to be fair to Kevin Mills, he's put a great car on the grid for me. So yeah, big thanks to all my sponsors, Rescue You, Slater Kia, and Kenor Hygiene. Like, up until maybe 2 weeks ago, I didn't think I was going to be racing this year. So now that I am, and I've had such a good start to the year, I'm absolutely delighted.
And now that you have done that and won the 2 races, you must start to be thinking already. Is it too early to be thinking about a championship run?
I suppose, yeah, it would be. Yeah, it's only the first round. There's only 2 races done, so I think there's like 20 races in the championship or something like that. So yeah, there's a lot of races left to go, but definitely it's the best start you could possibly hope for. So
fantastic, great performance and a great double win. Well done.
Thank you.
Amazing from Jordan Dempsey. I'm going to see if I can filter round, and we'll have a word with Rory Smith after his excellent run in second position. Rory, when you sat down at the Indian Curry House last night, all having a nice little banter with each other, I didn't know we were going to see the BM racing car right up in second place. Good job.
Thank you. Yeah, frustrating that yesterday in the first race we weren't there, because I genuinely did feel like I had the pace. Like, I mean, I showed it there. I was catching Jordan 10th or 2 a lap. Obviously, he had a massive gap. I think Tom, his teammate, did a cracking job of holding the pack up. So by the time I got to the front of the second group, it was too big a gap to bridge. But I gave it my all, was hoping for another safety car, but it didn't quite happen. But yeah, can't be too upset with second place.
And it's a good way to start the day with the podium as well. I mean, obviously you're finishing off for the weekend, but moving into the next round, it must be good in terms of the confidence for what this car and what this package can give you.
Yeah, for sure. Like the car's been rapid. I think we've probably been, myself and Jordan have probably been the pace all weekend. So it's nice to know that we're right at the sharp end with it. And yeah, like I said, gives confidence for the next round that we do, that the car's really quick and I can be fighting for the wins.
Fantastic. Good job, and we'll see you again next time.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Excellent work from Rory Smith. A good second place. Let's have a word with Colin Queen. Good to see you. It's been a long time since I chatted with you last. That wouldn't be the Karting Academy trophy a few years back, I think. Oh, really? But a fantastic job for you, and great to see the new Ammonite Motorsport car right up at the sharp end and looking very strong.
Yeah, it's great. They put together such a great car. I mean, I can't thank them enough. I mean, wow, such a hectic race. You know, the quarrel with Tom. So much to process, you know. But yeah, I mean, we were quick all weekend. It's good to see, myself back on the podium. First podium in the National Series, which is great. And, I hope there's more to come this year, and hopefully some wins.
I was just going to say, now that you've broken the duck and got the podium out of the way, does that make things a little bit easier now to figure out where you can find the pace to go to get the wins?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much competition this year, and I think, we're really strong, and I think we'll be a really fierce competitor later on.
Fantastic. Great job. Great way to end the weekend. See you next time.
Thank you so much.
Excellent work. I'm a little bit disappointed that we haven't got any more Formula Ford racing. It was excellent out there. Well, we've said goodbye to Fun Cup yesterday. We say goodbye to Formula Fords, but there's still a heck of a lot of racing to come from the Tin Tops, the Intermarques and the Mazdas. Speaking of which, it's time for the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup to get out on track. Here's Andy McEwen to tell you all about it.
Yes, thank you very much, Jake. Looking forward to all of that good racing action coming up later in the day. That is, though, as he says, all we've got Formula Ford-wise this weekend. We look forward to having them back out on track in the next few weeks' time. But plenty more racing coming your way here from Silverstone, so don't go anywhere. So, looking forward then to our next MX-5 action here from the Silverstone International Circuit. The second of 3 races this weekend for the Mark III cars, the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. A little bit of a delay to the start here, a few errant Formula Fords to be collected from the circuit, and a few bits of Formula Ford debris that they've left scattered around as well. We will very shortly get the cars out on the track for this second round of the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, which is potentially going through a bit of a changing of the guard this year. We've got the top 2 championship drivers from the last couple of years, Sam Smith and Jack Harding, moving on elsewhere this season and not racing in the championship, and that has sort of opened the door for certainly a new champion. There are no drivers on the grid this year who have won this championship in the past, so we will have a new MX-5 Super Cup champion at the end of 2022. The question is who, and that is quite the question. Not an easy one to get an answer to, because this is, as always, a field stacked with talent and stacked with potential race winners. For all this talk of a changing of the guard, though, it was a familiar name at the top of the race results yesterday. Aidan Hills didn't just win the race, he took complete ownership of that opening round of the championship, winning by 15 seconds, which is something that I don't ever recall seeing in the MX-5 Super Cup. I'll have to have a look at the end of the weekend to see whether that is the biggest winning margin in championship history. It's got to be up there, that's for sure, especially when you consider that this is a circuit where, in theory, it's almost impossible to break away from the pack. But Aidan, I spoke to after qualifying, he was very confident with his pace. He managed to qualify in pole position without even having a slipstream to use in qualifying, so he knew that he would have even more speed in theory once we got into the race itself, and he absolutely proved that to be the case. And Aidan Hills was a comfortable race winner. However, Aidan is not competing in the full championship, therefore he's entered as a guest driver and will not score points. So as far as points are concerned, you sort of delete him from the result in a way, and it means that the driver that finished second place, Richard Amos, gets the 100 championship points for winning the race. So Amos essentially with the win as far as the championship is concerned from Will Blackwell Chambers and Colin Bysouth. All three of them most definitely are likely to be competing for the championship come the end of the season. Amos moving up, of course, from the club class, which run exactly the same cars. You'll notice when the race gets underway that I'll refer to the pro and the club classes. The club class is simply for the drivers that perhaps aren't doing the full season or don't feel that they're going to be on the pace to compete for overall race victories. Almost like a kind of pro and an AM class setup, except we call them pro and club class here in the MX-5 Super Cup. However, it hasn't been that uncommon to see some of the quick club drivers mixing it right at the very head of the field, and so for that reason a lot of those club drivers from last year have made the jump into the pro class for 2022, Richard Amos being one of them. Amos was third in the club class last season. However, Clive Powell and Kevin Sylvain, well, Kevin Sylvain is still racing this weekend but was only 21st yesterday, whilst Clive Powell's is not here this weekend. So the third place driver in the club class from last season, most definitely the one that's made the transition to pro the most successfully. Will Blackwell Chambers, you've always been able to really refer to as a pro when it comes to MX-5 racing, former Mark 1 champion, and made the jump into the Super Cup last year, and I think it's fair to say had a trying season, did Blackwell Chambers. He finished towards the back end of the top 10 in the points, and I think had a best result of about 5th place, had a couple of 5th place finishes throughout the year, 4th place in fact that was, 2 4th place finishes, but no wins, no podiums for Blackwell Chambers last year. Well, he's already put that right in 2022 by finishing 3rd in that first race yesterday, which becomes 2nd as far as the points are concerned, just ahead of Colin Bysouth, who's been getting quicker and quicker over the years, really had a standout season in 2021. And will now most definitely be looking to challenge for the championship in 22. So cars being released onto the track, there they are, right on cue, and they will start this race not in grid order. It's actually based on the fastest race lap from, the second fastest qualifying time from yesterday's qualifying session. It doesn't make a huge amount of difference though, because it's still going to be Aidan Hills on pole position. And we'll be able to, in a moment, have a look at the full 38-car line. Here it is then. So Aidan Hills, a guest driver, gets the race victory, with gets the pole position, excuse me, with Adam Bessel alongside. Bessel finished 6th yesterday. Row 2 for James Costans and Colin Bysouth, with Will Blackwell Chambers and Richard Amos, the runner-up yesterday, starting 6th today. Then it's Patrick Fletcher and John Langridge on the 4th row of the grid. Tom Griffiths had a really good drive after a poor start to finish 9th in his debut yesterday. Michael Nibbs alongside. Nibbs started the Mark 1 race earlier on today from 10th on the grid, managed to get himself up there onto the podium. Lee Britton and Tom Selden are next, ahead of Alex Miller, who starts on the 7th row of the grid alongside Braden Fletcher from Paddock Motorsport. Nick Grindrod, the reigning City Car Cup champion, is 15th on the grid. He's got Will Morris for company on the 8th row of that grid. And Morris starting 16th, just ahead of Declan Lee, and Josh Poulain in the number 98 machine starts on row 9. 10th row of the grid for Nick Rutter, another veteran of the series. Marcus Carlton, Scott Wright, excuse me, row 10, alongside Jack Brewer, who started 20th yesterday and managed to work his way up into 15th, the runner-up in last year's Mark 1 championship, Jack Brewer. Then it's Nick Rutter and Marcus Carlton on the 11th row of the grid, ahead of Martin Tolley and Daniel Rose. Tolley, unfortunately, coming unstuck very early in yesterday's race, going into the gravel trap at Stowe on lap 1 and going no further. Then it's Xavier Brook and George Grant. Grant was not a happy man after yesterday's race. He was on the receiving end of a couple of bits of contact, including one at the very final corner, and he did, I believe, get that place back once the clerk of the course had a look at it after the race. He starts today from 26th on the grid, ahead of Chris Richardson and Kevin Sylvain, with Tamo Chauhan and Stephen New rounding out the top 30. Christopher Ginn and Kevin Brent are next. Kevin Brent 32nd on the grid, ahead of Adrian Burge and Daniel Parron-Smith in his first weekend of racing in the championship. Seamus Heaney and Bruce Robinson at the back, and then Liz Walton and Clive Chisnall didn't set times in qualifying yesterday because they weren't, Walton did, sorry, but Clive Chisnall did not. So Clive Chisnall, I believe, qualified out of session today. I don't think he could be at Silverstone yesterday, so he has qualified this morning and will therefore start from the back of the grid. So the hopefully 38th car grid lining up now then, just on the pit straight outside my window, and on pole position is Aidan Hills, Adam Bessel alongside him. And if Aidan makes another break, much as he did yesterday at the front of the field, he's going to be a tough man to catch. He had something like a 2.5 second lead at the end of one lap of racing yesterday, did Aidan, who's a former runner-up in this championship, has now moved on to race in the Ginetta GT5 Challenge, where he's been getting quicker and quicker, and I believe that's his plan again for 2022, but that season hasn't started yet. So here he is at Silverstone getting a bit of practice in maybe, as he gets ready for his season campaign. He's still a familiar face in the paddock though, because he runs cars for the Hills Motorsport team, his own team. James Cossins driving for him, and James finished 4th. Sorry, no, didn't. James finished 8th yesterday, but starts 4th in this one. And James was 3rd in the championship in 2021. So Hills Motorsport, we're still going to be finding ourselves talking about them quite a bit this year, I think. Right then, we're ready to go racing, I think, for the second time in the Brscc Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. A quick change of the lights there, away they go. Hills looks like he is off very quickly again. He should have the lead as they head into Abbey Corner for the first time. Yes, he does. Colin Bysouth into second place, though, so Bessel did not get a good jump. He might even lose third place to James Cossins as they head through the right-hander. A bit sideways over the curves for Will Morris there, the black number 17 car, but it's Hills that leads. Bysouth second, Cossins is third. Bessel down to 4th, with the red and white car of Blackwell Chambers looking to the outside of him. Lock up in the back of the pack there, that was Alex Miller. Tom Griffiths, I think, was out wide. Again, a poor start for the former BMW Compact Cup race winner. He had a bad gear change from first to second off the line yesterday, and I think he might have had a similar issue at the start of race 2. We'll see where he filters in at the end of the first lap. Down the hanger straight we go then. Michael Nibbs there looking to the outside of John Langridge, but the race leader, no doubt about it, it is Aidan Hills that leads them. And they're actually pretty well spread out, those top 3. Challenge on for 4th as Bessel tries to recover some lost ground here, having started on the front row. Things haven't quite gone to plan on the opening lap. Down into Stowe comes the midfield battle. Number 93 there, the yellow car is Jack Brewer. Expect him to move forward in this race. He gained 5 places in yesterday's race. That was his first racing action in the Mark III car, having made that difficult jump up from the Mark 1 Championship. I expect to see him continue to progress as the weekend and indeed the season goes on. Nick Crydron there trying to get up the inside of Alex Miller. It's not a 2.5 second cushion then for Aidan Hills at the end of lap number 1, but it is a 1.1 second lead that he holds over Colin Bysouth in second place. Third place James Cossins, 4th Will Blackwell Chambers, 5th Adam Bessel, 6th Patrick Fletcher, 7th Richard Amos, 8th for Langridge, 9th is Nibbs, and Tom Selden rounds out the top 10. There you can see the different classes. So within both the Pro and the Club class, there is the Masters competition. Oh, and off goes. Who was that? That might have been Tom Selden, I think, number 13 at the back of the top 10, with a big moment going into Village. And yeah, I can't see Tom Selden there behind Michael Nibbs anymore, so how many places he lost, I'm not too sure. Off wide goes Richard Amos, and I think he might have tagged that tyre stack on the exit of Chapel Corner that is there to deter them from exceeding track limits, but it didn't deter Richard. It probably should have done though, because I think he's taken a big chunk out of the front of his car, and that may well have done some significant damage. It's the white car coming through shot there. Yeah, left front definitely damaged, but has it done any steering or suspension damage? That's the big question. Braden Fletcher there with Declan Lee behind him. Out wide goes Selden, still trying to recover from that moment that he had. As they drop down into Vale, on the inside goes Declan Lee, gets the line, does he on Fletcher? No, Fletcher carries the momentum around the outside of the left-hander. That puts him on the tighter line for the club though, and that means he's slow through the middle part of the corner, and now Declan Lee does manage to get the position away from him. Here comes Nick Grindron now up to attack as well. Leaders, well that's Cossins getting himself ahead of Bysouth for second, but then getting it all wrong at Abbey Corner. Bysouth comes back at him and sideways again for James Cossins. Brilliant car control, but that ain't the fastest way to get around the first couple of corners of this circuit. He's going to fall back off the podium now, I think into 4th position behind Blackwell Chambers and maybe behind Adam Bessel as well. Down the hill they go. Bysouth second. Can Cossins hang on to 3rd? No, he can't. And there's more contact. Fletcher, Patrick Fletcher, that is, into the back of Adam Bessel. I think Bessel was trying to get up the inside of Cossins, and Fletcher tried to make the move on him at the same time. And Bessel now gets back in line just in front of former Mark 1 champion John Langridge. And breathe, everybody. Aidan Hills is checking out again. He's missing out on all the fun, just as he did yesterday. Second place on that, though, really is where the race is as far as championship points are concerned. And even at this early stage of the season, all of the drivers will very much be thinking about their points haul. They're trying to build a championship campaign here. And all of the drivers in this group, really, you can imagine being up there fighting for that championship come season's end. They're all quick enough to win races. It's just who can do that on the most consistent basis. And if you're not winning, how consistently you can finish on the podium. That's what decides the championship. Certainly one as competitive as this. You can't really have a bad weekend. You do get a couple of drop scores throughout the season, but you can't rely on them too heavily, really. Check in with this next group of cars. Nick Grinderod ahead of Braden Fletcher. And then number 78 is the sort of turquoisey coloured car right behind them. That's Marcus Carlton, who has gained a little bit of ground. Yes, started 22nd. He's definitely made some ground up as Carlton into 15th, just behind Jack Brewer at the line. What happened to Tom Griffiths then? Because Griffiths, I said, had lost some ground at the start of the race. I wasn't lying. Griffiths is 24th position. He gained a place on that lap, but that was an even worse start than he made yesterday. It's a shame because he raced really well yesterday, did Griffiths, but he's not going to be a contender for a top 10, I don't think, this morning. Another race to go, of course, later on, though. That might be his opportunity to get some more points on the board. Down the hill then into Club we go. Defending from Will Blackwell-Chambers, who looks to the outside line through the left-hander. Nothing doing there, though. There's James Cossins, whose rear tyres were probably a little bit warm a few laps ago after all that sliding he was doing. New fastest lap for Aidan Hills, who's surprised, coming in 18.3. He's over a second a lap faster than this group. I don't know what Aidan has done to that car over the winter, but it is working remarkably well. And 6 seconds his lead. His winning margin yesterday, what did I say? It was 15 seconds. I think he could beat that, actually, even though he wasn't as far ahead at the end of lap 1 this time. His pace now is just so far superior. The rest of the field probably quite grateful that he's not doing a full season. So through Village and the Link they go. By South sideways in second place, and that means Blackwell-Chambers is going to have a go at him here, I think, as they head down into the Hangar Straight again. And towards Stowe Corner once more. Onto the brakes they go. By South. Middle of the road. Patrick Fletcher there looming large in 4th position as well. They drop down the hill into the next braking zone. Next opportunity to try and make a move. Fletcher to the outside of Blackwell-Chambers. That works, I think, because Blackwell-Chambers was a bit bottled in behind by South. We've seen time and again that the outside, ironically, is the place to be through some of these tighter corners. Is that going to play into Will Blackwell-Chambers' hands now as they head across the start-finish line? Well, not really, they're pretty even, and look at that, James Cossins goes with Patrick Fletcher, pushes him through on that inside line. So Fletcher completes the move, and now Cossins tries to do the same thing. He shows Blackwell-Chambers the edge of the road. That was forceful stuff, but just about fair enough, I think. Cossins moves through into 4th place. Through the right-hander then at Village, then into the Link. Dropping downhill all the while, and Bessel now on the inside of Blackwell-Chambers as well. That's 3 places lost for Will. John Langridge closing in 2, and then I think, is that Richard Amos behind Langridge, the white car? If it is, that means he's not got too much damage to the left front corner. Down into the right-hander at Stowe, then they go. Further back, number 13, Tom Selden, after his scary moment. It looks like number 96 behind him's had a bit of a moment as well. That's Christopher Richardson. He's got a big ding in the door. As Bessel there tries to pull up alongside Blackwell-Chambers again. Patrick Fletcher to the outside of Colin Bysouth. That's for 2nd position. Through the left, that's nicely done. And Patrick Fletcher makes another nice move at the outside into the club complex. This time it puts him into 2nd place. There's Bessel on the inside of Langridge, numbers 4 and 5, wheel to wheel, as they head across the start-finish line. Onto another lap. Helpfully, the timing system here at Silverstone has crashed, so I can't tell you what any of the gaps are. What I can tell you is that we've got a problem for Kevin Sylvain. Sylvain, the club class champion last year, not having a brilliant start to his 2022 campaign. That looks like a mechanical issue, and a bit like we saw for Lucas Romanek in that Formula Ford race earlier on. He's he's gone past the pit entry, so there's nowhere easy for him to pull out of the way. Grind rod on the inside of Braden Fletcher there. That is him gaining 13th position. To Chapel. Aiden Hills 8.6 seconds up the road. Jack Brewer here on the tail of number 78. That's Brewer in... There's Brewer now 16th place. Although he may have just lost that position, actually. I think he has, hasn't he, to the 78 car behind him. Down into Club we go once again. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th in your shot here. Richard Amos now at the head of the next group. So Amos really is coming good again as we tick towards the halfway mark. See the white car there, just ahead of Bessel, Michael Nibbs, John Langridge in the black car, Alex Miller number 7. So we've got, 2nd through to 10th here. 9 cars running in a long line, and they're all getting closer to each other as well. Those 4 at the front had started to break away, but that's very much ancient history now. Further back, more scrapping going on there. Nick Rutter, I think the orange car, trying to make a move on the inside towards Abbey Corner. Grindrod finds himself in 13th position, back behind Braden Fletcher now, and they're both stuck behind the number 17. Well, maybe not for long. That's Will Morris, the black car, under pressure from Fletcher, who's sideways. He's into the side of the 17 car, which will now give him one back, I think, as they come down into Chapel Corner. Grindrod taking the wide line in, and that's going to set him up beautifully, because the 2 cars in front run wide. Grindrod gets himself past Fletcher. Can he get himself past Morris as well? He's on the inside line. He's carrying more momentum down the back straight, and that should be a pretty easy move. Lee Britton, the number 50 car, is going with him as well, the red machine, and he's going to get past Fletcher. Can he get past Will Morris? Big lock-up for Grindrod, runs a little bit wide. Britton does go past Morris, and he might even be having a think of taking advantage of Grindrod's mistake. He is alongside Grindrod as they fall down the hill. This is all over 13th place. Lucky for some, but lucky for us that we've got this brilliant battling through the field. I think Grindrod's got a braking problem, either an issue with the brakes or he's just flat-spotted the front tyres, because he's locked up a few times now. Braden Fletcher's issue is more with the rear of the car stepping out, which I think every time we've seen him in this race he's been sideways. So Paddock Motorsport maybe needs to do a bit more work on the setup of that car to get it a bit more to Braden's liking. Now Lee Britton goes back to the inside of Grindrod through the right-hander at Abbey. That doesn't work though. Braden Fletcher gets a huge run on the lot of them heading up towards Village. So no doubt next time we check in with that group they'll all be in a completely different order once again. Fletcher is in 2nd place at the moment then. Nearly 10 seconds adrift of Aiden Hills. I think he will beat that 15-second winning margin, won't he? Especially if this lot keep falling over each other. Sideways, big sideways moment for Marcus Carlton there. So Jack Brewer goes through, and that's Will Morris, isn't it? Number 17. So Will Morris was a lot further up the road than this when we last saw him. He falls behind Brewer then, who is really starting to get to grips, I think, with this Mark 3 car. The yellow with the sort of red polka dot effect on it. And Jack Brewer into the top 15 now. I don't think he'll quite be able to get into the top 10 before races end, but a nice solid top 12 or something would go a long way towards boosting his confidence at the start of the season. Be a bit daunting that when you've been a front runner winning races as Brewer did in the Mark 1 series, to then make the jump into Mark 3s and suddenly find yourself struggling to break into the top 15. It can be a bit demoralising, but they're such different cars, the Mark 3s from the Mark 1s, that it will take time to get to grips with it. Brewer passed Braden Fletcher there, I think, so he's 13th now. Clearly is getting to grips with it as the weekend goes on. Through the winding sequence of corners here, high-speed corners that start off the lap at the Silverstone International Circuit. Tom Griffiths there making a move on the inside, the blue car, and that was on the ailing Braden Fletcher. And now Griffiths closing on the turquoise number 78 machine, so this would be for 17th place then. As there, for 3rd position, goes Will Blackwell-Chambers on the inside of Colin Bysouth. Patrick Fletcher then is into P2 now. And then this battle going on behind. Now, can Fletcher use this to pull away from them? Richard Amos coming through on the inside here. And into the back is here by South, who sideways does a good job of hanging on to it, but that allows Blackwell Chambers back on the inside. He gives by South the hip and shoulder, and Amos says, thank you very much. Oh, there were 4 abreast. Cossins was trying to get through on the inside as well. There was never room for all of them. A couple of them run wide, Amos and by South that was. It all works out in the end with Amos 3rd, Blackwell Chambers 4th, and then side by side between Cossins and by South for 5th. It's going to be Cossins on the inside that gets it. By South drops in behind. And then Bessel trying to find a way up the inside of him as well. To Village and through the link. Richard Amos then, 3rd position, a couple of laps into this race. I thought he might have been out of the race completely when he gave that tyre stack a whack at this corner. He's still running wide, and you can see there the tyre stack. Actually, you can't see it because it moved behind that post when he hit it, but there is one there, believe me. It's a very, very solid piece of kit. You don't want to be hitting that. And it's amazingly not done a huge amount of internal damage to the number 6 car. The bodywork is a bit askew, but you can live with that. James Cossins there a bit wide, Adam Bessel at the inside. I think Patrick Fletcher has broken the toe now on this group as well. So Fletcher looks as though he's making his escape in 2nd position, which would of course be worth the race-winning amount of points, 100 points for a race win in this category. Oh, that's a shame. Daniel Rose is presumably out of the race. That car does look very badly damaged. A rear impact of some sorts for him. That, I guess, means there's someone else that's carrying a lot of front-end damage, because I'd imagine that's someone running into the back of him rather than him finding a wall or something like that. 5 minutes to go then. Final quarter of the race begins. And there, James Cossins sliding up the inside of Blackwell Chambers, gets himself into 4th place. Adam Bessel tries to follow him through, but actually almost got into the side of Blackwell Chambers. Cossins defending the inside. By South sends it to the outside of all of them. And this for 4th place, remember, in the race. By South finds himself hung out to dry. And now it's Cossins versus Blackwell Chambers for the position, heading into the link. John Langridge comes up the inside, Adam Bessel gets a run on the pair of them. Mazda MX-5 racing at its absolute best, this, down the hanger straight. Which way do they all go? Defensive line will be taken, I think, by Blackwell Chambers. Yes, it is. Car pulling out of the way there. That'll be the car we saw with damage a lap ago. So yellow flags may have been out, although actually I didn't see any down the hanger straight that time. Blackwell Chambers sideways, possibly because Adam Bessel was pushing him into the corner there a bit faster than he wanted to go. Out of Stowe, down into the next braking zone at Club. Blackwell Chambers trying his best to fend them all off. James Cossins committed as always on the brakes. He too is snatching those brakes quite a lot. Car off there, one of the Paddock Motorsport cars, and Adam Bessel is sideways, and this time he goes around off the bumper of John Langridge, and he saves it, does he? Yes, fantastic car control from Adam Bessel, another driver who really should have been pointing the wrong way. Oh, and then he comes back on the road and gets into Michael Nibbs, I think that was, and Michael is rightly very annoyed at that. Adam Bessel, I understand, was frustrated about the contact that he had from John Langridge, but that was nothing to do with Michael Nibbs. He was just minding his own business there. So that, I'm sure, will be discussed after the race, as indeed will the initial bit of contact, of course, but it's just that typical bunching that you get through the club complex. Sometimes, if the cars in front lose momentum suddenly, it's quite hard, actually, to avoid running into the back of them. So that's split the pack a little bit now, with a couple more of them breaking free at the front. Fletcher 2nd and Amos 3rd have sort of escaped now, so that's the fight for 4th between Blackwell Chambers and Cossins going side by side. Then Colin Bysouth, then John Langridge, who also survived that with minimal damage. Alex Miller having a strong run here. And Miller running certainly a little bit further up the pack today than he was yesterday when he finished 13th. One car just went past my commentary position, sounding very, very sick indeed. And that might have been well, it was the car in front of Patrick Fletcher that sounded off, and the next car in front of Patrick Fletcher should be Aidan Hill, shouldn't it? So I hope it's not Aidan Hill's car that I heard sounding rough. There goes James Cossins past Blackwell Chambers. Well, sort of. Chambers will fight back again through farm. Into Village corner, hard on the brakes. Bysouth catching them again. And they run wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle, off the corner, still side by side through the link. The sequence of corners has produced some brilliant racing throughout the weekend so far. Continues to do so now as Cossins will ease Blackwell Chambers over the curb. Bysouth with a run on the pair of them. South, when he crossed the line at the start of the lap, was miles behind these two, a good second and a half behind, but they lost so much momentum running wheel to wheel there through the first few corners that he's right back on their tail again now. So down towards the Stowe corner they will go. There is Patrick Fletcher. So he continues along in second place, and the checkered flag is out. Lots of things were happening in that race that I don't quite understand. We still had plenty of time on the clock, and yet the checkered flag's gone out. We've got timing screens that aren't working, transponders that aren't working as well, I fear. Aiden Hills wins anyway, and then immediately slows down. I wonder if Aiden Hills is the car that I heard sounding sick. I don't really know. He still managed to win by 12.2 seconds from Patrick Fletcher second, who gets the race winning points. Richard Amos third. James Cossins, I think, was fourth ahead of South, Blackwell Chambers, Langridge, Miller and Bessel, except Michael Nibbs will slot into there somewhere when his transponder wakes up. It's not often I get to the end of the race and I can't tell you what order they're all in, but we're having a couple of technical gremlins here at Silverstone this morning, which hopefully will get fixed as the day goes on. But either way, an entertaining race. Aiden Hills gets the win, and Patrick Fletcher in second position, with Richard Amos getting another solid points haul there. Now, Patrick Fletcher didn't have quite such a good race yesterday. He was only 7th, 6th of the point scorers. So that means that even though he beats Amos in that race, Amos will retain the championship lead. Aiden Hills, though, is the race winner, and he will look to try and do the hat-trick if he can in that third race a little bit later on. Set the fastest lap, unsurprisingly, in that race as well. And 12.2 second winning margin officially for the Hills Motorsport driver and team owner. He's got the only immaculate looking car out there, I think. He's not really had any wheel-to-wheel racing beyond the first 100 metres or so of the two races that we've had so far. May well change, though, in the third race a little bit later on today. So they head down into the pit lane, where very shortly they'll be greeted by Jake Sanson. Aiden Hills, the race winner once again. James Cossins then finishing second. A Hills Motorsport 1-2. They'll be very, very pleased with that. And of course, for sorry, no, Cossins wasn't second, was he? It was in the end Patrick Fletcher in second place. But still, James Cossins scoring some good points to his championship campaign. There's the confirmation of the result then. Hills, Fletcher, Amos, Cossins, with South 5th. Blackwell Chambers 6th ahead of John Langridge and Alex Miller. Michael Nibbs was 9th in the end, and Adam Bessel 10th. And I'm sure that they will have a little bit of a conversation after the race, after the bit of contact they had coming out of Club Corner. Declan Lee 11th. Declan Lee started well down the order, 17th on the grid. He finishes just ahead of Lee Britton. And Nick Grindrod, who is the Masters class winner within the Pro category. Will Morris is next ahead of Jack Brewer, Tom Griffiths, Braden Fletcher and Marcus Carlton. Carlton the club class victor. Then outside the top 20, Nick Rutter, Stephen New, Scott Wright, Dan Perrin-Smith, George Grant, Seamus Heaney and Bruce Robinson, who wins the Masters element of the club class. So 4 classes in total racing out there today. Then further back, Tamer Jahan, Martin Tolley, Daniel Rose, Javier Brook and Kevin Sylvain, all non-finishers in an odd but entertaining second round of the Brscc Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. We've got plenty more racing coming later on today. One more race before lunch coming up in a few minutes' time. Before that, let's head down to the pit lane and hear from our podium finishers.
We are in serious danger of the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 SuperCup becoming the Aiden Hills show. Out in front, an amazing performance, another great win by another 12 seconds. You didn't expect that, did you?
No, not at all. I thought it was going to be a lot harder today. Yeah, same thing again, just got off the line and managed to do the first 3 laps and just put the gap in, you know. It was good. The car feels amazing. I've got to say big thanks to the Hills Motorsport team and everyone, you know, who's putting so much work into our team and making us make sure that we're at the front all the time. So it's credit to them, really. I just drive it, you know, and it's easy to drive when the car drives like that. So yeah, I don't know what to say, to be honest, mate.
Well, I'm not going to put any pressure on you, but there's a third race later today.
Yeah, reverse grid as well. I'm actually looking forward to that one. Really looking forward to it. Hopefully, I think the highest number they can pull is number 8. So let's hope they pull number 8. So I'll be starting 8th. I'll be well up for it. Let's go.
Fantastic. Great performance so far, mate. Hopefully there's another podium in it for you in the third one. Good luck.
Yeah, cheers, mate. I'll give it a go.
Absolutely astonishing. I mean, 2 races out of 2 where he's been well clear at the front end of the field. Let's chat to my dear friend Mr. Amos. Well, third position, you made a bit of a hard job of that though, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I think lap 1 or 2 I hit the tyre stack coming onto the back straight, like head on, so That bent the car a little bit, the steering's out, but yeah, it didn't overheat, so we just carried on really and thought make the best out of it, and then it just started to come good, and I don't know why really, but just managed to get back through, so yeah, it was all right.
And a very, very tricky racetrack out there in cold conditions, I gather?
Yeah, it's just the tyres. The tyres are so hard to manage. When you're on your own, it seems like the tyres are okay, and as soon as you start to get in that fight in, you know, that second pack that, you know, I wasn't in to start with and Aidan wasn't in at all, it's the tyres just dead, and then at the end it's just chase the car really, so nurse it to the end, so yeah, it's good, it's all right, it's all right.
Reverse grid race to come, confident for that one?
I don't know, it's just the same again, isn't it? Probably be 6th again, I guess, so yeah, it's all good.
We'll see how it goes, bro. Good luck with it.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, very exciting stuff in that second gaggle. Let's head over and round. I'm going to try and figure my way over to Patrick Fletcher, who did a stonking good job of getting away from the rest of the pack there. Patrick, second position. You managed to get a little bit of daylight between yourself and the rest of the gaggle, so that's pretty much what you want.
Yeah, that was a perfect race for me, to be honest. Aidan obviously got away and just carried on pulling away throughout the whole race. My aim was, realistically, my best position was P2, and I've achieved that, so I'm really chuffed with the result.
And obviously that gives you more confidence, I'm guessing, for the rest of the season, because there's a long way still to go in this championship, and you've started it out in the first weekend with a positive result.
Yeah, exactly. There's 8 or 7 weekends to this championship, so it's just trying to keep getting the points to these prizes.
It certainly does. Keep it up, mate. Going well.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Excellent stuff. Well, that's the overall podium taken care of. Let's see if we can grab the top 3 drivers in the club class, because it was pretty heated there as well. We've got some drivers here to go. Let's see if we can have a word with Mr. Wright first of all. Where is Mr. Wright? There we go. Hello, sir. How are you? That was pretty good, wasn't it? A very exciting race out there for you.
I mean, I'm really struggling for speed. I just got swamped at the start. Happy to get on the podium. It's my birthday today, so my family's here. Yeah, and the team Paddock done a brilliant job. I got swamped at the start and clawed myself back. So. Trophy for the kids, so I'm happy with that, mate.
The only problem with that is that, unfortunately, the trophy has holes, so you can't quite fill it up to the brim for a nice swig, can you?
No, I'm disappointed with that. I don't know what to do. I'll have to go conventional and go out the can instead tonight.
Or a shoey, possibly.
Perfect. I have new shoes for my birthday, so
well, there
perfect.
you go.
I could christen them.
Birthday shoey.
Yeah.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you very much.
What a fantastic race that was for young Mr. Wright. He's done a great job there. There you go, Aidan Hill's coming over and congratulating the rest of the boys in the club class. Let's see if we can have a word with our man in the number 18, Mr. Carlton. That was a pretty special win to start the year.
Yeah, it was, to be fair. I kind of just missed the carnage that happened behind me. Like the first lap I saw what happened behind, and I'm so glad I got out of that. And I kind of just stuck with someone, whoever was in front of me was just focused on getting them and then working through. And so that's how I done it.
So you obviously have to get stuck in and race hard the hard way in this championship, but getting a club class win, it obviously improves your mindset and you can start getting for bigger things.
So next race I'm looking to go even further, and yeah, just progress, to be fair.
Fantastic. Good stuff. Good job. And hopefully there's more where that came from.
Thank you. Cheers.
Excellent stuff. A great win. It was absolutely fantastic. Let's see if we can grab a word with our man once again. This is becoming a bit of a habit for you, me talking to you at the end of a tough race.
It's nice to have a little chat after the end of the race, isn't it?
So 2 podium finishes. You got the win yesterday and a third place today. We're very, very exciting.
Yeah, it was. Thanks to the team and stuff for running the car and getting it all ready this morning. It just drove like an absolute dream. It was brilliant fun out there. Managed to sort of drive around a few melees and stuff. But yeah, it was great fun. Well done to the other guys on the podium. They drove an absolutely fantastic race as well. And yeah, happy to be here again. Hopefully we'll get to chat later.
That would be nice. 3 out of 3. And obviously with the reverse grid coming later, a lot more hard work to do.
Exactly. I don't know that I'll be that far out the grid for the reverse grid, but who knows?
You never know what'll happen. Good luck with it.
Cheers, mate. Thanks. Have a good one.
What a fantastic second race, and again it's been absolutely mighty from the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. Great racing, great racecraft at every end of the field, not just at the front but also in the mid-pack. So that's 3 races done today. Just before we take our lunch break, we'll bring on the Intermarques. If you like your NASCAR racing, this is as close as you're going to get to NASCAR in the UK. Intermarques are awesome, Andy. Are you strapped in?
Yeah, the Intermarques series, always an exciting series, some really unique cars, some close racing. We're looking forward to that. That will be the last race before lunch. But for the MX-5 SuperCup cars, they are done for the time being. They'll be back out again, though, this afternoon at about 4:10. So the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club is making a welcome appearance with the Brscc this year, and their Intermarques series is going to be the first of their championships that we get to enjoy here today. They will hold two 15-minute races as through the day here, and the Intermarques series for the Silhouette machines, as Jake was alluding to, something really unlike any other championship in the country. The cars are real pocket rockets, and the racing that they tend to produce is pretty fast and furious, and over a 15-minute race that sort of exaggerates that effect as well. The drivers don't have a lot of time to make their moves and to get to the front of the field, so we should be in for a very entertaining race indeed. Certainly qualifying earlier on was pretty competitive, although Lewis Smith, who's on pole position for this race, got that pole position by quite a substantial margin. The number 24 car is Mercedes SLK, lapping the 1.85 mile Silverstone International circuit with a time of 1 minute 10.7, nearly a full second quicker than Steve Burrows' Vauxhall Tigra in second place. But then from second on back, it's very, very close. Burrows did a 1 minute 11.6, half a tenth quicker than Daniel Smith Daniel Smith third in another Mercedes, and then another Tigra of Eric Bolton was just a few hundredths behind him. And then also in 1 minute 11.7 was Malcolm Blackman's Vauxhall Tigra. So three of them there within just over half a tenth of each other. So that promises a very close scrap in the bottom places of the podium. But certainly Lewis Smith will be looking to make good his escape from the front of the grid. Small delay to getting the race started here just because of the Mazda MX-5 supercars that needed to be cleared away from the various bits of the track. They are just leaving the pit lane now though, and about to head out onto the circuit. So this outlap from the pit lane counts as their green flag lap, and as you can see, the RunYourFleet.com safety car is leading them around. As these cars have a rolling start at the start of their races. So we'll have a quick turnout here for the race start. Maybe the first glimpse of the silhouettes. They're all pretty much identical underneath, but of course the body kits that they have on them basically make any car you want. So we've got lots of Mercedes and Vauxhall Tigras, but we've also got the VW Corrado shaped car, Mick Robertson, the Mitsubishi Colt of Philip Young's Audi, and Ford Fiesta, and even the BMW Z4 you can see there at the back of the grid in the shape of Simon Hutt. Right, let's quickly rattle through the grid then, because it is a rolling start, like I said. Lewis Smith and Steve Burrows on the front row of the grid, and then row number 2 we'll see Daniel Smith in his Mercedes and Eric Bolton in a Tigra. So 2 Mercedes and 2 Vauxhalls in the top 4 positions on the grid. Row number 3 is Malcolm Blackman's Vauxhall Tigra alongside Colin Smith's similar car, and then on the 4th row we have Mick Robertson in a VW Corrado and the Mitsubishi Colt of Philip Young. Volker Tim's Audi TT is next. He shares the 5th row with Daniel Hunt's Ford Fiesta. Then it's Nigel Beardsmore in a Mercedes SLK, John Price in Vauxhall Tigra, and Simon Hutt's BMW Z4 at the back of the grid. And I say it's going to be a rolling start, but we do have actually marshals waiting on the grid, so I think this will be the same start format as we saw for the Fun Cup yesterday. So actually that outlap from the pit lane does not count as the green flag lap. They will get another green flag lap in a moment once they've all lined up, so they get lined in position. The key difference here, because it's a rolling start, is that pole position will be on the inside line. For the other races we've had this weekend with standing starts, pole position has been where Steve Burrows is lined up at the moment, the outside of row 1, but as I mentioned, they only do that because that is the, in theory, grippier line. And so, from a standing start, you want that extra traction from the rubber that's been laid down over there. A rolling start, that's not really that important. It's far more beneficial, in theory, to have the inside line for the first corner. So that's why the white Mercedes of Lewis Smith has been given that line. Now we're missing Eric Bolton by the looks of it. The Vauxhall Tigra is not there. We also possibly have a problem for Simon Hutt, I can see. No, he is now getting going. But the... right, I can see the Tigra now. It's to the left. If that camera panned left... there it is. The Vauxhall Tigra that we are missing. No, that's John Price. That's another Tigra. So we've lost Eric Bolton, and I don't know where he's gone, but John Price's Tigra has stopped coming out of Club Corner. I would imagine he stopped to wait for his opportunity to pull into his grid slot, and then the car won't start again, and the marshal there was signalling that it needs a tow. So that car is not going anywhere fast, and that means we're going to have a delayed start here probably. So that's a shame. I'd like to know what happened to Eric Bolton, though, because he was going to be a part of that really close podium fight, and that unfortunately doesn't look like being the case now. Marshall's trying to work out how best to move the John Price car out of the way. Chatting away with him there, see if he's got any ideas. If they can bump start it, then that would be ideal, of course, but I don't think they're going to be able to. They're going to need to get a tow truck out there, it would seem. So the conversation continues then, and in the meantime, the rest of the grid waits patiently to get this first round of the championship underway. Classic and Modern Motorsport Club making more and more appearances on the Brscc bill these days, and very welcome additions they are. Will also have their Super Saloons and Tin Top series out later on today, which will have a pair of 15-minute races. Real eclectic mix of cars in those classes. Silhouette's essentially a one-make series, and all the cars run to the same set of regulations, but as we've said, different appearances to the cars from the outside. Still, this conversation... Oh, we're getting some thumbs up now. That looks a bit more positive. Less positive is the sight of a driver getting out of car. Yeah, maybe, yes, there we go, door opens. So John Price has admitted defeat. He's not going to get the car moving. It shows how small these cars are. He dwarfs the car as he stands next to it. Oh, and the truck that we're using was right at the other end of the circuit. Of course it was. So we're going to have to wait a good minute or so before it gets down to the grid. So what's John looking at there? He's... I think he was just trying to close the door. He is significantly taller than his car, though. These are very lightweight, low-slung cars, rear-wheel drive, all of them. Essentially the kind of car that you would often see racing on short ovals around the country, but in the Intermarques series they race on the big tracks, and that means the drivers really get to stretch the legs of these very rapid machines. Just having to wait a little bit longer to have the chance to do that. The Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, meanwhile, for those who aren't familiar with that name, well, I wouldn't be surprised because it's actually only been around since 2019, and sort of came out of the BARC Southeast section, which was waning a little bit, and so the CMMC was formed to give drivers that had been competing down there an opportunity to race elsewhere, and the Intermarques very much part of that, and created by Richard Culverhouse, and working with the likes of Rod Burley, who we'll see out in the Super Saloons later on. But a UK club racing legend is Rod, and it's been a real success story as the CMMC. 3 classes that they run, the Super Saloons and the Tin Tops, which run together on a grid, which formerly known as the modified saloon category, and then this Intermarque championship. They've really worked on tightening regulations and such like, and they work a lot with the drivers, regularly asking the teams and drivers what they would like to see, and they're really trying to make this a very friendly and accessible place to go motor racing. It's clearly working, because the grid we've got in particular for the Super Saloons afterwards is big, and they're clearly getting a lot of things right on Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, and great to have them at these Brscc race events for 2022. Sadly, John Price isn't going to take much more part in this one. Let's hope that whatever the issue is, they can get it fixed for the second race later on. I'm not entirely sure what this could be. As I said, he'd stopped as everyone was forming on the grid in front, and then it just looks like it wouldn't start again. So it could be something as simple as a starter motor. Could be something a bit more sinister. Good work, though, from the Orange Army, as always, and for many of them it will be their first motor racing event of the season. They're getting plenty of practice for recovering cars here today. They didn't actually have a lot to do yesterday in general, pretty clean day, but today a few more drivers running into problems out on track, so the hard-working volunteer marshals getting to show us what they do best, and they've got this car out of the way as quickly and efficiently as they can. Once it's secured onto the back of the flatbed truck, they'll pull that down to the end of the start-finish straight, and then potentially pull into the pit lane the wrong way, or maybe head through I think there's an access road on the outside of Abbey that they can use to get out of the way. They may even just turn around and head into the pit lane entry. I think that's what they may be about to do. No, they're going to drive. There's not really a lot of room to get past the grid, is there? That's the problem, but I think that is what the plan is now. They're going to turn into the opening in the pit wall. There we go. The gate right in front of my commentary position, and they are able to get that car out of the way. There we go. So, good work. John Price is out of the race, but at least his car is off the road, and we can now go about getting this race started. They will do a green flag lap behind the safety car, and from then the 2x2 rolling start will begin with a couple of gaps in the grid, unfortunately. John Price, a non-starter, and Eric Bolton, for reasons unknown, also doesn't look like he's taking the start. We do, though, have Lewis Smith on that pole position with Steve Burrows alongside him. The blue Mercedes of Daniel Smith will have row 2 to himself. And this 15-minute race, the 8th of the weekend, here at Silverstone, the first for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club's Intermarques series, will get underway very shortly. Last had the chance to see these cars racing at Brands Hatch at the end of last year, well into November it was, and despite some slightly inclement weather, they really put on a good show. Perfectly dry conditions here, although it is just a bit more overcast now, isn't it, than it was earlier on this morning, and certainly more than it was yesterday. So, conditions not quite as ideal, perhaps. Well, actually, this might not be a bad thing. It will cool down the track, that will give the track a bit more grip. And the main thing today is that there isn't as much of a breeze. It was pretty gusty yesterday. That was causing problems for 1 or 2 drivers in the races. And these lightweight silhouettes would definitely feel the wind. Not only because they're light, but also because they generate quite a bit of downforce from those big rear wings. So any car that relies on aerodynamics is going to struggle when the wind picks up. But that's not really a problem today. So, lights on the runyourfleet.com safety car. Great to have runyourfleet.com back on board as well for another season here with the Brscc, sponsoring the safety car throughout last season. It was announced over the winter that they would continue that partnership into the new season. We thank them very much for their continued support of the Brscc, which itself, of course, had a bit of a rebrand over the last month or so. New logo and new attitude to Club Motorsport. Brscc really going places, and a big part of that is their commitment to these live stream events. We've got 10 confirmed at the moment, and then a whole host of others hopefully on the way as well. So great to see live streaming. It's rather becoming the norm these days for Club Motorsport in the UK. And the UK in general having, I think, the most accessible club racing programme out there, because there is so much of it going on, and so much of that is being shown live to the world. So yeah, fantastic to see. I mean, really every weekend throughout the season, you have to scroll through your social media pages for a couple of minutes before stumbling upon some form of live motorsport, and that's exactly the way it should be. Right then, here we go. Speaking of live motorsport, let's try and bring you some of that now. Had a lot of waiting around for this, but the first round of the 2022 Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Intermarques series is about to get underway then, with Lewis Smith, the white Mercedes, on pole position, the blue and black Vauxhall team with number 16 of Steve Burrows alongside him. Ready for the lights to go out, which happens now. Away we go. We're racing in 2022. Good start made there by Daniel Smith, the blue Mercedes, from row 2, and a slightly poorer start from Lewis Smith on pole position. He may have a problem, actually. Down to 4th place already by the time they get into that first corner. So immediately, the man that was nearly a second faster than everybody else in qualifying has a bit of work to do, dropping down to 4th position here at the start. Through Village they go for the first time. And actually, Lewis Smith still struggling, isn't he? He's got the silver Tigre now. I think that's Malcolm Blackman. No, sorry, it's Colin Smith, the silver one, right behind him. Lewis wide through Chapel as well. Now, these cars do run on slick tyres, and all of that waiting around on the grid after their outlap won't have helped the tyre temperatures, but there is definitely something more sinister going on for Lewis Smith. He's slow out of Chapel, and he's slow down the Hangar Straight, so the pole sitter looks like he's out of the race, and that changes everything. Now we have a real fight on our hands. This is for second place. Malcolm Blackman up the inside of Daniel Smith. Blackman started 5th. He finds himself 2nd as we come towards the end of the first lap of racing. Is he going to hang on to that into Club Corner? No, a bit of a lock-up there from the Daniel Smith machine on the inside, but he does go back through into P2. So, out of club for the first time of asking across the start-finish line we go. Steve Burrows is your race leader. Daniel Smith is in second place. Third place, Malcolm Blackman, and the rest of them all filing in behind. Lewis Smith, I presume, is going to head for the pit lane. No, I think that's actually Lewis in the background, isn't it? Yeah. So he's finished the lap, but at a much reduced pace for some strange reason. I thought if he's got a problem, it would make more sense to pit and get it fixed, but he has chosen not to do that, so maybe he thinks it's something he can work on from inside the car. Daniel Smith here is working on Steve Burrows, though, to try and get the lead of the race away from him. As they head down the Hackney Straight for the second time, he's visibly closing that gap. It was 0.8 of a second at the start of the lap. It ain't anymore. It's probably closer to half a second now as they head towards the fastest point on the circuit before hitting the brakes through Stowe Corner. Getting away from Blackman there in third. Fourth position is Colin Smith. There, number 21, Philip Young in the Mitsubishi Colt, which really does go to show that you can use any silhouette you like in this championship as long as it fits the regulations. And that is one of the more unique cars. So too, actually, the Ford Fiesta behind of Daniel Hunt. That car is pretty strong through the corners. It's sometimes down a bit in straight line speed. You can see why as well. It is absolutely enormous, that car. And it's maybe not the most aerodynamically efficient, but it's very, very good through the twisty stuff. Got a nice slipstream here, though, which will help him down the main straight. And does close in slightly on the number 21 Mitsubishi of Philip Young in front of him. The lead gap comes down to 0.4 of a second then, and we'll monitor that as the laps go on. But there goes the Fiesta up the inside line, using that good handling ability that I mentioned to brake a bit later than the Mitsubishi and get the position back coming down into Chapel Corner. Good news, everyone, my timing streak has woken up again, so thank you to the people at TSL Timing for working on that. And Steve Burrows, I can tell you, is 0.4 of a second at the road from Daniel Smith, but Smith set the fastest lap on that previous lap, 1 minute 11.2. Here comes this battle still raging on between Hunt in the Fiesta and Young in the Mitsubishi. Finally, the Ford will go through. Of course, having made the move through the corners, he then was vulnerable to attack down the straight. But now I think he should have enough of a margin to relax a little bit and set off after the next car on the road, which is the VW Corrado of Mick Robertson. They come across the line. The third place driver now, Malcolm Blackman, sets the fastest lap in 10.985, which means the top three are separated by just 1 second now. Fourth position is still Colin Smith. You can see him going through there in the Silver Tiger, and then fifth is the Corrado of Robertson, sixth the Fiesta of Hunt, seventh there the red Mitsubishi of Young, and being caught now by another one of the Mercedes, number 59 Nigel Beardsmore, who started in 11th place. This is the fight for the race lead though, and Burrows under big pressure now. Steve Burrows almost gets a nerf in the tail there from Daniel Smith, who was so much quicker off the corner that he didn't quite time the run to the inside perfectly. Gets alongside now though, and will have the inside line for Stowe Corner. Is he going to be able to make this overtake stick? Yes, he is. Nicely done. And he slips the Mercedes through into the lead of the race. Can he get away though? That's the next question. Certainly Burrows will be looking to try and retaliate as quickly as he can. Down into club they come. Mercedes keeps the two Tigres behind. Now maybe the onus is on Malcolm Blackman to make this move stick quickly before the leader escapes. That's exactly what he does then. A mistake from Burrows through the first part of club, opened the door through the second part, and it is going to be Blackman that moves through into second position. So Smith leads, Blackman now second, Burrows third, another Smith in fourth. There always have been plenty of Smiths racing in this championship. Colin Smith, that is, in fourth position. Incidentally, the pole sitter Lewis Smith is still running. So he just came across the line then and did a 1 minute 11.486. That is a personal best lap, and it's every bit as quick as the race leaders. So I've no idea what was going on with Lewis Smith at the start of the race. He was in 9th position. Here he comes, look, the white Mercedes on the inside, trying to get past the Mitsubishi Colt now of Young. And was it smoking? Oh, he's pulled off for good now, though. He's pulled off for good. Just saw in the background the Mercedes was smoking heavily into Village, and he's pulled off the road completely. Through goes Hun on Robertson for 5th position. But we have now properly lost the pole sitter Lewis Smith. That's a big shame. He was just starting to make some progress, getting that car up to the speed it needs to be at, but his race is now over. And I hope that he gets that car sorted for the second race of the day later on. New fastest lap for Malcolm Blackman in second place as he chases after Daniel Smith, just 0.2 of a second between those two now as we continue to focus on the 5th place battle then. With Daniel Hunt having got himself ahead of the Corrado of Robinson. And now he's starting just to ease away from him ever so slightly. 5 laps in the book then. The race leaders about to head out onto the Hangar Straight though, and that really is where the action is likely to kick off very shortly, I think, with that lead gap coming down and down. They're really dropping Steve Burrows though. Burrows nearly 2 seconds behind Blackman actually that time. There are the leaders. Well, I thought they'd be closer than this actually. It wasn't a great first sector that one for Blackman. So they're actually pretty equidistantly spaced out as they head into Stowe Corner this time. Blackman then must have made a mistake somewhere through the first set. Oh, yellow flags, and that's why Simon Hutt has pulled off in the BMW. Now that is a dangerous position. That's right in the firing line should somebody else get it wrong into club. So we're going to see possibly the need for the safety car to come back out. That would bunch everyone up together again, but in only a 15-minute race, you don't want to be spending too much time behind the safety car. Back through they come then. That time around, the fastest car of the leaders was the 3rd place car of Burrows, 1 minute 12.0, 8 tenths quicker than the leader, about 2 tenths, about 1.2 seconds quicker than Blackman in second. He did have a poor lap then. Regrouping now, well he was trying to. Had a big moment though going through Village. Perhaps a sign of what he did a lap ago to lose that big chunk of time. Now, does that mean that Burrows is going to be close enough to attack him down the Hangar Straight? They were only 6.5 tenths apart at the start of the lap. No, again, the gap's pretty equal as they race towards Stowe Corner for the 7th time. We're into the second half of the race now as well. 7 minutes to go in this opening round of the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Intermarques Series. Daniel Smith leading the way. He is one of several drivers to have led this race at one point or another. In fact, Malcolm Blackman, I think the only one of this group that hasn't yet had the lead, but he wants it, doesn't he? He's closed right in at the end of the lap again. Does seem like a tale of two halves, the lap for these two, doesn't it? Smith quicker in the first sector, and then Blackman really good through this final part of the lap. It means he comes across the line only 3 car lengths behind, and that is officially 3.5 tenths of a second as they head towards Abbey Corner again. Then through here, look, he's struggling to get the front of the car turned in, missed the apex there through Abbey Corner, and that was really cost him because here now comes Burrows with another half chance to get up the inside of Village. We've seen Blackman making mistakes here already. Again, he's a bit wide over the curb there. Gets him back on the racing line, but he needs to sort this first sector out if he's going to have any chance of going after Daniel Smith through the second half of the lap. So, intriguing race this between Daniel Smith, Malcolm Blackman and Steve Burrows. Blackman still not falling into the clutches of Burrows though, is he? So maybe it's a Vauxhall Tigra thing. Maybe the Vauxhalls just don't like the first sector. But, so much quicker through Stowe Corner. There are still yellow flags out though. Well, saved by the yellow flag, Daniel Smith there, because he was definitely going to be under pressure into club from Blackman. Blackman almost ran into the back of him through Stowe, so much quicker was he mid-corner. But they couldn't do anything with it because the yellow flags prohibited him from overtaking the Mercedes into the next braking zone. He's very close, though, as they come across the start-finish line. Yeah, Daniel Smith moves right up towards the pit wall. There is no way Malcolm Blackman is getting through on the inside line, but this is where Blackman made a mistake a lap ago. He has another twitch, and now here comes Burrows with the run on him for second position. Just seems to struggle to follow another car through there, does Blackman. Maybe these cars really are aerodynamically sensitive. Running in the dirty air, the aerodynamic wake of the car in front seems to be affecting Blackman quite badly, and yet doesn't seem to affect Steve Burrows behind him in third. So they're all right back together again as they head onto the Hangar Straight once more. Now this is where Blackman has been strong down at Stowe Corner. As long as those yellow flags are still out at Club Corner though, that is going to keep on protecting Daniel Smith in the Mercedes. Tigra does look like maybe a slightly smaller car, doesn't it? So maybe it's a bit better through the corners. And the Mercedes may be enjoying the high-speed element of the first sector now. I don't see any yellow flags this time, so the race is on. Blackman to the outside of Smith, who is sideways. They're both sideways, actually, and they go 3 abreast into Club Corner. Around the outside goes Burrows. Surely that's not going to work. He has to bail out of it, but he's going to get a better exit from the corner than both of the drivers in front of him. Just about with his nose ahead at the line was Blackman, but Smith is coming back at him, and Burrows is going to go on the inside of both of them as he looks to the inside. There's no way through, though. 4 minutes left on the clock, and this race is really coming alive in its second half. It looked like Daniel Smith had this in the bag midway through, but Malcolm Blackman did officially lead his first lap that time by 65 of a second, and now he's wide at Village, though, and he's going to undo all of that hard work. Burrows comes back at him, and I think will take second place away from him through Chapel Corner, so car number 16 back into P2, and that's exactly what Daniel Smith wanted to see in his mirrors, because it means he's got a good lead now as they head down towards Stowe Corner again. Definitely the corner at which Smith is struggling the most. Through the right-hander they go. Further back, there is the Ford of Daniel Hunt running in 5th position. He's catching, in fact he's caught and has overtaken the 491 car of Colin Smith, which has really faded in this race. You can see him there, the silver Vauxhall, behind now the yellow and red Ford. So Daniel Hunt, having started in a lowly 10th place, is on course for a 4th place finish here, nearly 20 seconds off the leaders, who are again battling down the pit straight. I just saw out of the window. But Daniel Hunt looking good for 4th position. Right, challenge on for the lead. It's still the Mercedes that hangs on, though. And now Burrows and Blackman are starting to run out of time. Just 2.5 minutes and change to go. Mercedes leading the 2 Vauxhalls, but will the dynamic of this battle change now that it's not Blackman in second, but Burrows? It seems like it will, because Burrows is stronger through this first sector than Blackman has been, and that means he's staying tightly on the tail of the Mercedes. They both take very tight lines into Chapel, but it didn't really seem to slow them down too much on the exit of the corner. Interestingly there, Smith defending the inside line, but Burrows showing no intention of going with him. He stays to the outside and doesn't try and pick up the slipstream. Doesn't really matter. Maybe he doesn't want to be too close through Stowe because he knows he's going to get a good run through the corner compared to the Mercedes ahead. Having said that, actually, he didn't get a great run that time, and so the gap stays the same on corner exit as it was going in. They're going to come across the line this time to start what should be the penultimate lap of the race. We've had a few races finishing early today, but I don't think this one will, because there are not any cars in dangerous positions. That's the only one that could have been the BMW of Simon Hutt, but as you can see, it's being pushed down the pit lane now by the marshals. So hopefully this one should go the distance. So in theory, 2 more laps to go. 0.6 miles then before we decide the outcome of the opening round of the championship. It's been a brilliant race, this. Probably made more entertaining by the fact that Lewis Smith has had some mechanical dramas. I wouldn't wish that on him, of course, but it certainly gifted us a really good fight for the race victory. Daniel Smith has led most of this race in the blue number 33 Mercedes SLK. Is he going to lead when it really counts at the end of it? Down the back straight then, are they side by side behind? Yes, I think they are. Malcolm Blackman up the inside of Steve Burrows for second place. I think this is bad news for Daniel Smith, actually, because I do think that Blackman is a bit quicker than Burrows. Now that he's into P2, he's going to have just over a lap to try and chase back down the race leader, who is smoking slightly, is he not, Daniel Smith? Like a wisp of maybe tyre smoke there from the left rear corner. It could just be that he's pushing so hard that he's actually sliding that tyre slightly through the high-speed corners. Oh, Blackman giving it his absolute all. Made a little bit of a mistake there through the first part of Club Corner. Across the line they go. On to the final lap of racing then in the first race of the weekend for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club and their Intermarques series. Now, if what we saw through the middle portion of the race stays true on the final lap, it looks as though Blackman's going to struggle to catch Smith through the first sector, but he might just have a run at him through the final few corners. Certainly so far so true, because he has dropped back a touch through the first couple of corners, but we've seen him gain huge chunks of time through Stowe Corner earlier on in the race. Not to say that he'll definitely do that on the final lap, and that's what he'll need to do if he's going to have any chance of beating Daniel Smith. I think he's too far back, isn't he? That's got to be over a second, the margin between the two of them. Daniel Smith has put together a really strong final few laps here to make the break at the head of the field, and I think even the best run in the world through Stowe Corner is not going to bring Malcolm Blackman in touch with the race leader. A car pulling into the pit lane up the road. That might be Lewis Smith back in again, possibly having... no, I think it's actually Beardsmore, the silver number 59 of Nigel Beardsmore, pitting on the final lap. But no such problems for this Mercedes. It's about the only Mercedes that hasn't had problems in this race, and that is going to be enough in the end to gift the race victory to Daniel Smith. Checkered flag waves for Daniel Smith, a brilliant race win for him. Second goes to Malcolm Blackman, a fighting second place, with Steve Burrows eventually fading down to third by the flag, but a brilliant scrap there between the three of them that looked as though it was going to rage right down to the wire, but Daniel Smith in the end winning by 1.1 seconds. It's going to be Daniel Hunn in fourth position in the yellow and red Ford Fiesta. He crosses the line now. Fifth place for the silver Vauxhall Tigra of Colin Smith. And then next up should be the VW Corrado of Robertson, the Mitsubishi Colt of Young, and then this car, the Volker Tim-driven Audi TT. Oh, well, there's going to be a change here, isn't there? The Mitsubishi up the inside line, and Young is maybe going to steal the place. Oh, no, not quite. By 45 thousandths of a second, Mick Robertson hangs on to sixth position with Philip Young in sixth. That was really, really close indeed. Young had the move made halfway through Club Corner, but you just can't carry that speed on the inside line through the second apex quite like you can on the outside, and so the VW beats out the Mitsubishi. Then it is the Audi TT of Tim, and with Nigel Beardsmore heading to the pit lane on the final lap, that is going to be the final finisher. So just the 8 cars running in the end. These cars can be a bit highly strung sometimes, though. Mechanical problems not uncommon. No such problem for our podium finishers, of course, who put on a great show, and hopefully we'll see some of those that had troubles in this one coming out a bit stronger in race 2, in particular Lewis Smith, who I guess is now going to have to start from the back of the grid. So race results then for our first Intermarques race of the day. Daniel Smith the winner, Malcolm Blackman in second place, Steve Burrows third, Daniel Hunn in fourth, ahead of Colin Smith fifth, Mick Robertson sixth, Philip Young seventh, eighth Volker Tim, ninth for Nigel Beardsmore. He will probably still be classified because he was only 1 lap down and he was technically still running at the flag. Simon Hutt, though, is a non-finisher, Eric Bolton too, as well as John Price, and of course Lewis Smith, who we saw did stay out for a few laps before bailing for the pit lane with what was obviously a terminal problem. So, very entertaining first race of the day for the Intermarques. They'll be back out again a little bit later on, but for now they're heading down to the pit lane to have a chat with Jake Sanson.
Fascinating stuff from the Intermarques. They really gave us a good battle, and Dan Smith is clambering out of his beautiful Mercedes. Dan, well, that was a very well put together race, particularly those last couple of laps where you finally managed to get the gung-ho in the car and you started to pull away.
Started to towards the end. I think Steve and Malcolm were battling, luckily, so it kind of let me get away a bit. But yeah, it was something's definitely getting a bit hot in there. It was definitely a bit smoky.
Yeah, I can actually see. Let's have a look at in the cockpit. You can actually see that would not have lasted another couple of laps or so, because it was getting pretty difficult out there.
It was seriously hot out there. Yeah, the car. It's not too bad driving it, but the car was really on its limit around there. So, but yeah, great fun.
Fantastic, and obviously that's a great way to start the weekend. There's another great race coming up later. Do you think you can get on top of those issues?
Well, yeah, I should see what it is. I think it must be an oil somewhere, leak somewhere. So we'll see what we can find and go from there. So.
Take a nice swig of oxygen. I think you've earned it.
We'll do. Hard work. So.
Fair play. So there you go. Dan Smith was actually literally running the gauntlet there because the car was starting to cook a little bit. So he was very, very lucky that the checkered flag came out when it did. So a little bit nasty. Now, Malcolm Blackman is the man who came home in second position. I'm not entirely sure where Steve Burrows has wandered off to. I think he's already gone round the back. I didn't think he was... Oh, has he come through? He's in Parc Fermé. Right, let's see if we can find him. Rod Burley's coming over. We're going to have a word with Rod Burley a bit later when he wins his 789th race victory. Steve Burrows, so he's already gone straight through. So he's already all the way there. Unfortunately, I'm not going to get a chance to talk to him. But let's have a word with Malcolm Blackman anyway. Malcolm, long time no see. Good to see you, and a nice second place to start the day.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the car was good enough. I made a few mistakes where we haven't drove it for quite a while. So, yeah, and I don't really know the circuit very well. So, yeah, it's definitely got better as the race went on.
And life in the Modern and Classic Motorsport Club, it's looking pretty exciting these days, and what Mr. Culverhouse is coming up with, it looks pretty good for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if a few of the drivers, because they sort of split up and then they're coming back slowly, but I think this meeting was still a tad early in the season. A lot of boys are still expecting another month, so then we've never really done their cars at Christmas. they haven't got them done, and it's so hard to get parts now with COVID and the way it is. No one's got it on the shelf, so them who think they're going to ring up and order the stuff, like a friend of mine's looking for, I think there's 2 of them that's waiting for windows, and they're not here. So, you know, it's just, and you can't do nothing else.
Interesting. So now that the car, you've given it a little bit of a warm-up in that first race, the second one, can you push anything more out of it? Can you get the win?
If I don't make the mistakes, I've got a chance of winning. It's just, you know, with Dan, I picked the wrong side, then Steve blocked the hole, and it's just racing, you know. It's not fighting one, you're fighting 2, so you're trying to defend as well as overtake. And then I thought I had him, and then I missed the gear, and it's like, and then you've got to build it all back up again. So yeah, it was good. I mean, it's good. It's quite, some of the races we've had at Brands have been quite boring. That was a really good, exciting. I should think it was good, exciting for everyone else to watch as well.
Yeah, we definitely enjoyed watching that, Malcolm. We're looking forward to the next one. Hope it's a good one for you.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Excellent. Well, that was a very hot and bothering race there for the Intermarques. You can see again. Look at the machine that Dan Smith has just been able to bail out of. Goodness me, any longer, and that could have got a very, very hot seat indeed. But I tell you what, the Intermarques have got another race coming up. Hopefully they'll get on top of that, ready for race 2, and Dan will come out again and do the business for a second time. We're going to take a breather in a moment, and then we've got another action-packed afternoon of racing ahead.
Yes, we do indeed, with still a lot more races to come. 9 more races this afternoon, so we are going to take a very short break now, but make sure you're back at around about 1:30 this afternoon, because we've got so much more to come. We've got 2 races from the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, from the Ford Modified Series, from the Super Saloons and Tin Tops from the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, as well as a race apiece for the Mazda MX-5 Championship and the MX-5 SuperCup. So plenty of close racing action to come here at the Silverstone International Circuit, with racing due to resume at just past 1:30. So go off and grab a bite to eat. Make sure you're back for the afternoon's racing. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to Silverstone. It has been a very busy start to the Sunday of activity here at the British Racing and Sports Car Club's season opener. We had Fun Cup yesterday and Formula Fords yesterday and this morning, and now we're going to settle in for a brilliant afternoon of motorsport action from our guests, the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, where they'll bring out the Tin Tops and Intermarques over the course of the afternoon. But we're going to have some Mazdas through the day as well. It's a personal favourite of mine, and coming out next, it is the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship for their first race of the season. Andy McEwen will talk you through the grid.
Yes, thank you, Jake. The Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, as he says, is about to make its way out onto the circuit. Now, when you see these cars, you might, well, look at them and think, well, hang on a minute, they're exactly the same cars as the ones that race in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. And you'd be right, they are exactly the same cars that race in the Mazda MX-5 Championship, exactly the same set of regulations. So what is the point in having two different championships running on the same event with exactly the same cars? Well, the Clubman Championship is exactly that. It is a championship for Clubman racing drivers, drivers that are wanting to get out there and have a taste of MX-5 racing, but perhaps aren't quite ready to commit to the full, intense season of racing that the MX-5 Championship itself entails. The MX-5 Championship, for example, always has 3 races on any given weekend, a qualifying session and 1 race on the Saturday, and then 2 races on the Sunday. They're always essentially double-header events. Now, that, of course, means there is an increase in costs because of the extra track time and night's accommodation, etc., etc. It all adds up. So the Clubman Championship has just the 2 15-minute races over just 1 day, so it reduces the costs, and it's proven to be really popular. We've got 35 cars lining up on the grid for this one, and it's a grid that is headed by Ali Bray. Ali Bray starting on pole position in number 17, the man behind AB Motorsport, who run a number of cars across the MX-5 Championships. Harry Storer is alongside him. Harry Storer, the reigning champion, with Matthew Fletcher and Declan McDonnell on row number 2. Neil Chisnall and Nick Ledoyen are on the third row of the grid, with John Pethick and Alan Hawkins on row 4. Steve Brown and Charles Boniface on the 5th row, ahead of Chris Dawkins, always rapid, former MX-5 SuperCup podium finisher Chris Dawkins, and Graham Rumsey for company. Tom Mallet and Matthew Goddard are next, alongside Felix Lowe and William Bream. Michael Pearce and Jamie Turner on the 9th row, with Kevin Bird and Richard Bartlett rounding out that top 20. And that is just really past the halfway mark on this grid. 35 cars, as I said, entered. It's a bigger grid, I think, than they had for most of last season. Last season was the debut season for the MX-5 Clubman Championship here at the Brscc, so I guess it makes sense. It's getting more and more popular as it moves into its second full season of racing. There you can see that 10th row of the grid, Bird and Bartlett together, 19th and 20th, ahead of George Grant, who's racing in every single Mark 1 MX Championship, MX-5 race this weekend, alongside Peter Williams on the 11th row, Jake Stiles and Tim Storer on row 12, ahead of Rob Greensmith and Austin Varco on the 13th row of the grid. There they are. Austin Varco, one of 2 drivers racing as a guest, 17 and 117 racing as guest drivers, and therefore not scoring point. 17 being Ali Bray on pole position. Then it is Andrew Dean and Del Pace on the 14th row of the grid. Row 15 for Dale Whiteman and James McCutcheon. Row 16 is where we find David Scowler and Chris Thelwell, with Jason Aisbert, Tom Cannon and Chris Whitmore, the last 3 cars on the grid. So that is how the 35-car grid lines up. Opening round of the championship, this of course, so no championship points to take into consideration just yet. But of course, this is the second season of racing for the category, and last year's championship was a pretty close affair, going right down to the very end of the year. Just had a word with Dan Blake, actually, who was one of the front runners and championship contenders through last season, and he's not racing this weekend in Mazdas, but he is looking at racing in something a little bit later on in the season, he tells me, so that's pretty exciting. Harry Storer, though, the man with whom he sparred for that championship last year, is very much here, and he starts on that front row of the grid as, presumably then, the championship favourite, with a lot of his rivals from last year not back at least for a full season this time around. But then we've got a few drivers up there who are definitely capable of winning races. Declan McDonnell, for example, former BMW Compact Cup racer, has been doing a bit of MX-5 racing of late and is pretty rapid in anything that he gets into. So he's going to be for sure a challenger for race victories here today, using that black number 43 car that starts on the inside of row number 2. Right, 5-second board goes out, red lights about to go on. Ali Bray on pole position, Harry Storer alongside. Lights out, who gets into the first corner first? It looks like a good start actually from the 2 cars on the inside of the grid. Declan McDonald definitely seemed to beat Matthew Fletcher away on the second row, but is it going to be Harry Storer that leads them into the first corner? It looks like it might be. He's got his nose ahead of the red car of Ali Bray as they turn through Abbey for the first time and head around Farm into the braking zone at Village, but no, it is going to be Bray that just about sweeps into the lead. Lots of cement dust down there after the Intermarques race just before the lunch break and a couple of mechanical issues that cars had, so that's going to impair grip levels and impair the vision as they head through that sequence of corners for the first few times. Alan Hawkins there in the Jigsaw car, number 722. One of the best liveries out there, in my personal opinion. Started 8th, looks like he's gained a position or 2 from where he started. Down the Hanger straight then, there is Bray leading the way. Harry Storer in second position. Harry Storer, who was 6 times a winner, 5 times a winner last season, including a win here at Silverstone on the national circuit in June. Finished quite so well in the first race that weekend, and Harry definitely sort of struggled to get it over the line with more and more competitive drivers arriving in the second half of last season. He wasn't able to hit the podium spots quite as frequently, but he's really showing how quick he is here in a very competitive grid. Hawkins sideways there around the outside of Matthew Fletcher. Has slipped behind Declan McDonald there in that first black 43 car. Across the line they go, top 2 breaking away here. Bray leading from Storer second, then they go back to McDonald third, side by side for fourth. Hawkins on the inside of Matthew Fletcher through Abbey Corner. He will go through and possibly bring with him the 150 of John Pethick, who runs wide. They all run wide. Hawkins is wide, and Clive Chisnell can't believe his luck. He's going to pick up at least 2, maybe 3 places out of all of that. Chisnell in the silver, green and purple car is gonna Neil Chisnell, excuse me, not Clive Chisnell, Neil Chisnell. You can see Alan Hawkins still trying to find his way back onto the road through Village Corner, but yeah, Chisnell got past most of those cars as they all tripped over each other. 3 wide into Chapel doesn't often work. Number 22 is Chris Dawkins, the blue machine, moving through nicely from 11th on the grid. Mind you, he was still 11th at the end of that opening lap. He picked up a few positions in that exchange. I'd expect him to as well. Very quick driver is Chris. Race leaders then down at Stowe Corner. Declan McDonald sort of on his own in third now. Ahead of this squabbling pack of cars, 4th place on back. 50 going through is John Pethick, the light blue car with white stripe. Descend the hill, past the wing, into Club. Chisnell on the inside defending from Pethick. As they turn left and then turn right through the double apex right-hander at Club, which has been the scene of all sorts of shenanigans so far today. Wide line for Chisnell there, but that actually can help you. That green stuff, the AstroTurf, is a lot grippier today than it was yesterday. So drivers are actually able to dip into that. Well, they shouldn't be, but they are able to dip onto it and not lose quite so much time. Across the line we go then. Lead gap 0.6 of a second, then a further 2.7 seconds back to Declan McDonald in third. Got Fletcher and Chisnell behind him. Pethick there defending his inside line. Got Chris Dawkins part of this fight now, the darker of the 2 blue cars. 22 trying to get up the inside of number 14, Charles Boniface, who's having a really good race from 10th on the grid. 7th on the line. So just about still in the position that he holds on to. 90 behind is Steve Brown, the Go For It Racing drivers. Look to that name. Really getting stuck into that battle. As they go underneath the vehicle bridge down the Hanger Straight towards Stowe Corner, past the Porsche centre and into the right-hander. Dawkins on the inside there, manages to hold on to the place. Can he get past Boniface as well though? That's what he's trying to do. Sweeps a little bit too wide on the exit, but that's okay. Gives him the inside down through the Vale. That's the grandstand. Into the braking zone and past the number 14 car he goes. The Misty Racing car, which almost dishes out a bit of contact to Chris Dawkins as they come out of the corner. Back across the start-finish line again then. So 3 laps in the books. Leaders staying right together here. Harry Story well and truly going with Ali Bray. And of course, from a championship perspective, Harry doesn't really need to beat Ali because Ali isn't scoring points as a guest driver. We saw this in the SuperCup, of course, with Aidan Hills, exactly the same thing. although no one could live with Aidan Hill's speed in the SuperCup races we've had so far. This time, Ali Bray does have some competition. So too does Declan McDonald, because Matthew Fletcher is right with him now. Matthew Fletcher looking like he's going to try and build up here to a challenge down the back straight, maybe. Dip into that slipstream. We've seen it so powerful in these Mark 1 cars. The great things about this championship is, of course, because it uses exactly the same cars, running to the same set of regulations as the Mark 1 championship itself, they can take these cars and race in both championships on the same event if they want to, and they can move up, indeed, at the end of a season from Clubman into the MX-5 Championship, which is what we've seen a few drivers do this year. It's a great stepping stone, the sort of bottom rung of the Mazda MX-5 racing ladder. This looks interesting, 3 wide, and Chris Dawkins going backwards this time, because up the inside of him goes Steve Brown, and Charles Boniface trying to go around the outside, and he will do, I think, gets himself the inside line. He goes off the road, so there was no hope for Chris Dawkins, who was on the outside, but Dawkins keeps his foot in it, and actually carries much more speed off the corner. I'm not convinced about the legality of that pass. I'm also not convinced about the legality of that hip and shoulder as they come down the pit straight. And Chris Dawkins getting his elbows out here, well and truly. Not too much, really. Out of the first corner they go. That was feisty stuff through the final corner. Dawkins getting the better, though, in that exchange. Lost touch now rather with Steve Brown, and they've been caught by the next group of cars, headed by, that's 550, I think, is it? Yeah, 550 Tom Mallet. Started 13th, is now running in 10th position. Field streaking through. What happened to Alan Hawkins? Because Hawkins has dropped down into 19th spot, hasn't he? And Hawkins was inside the top 5 on the opening lap or so. So, oh, he had that moment, didn't he, at Abbey Corner, which was at least 3 minutes ago, so long since deleted from my memory. Yeah, ran wide at Abbey, and that is how much time he lost, because you can't really easily rejoin the track again through Farm. You have to stay off the road all the way up into Village, and then sort of do a turn and get back on the road. Big rocket there through Club. Neil Chisnell here at the head of this little gaggle. Chisnell, Pethick, and then the really rapid Steve Brown, who caught that group pretty quickly. Towards the end of another lap. There goes the third place battle, front of shot. Declan McDonald and Matthew Fletcher. They're pairing off a bit, aren't they? Here comes Dawkins. Now we know he's not, no, that's not Dawkins, sorry. That is number 45, one of the blue cars, Graham Rumsey. Going past Tom Mallet there. Number 18, Matthew Goddard, keeping a watching brief. The orange car at the back of that queue. Village then, the Silverstone wing in the background. And we'll see another change here, are we? That's Dawkins and Boniface back at it again. No love lost between these two so far in this race, and it is the Misty Racing driver who gets himself ahead that time. Dawkins losing a spot. That's that next group I was talking about. Rumsey just ahead of Mallet, just ahead of Matthew Goddard. Move into the second half of the race. Chisnell now with a challenge from John Pethick. Pethick, the blue car at the inside. And ahead, we have a change for third place. Matthew Fletcher with a lovely move on the inside of Declan McDonald. And nothing really Declan could do about that. He gave Fletcher the inside line, and Matthew was only too happy to fill it. To take over the spot. Nicely done. Oh dear, they're back at it again. Dawkins and Boniface. Dawkins waving. I'm not sure why he's waving at Charles, because he outbraked himself, and they sort of ended up trading paint because of that. And now there are more people joining in. There wasn't room there. Graham Rumsey trying to close the door on Matthew Goddard, who just about got himself out of that hole before it ended in significant contact. That brings Tom Mallet back up the inside of him as they plunge into Abbey Corner, pretty much flat out in these Mark 1 cars. But this duel between Charles Boniface and Chris Dawkins has trouble written all over it, doesn't it? Started next to each other on the grid, well, 10th for Charles, 11th for Chris. They've been inseparable since then. Frustration building up, I think, from one driver to the other. Lead gap, by the way, had been going up, but a good lap that time for Harry Storer means it's back down to half a second. He doesn't seem to have anything to go and challenge Ali Bray, really. Nor, as we've said, does he need to. They're 8 seconds ahead of Matthew Fletcher and Declan McDonald in their fight for third place. And Bray not scoring points. Yellow flags down into clubs, and someone's off. That's who it was, number 55, Chris Whitmore. Qualified off the back of the grid. Still getting to grips with the Silverstone International circuit. Had a quick rotation there at club, but gets going again, and now needs to watch his mirrors because the leaders aren't that far behind. New fastest lap, by the way, for Harry Storer. 121.948 would have put him comfortably on pole position, about 4/10 quicker than anyone went in qualifying. An example here of a battle deeper in the field. The 77 car, the white and purple striped car, is James McCutcheon. The sandwich here, he's got the 65 in front of him. Peter Williams, that is. He's trying to find a way past. To no avail for the time being. Now, Declan McDonnell, having lost that third place, far from getting it back, has actually fallen back into the clutches of Pethick and Chisnell here. Pethick number 150, feeling the pressure from Neil Chisnell. They've always been working together here to get onto terms with the fourth place car, and of course if they get past McDonnell quickly, then Matthew Fletcher isn't that far up the road either. Through Stowe. Leader's long since gone. Still the same order between those top two, so we're not missing anything there. The action is for third, fourth, fifth and sixth places really. There are the leaders. See, it's still close. Ali Bray in the red AB Motorsport car, which isn't, there's something not quite right about that. An AB Motorsport car should be white and purple. And as the team boss, maybe he's allowed to run a different livery. But it's certainly a well-prepared car, as all of Ali Bray's cars are. And he's proven here that he's not forgotten how to pedal them either. Harry Storer is not letting him get away here. He's close enough that if he wanted to try and make a move on the last lap, he probably could down that back straight. Oh, yeah, this is what I just saw out of my window. They're 5 wide down the pit straight. Something will have to give here. They cannot get through Abbey Corner like this. This is the Dawkins battle again. I can't see. Oh, no, around goes Graham Rumsey. Oh, somehow they all avoid him, and Rumsey spins into the pit exit. Having sorted it all out on the entry to the corner, he then managed to spin on his own. That's really unfortunate. But yeah, my question was, where is the number 14 car at Boniface? Well, the answer is he's a few seconds up the road. So somehow those two got separated. I'm not going to speculate on how that happened, but we have seen them making contact once or twice in this race. And Dawkins on this occasion drops back into this pack, and then that caused an absolute explosion of activity down the pit straight. I happened to look out of my window just as they went past, and they were filling the track from one white line to the other. Brilliant stuff. And apart from the spin for Rumsey, which wasn't contact-induced, it must be said, they kept it all nice and clean. Alan Hawkins is a part of this as well in the 722 car. He's just got up the inside of Tom Mallet. We'll see at the end of the lap where that puts him, but he might just have scraped back into the top 10 now. Rumsey was 10th. He's had a spin. Mallet was 11th. Oh, but now Hawkins, having gained one, might lose one as well, because on the inside goes the number 58, I think that was. Oh no, and more contact. Round goes the number 70 car, almost collected by a couple of others. That's Michael Pierce. Didn't quite see how that started. There's another car exiting stage left there onto the grass. So there was obviously contact to spark all of that off. He's going to continue, I think. More completely unnecessary contact down the straight. Number 2, Jake Stiles, trying to force number 78 Richard Bartlett to take a tighter line down the straight than he wanted to, but Richard's too experienced to give way to that. Right, we're going to go on to the last lap, I think, this time. The leaders are down at Stowe. And you can see what I mean here. Harry Storer more than close enough, if he wants to have a go at Ali Bray. I know that sounds like a daft thing to say. It's a motor race, of course he'll want to, but it's not necessarily worth risking this. The 100 championship points that he'd get for a essentially race win, Harry Storer, just to try and win it on the road. Being said, bet against him having a go at maybe Stowe on the final lap. He's got a good exit here when the next get to Chapel Corner. Use that toe down the back straight. He's close as they head towards Abbey. Don't think we'll see the move come through the first sector. Half a second in it then. Storer still has the fastest lap as well, a 121.9, about a 10th quicker than Ali Bray has managed in this one. And just checked out 11 seconds on the road for everyone else. Jake Stiles is sideways again through the club, chasing down the green car of Jamie Turner with Richard Bartlett back to play again behind him. There's the recovering Graham Rumsey, just saw him going through, and then also the 55 of Chris Whitmore. Both of those two cars have had a spin in this race. Whitmore is a lap down though. Aston Varco going through. So where are the race leaders then? They should be coming down the Hanger Straight shortly, I think. Here they come. And Harry Storer not really close enough, actually. Obviously didn't get a great exit from Chapel. So it looks like Ali Bray is going to do this then in what I think is his first race in the Clubman Championship. Certainly didn't score any points last year, but of course he's a guest driver here today, so I suppose he could have done the odd race. But anyway, he's racing here and he's showing everyone how it's done. Harry Storer chased him but wasn't able to do anything with him ultimately. Out of the final corner he comes. The time will just tick down to 0 now, and the checkered flag is out for Ali Bray, who wins the first race of the season for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Second goes to Harry Storer, the reigning champion. Another strong result. Oh, and Neil Chisnell's off with Declan McDonnell at Club Corner. Chisnell in the gravel. That was the fight for 4th position. Matthew Fletcher comes home 3rd, and John Pethick will inherit 4th place. McDonnell 5th. And Chisnell, unfortunately, is not going to finish the race. Didn't see the start of that, but that is such a shame. Literally 1 corner from home, and it's all gone wrong for those two. McDonnell has been slipping back slightly from where he'd run earlier on, but obviously Neil Chisnell was trying to get past him. You can see the skid marks on the road there. It's almost like one of them got sideways and the other was just sort of in the way. Hard to tell without seeing it, of course. Out of the final corner comes this gaggle a bit further down the order. 117 is Austin Varco. 20th place for him, just behind Graham Rumsey. So Rumsey gets 19th after his spin at this corner a few laps before the end. Another entertaining and eventful race then for the MX-5 Clubman Championship that is won by Ali Bray, but as a guest driver he doesn't score the points, so the 100 points, the maximum points, goes to Harry Storer because he got the fastest lap as well, and Harry Storer will be very, very pleased with that, because not only does he get the points, but he was 10.5 seconds ahead of anybody else, Matthew Fletcher being first of those in 3rd position. So it bodes well for the rest of the season here for Harry Storer, having not maybe had the ultimate pace over the final couple of meetings last year. Nice to see that he's back in 2022 and right on the speed once again. So Bray gets the victory then, still waiting for the last couple of cars to come across the start-finish line. In fact, they should now have done that. The leading cars duck into the pit lane. So let's take a look then at provisionally how our first Clubman race of the season finished. Ali Bray with the victory. Harry Storer gets the maximum points in 2nd place though. Matthew Fletcher 3rd, John Pethick 4th, Declan McDonnell, the winning Masters driver, ahead of Steve Brown, Charles Potterface, who gets the better of Chris Dawkins after their race-long tussle. Nick Ledoyen and Felix Lowe round out the top 10. They swapped positions on the last lap. Then it's Matthew Goddard and Alan Hawkins, Kevin Bird and Jamie Turner ahead of Jake Stiles after his couple of moments. Richard Bartlett was behind him ahead of Will Breen, Rob Greensmith. Rob Greensmith was 2nd in the championship last year, only 18th in this one, ahead of Graham Rumsey in 19th, and Austin Vargo 20th. Then Tim Storer, Del Pace, Peter Williams, and the rest scrolling through at the bottom. As far as retirements go, there weren't that many. In fact, I think there was only 1 car that wasn't running at the end, and that was Tom Mallett. Tom Mallett, oh no, and of course Neil Chisnell and Michael Pearce. Don't know where Pearce went. Chisnell we saw went off at the final corner into the gravel trap. So he, Pearce and Mallett not running at the end. Right, let's head down to the pit lane and have a chat with our podium finishers.
Well, a very exciting start to the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship for this man, Ali Bray. You kind of had a bit of homework to do there. That was pretty tricky out there for a while.
Yeah, it was very tricky, actually. The moving over onto these new tyres, just trying to dial each car in for the customers. Unfortunately, poor Kev's under the weather, so he's not here. I'd like to say thank you very much to him for letting me go and have a play in it. And I'm trying to make it better for you, mate. We've got a bit of a way to go, though. But no, well done to Harry. Kept me honest all race.
It's all research, isn't it?
It is all research. I mean, we're very lucky with running a lot of different things. So yeah, I'm definitely the guinea pig this weekend. But yeah, no, I'd like to say hello to my 2 boys at home. Love you both, and yeah, cheers to the team.
I think Daddy did a very good job today. Good job, mate. Hopefully there's another one.
Cheers. Thank you very much. I'm sure there will be. I love you, Ralphie.
Oh, love of that. We always like a bit of that. Excellent. Right, let's have a word with the reigning champ, Mr. Storer.
Hi.
Hello, Harry. Good to see you again, mate.
Hello.
And that was a pretty good start to the season. A nice little battle to kick things off.
Yeah, I can't ask for anything more than that, really, to be honest. I didn't see the last lap flag, otherwise I think it would have just had a bit of a dive. But no, great to be able to sort of cling on as well and get the points. So happy with that.
So now we've done that in race 1. I guess we've got a little doing what the tyres are doing. You can give it a bit more room for race 2.
Yeah, I'll try and give it a bit more heck and see what happens. But yeah, that's the plan.
Excellent. And obviously with the new start to the championship, these new tyres, everybody's been telling me about just how much more interesting they are this season in terms of how they handle and when they come on and when they drop off. Just how have you been finding it so far?
Well, in all honesty, I really like them because I think when they get up to temperature, they seem to stay there. And for our races are 15 minutes. I don't know about beyond that, but they hold up pretty well. A bit slippy, but not played around with the temperatures or anything, the pressure or anything like that. So, but yeah, no, really good. I like them.
Excellent. Well, hopefully there's more great results and more silverware in race 2.
I hope so. Cheers.
Cheers, Harry. Always good to hear from the reigning champ. We've obviously got a few more people to natter with. I have a feeling that Mark Werrell's just cut my cue to have a word with the number 3 car. But what a fantastic result it has been, and a really good battle. Nice to see the 2 leading guys just stretch away and pull out from the rest of the field. But I have a feeling that they'll all have learnt their lesson. They're not going to battle quite so much in the early stages. They will kick it on and try and stay with the leading 2 for the majority of. Right, that is the first race of the day for the MX-5 Clubmans, but there is still more great motor racing action on the way, and for the first time we're going to get the tin tops underway.
Yes, so whilst Jake goes and has a word with Mark Werrell, the circuit commentator, for jumping in and stealing his interview, I'd like to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. We can look forward to our next race, which is for the Ford Modified Series. Mazda MX-5 fans, though, we've got more MX-5 racing coming up in the not-too-distant future. The third and final MX-5 Championship race is starting just before 3 o'clock, so make sure you tune in then for what should be another excellent race. So the Silverstone International circuit then about to roar back into life with one of the races I'm most looking forward to this weekend. Actually, I mean, they're all good, but the Ford Modified Series, on the couple of occasions that I've seen it in the recent past, has been exceptional. The scale of the grid, not just the number of cars out there, but the variety of car that we have racing in this series is just phenomenal. If you're a fan of blue ovals, then this is the place to be. It's as simple as that, really. The Modified Ford Series does what it says on the tin, essentially. These are Fords, but not necessarily recognisable, apart from a vague resemblance, maybe, to their road-going counterparts. But yeah, everything here. We've got Mark 1 and Mark 2 Escorts, Escort Cosworth, Sierras, Focuses, Fiestas, Ford Pumas, even an XR4i, which did not qualify, but hopefully Ashley Shelswell will get that four-wheel drive Sierra out on track, because I've seen him race that a few times, and he is rapid, especially, of course, when the weather turns a bit more inclement, which thankfully doesn't look like it's going to happen today. The bit of cloud cover we had before is starting to disperse, and we've got near perfect conditions here at the Silverstone International circuit, which is exactly what we like to see. Pole position for the race goes the way of a Mark 1 Ford Escort. It's the RSR version of Jack Gadd. He put in a really quick lap time in the qualifying session this morning. 1 minute 11.236 was a full second quicker than James Allen in his Focus RS 2009 Ford Focus RS. So immediately there, cars with several decades between them, age-wise, a completely different philosophy on how to build a car, and yet they're both sharing that front row of the grid. It's a pair of Escort Mark IIs that will line up on the second row then. Malcolm Harding and Piers Grange, two regulars in not just this series, but pretty much any series they can race those cars in, actually. They're two very well prepared Mark II Escorts. Then a slightly newer Escort, the Escort Cosworth of Dave Mathias, number 87, with Richard Rudd in his Mark I RSR Escort alongside, and there are a lot of Mark 1 and 2 Escorts inside that top 10 of the full grid in a few moments' time. Cars heading out onto the track now, we believe, so we're not that far away from getting the race underway, and yeah, the big field of modified Fords takes to the circuit. There you can see that RSR Mark I Ford Escort that's on the pole position of Jack Gadd. couple of them taking their time a little in getting out onto the racetrack, but they'll all be on their way before too much longer, I'm sure. Really is a delay here in getting a few of them out. We're running ahead of time this afternoon, which possibly is catching one or two of them out. A few drivers maybe have had to rush through their lunch break and get out on track for their race. Piers Grange in the number 56 car. Viewers of these Brscc live streams over the last 12 months or so will be familiar with that car. Always up towards the pointy end of the grid when Piers gets out on track, fourth on the grid, as I said, for this one. Multiple different classes as well, which we have different classes in lots of our races this weekend, but they're all one make races, and the classes are based on driver experience or ability. Here, though, we have such a wide variety of machinery. There are several different classes, so the top three cars on the grid, Gadd, Allen and Harding, all run in different classes. Jack Gadd's Escort is an SB class car. He's the one of only two entrants in that category. Allen's is a Class A Ford Focus, and then B plus for Malcolm Harding's Mark II Ford Escort. But we've got about 6 or 7 different classes. The most populated ones are classes A and B, so they're the two kind of main classes that we'll focus on. And Class B in particular, a little bit further down the order, that's where we find some of the slightly newer front-wheel drive machinery. Some Fiesta ST150s, the Pumas are in that group as well, so we should see some good competition from those cars. So let's take a look then, shall we, at the grid as the stragglers make their way around to it. Jack Gadd's Mark I Escort RSR on pole position, with James Allen's Focus RS alongside him. Rear-wheel drive Escort against front-wheel drive Focus. That could be interesting off the line. Malcolm Harding and Piers Grange in a pair of B plus class Mark II Escort share the second row, ahead of Dave Mathias's Ford Escort Cosworth and Richard Rudd in a car very similar to the pole-sitting Mark I RSR. Dave Cockle in an Escort Cosworth is 7th, alongside Paul Neville, another one of the Mark IIs, and then similar machinery on the 5th row, Craig Rayner's Mark II, and then another Focus, a Focus ST of Rory Jose. Lucky Christoforou in his Escort Mark II is on the 6th row of the grid, alongside a Mark I of Daz Owen, and then the Sierra Cosworth of Sean Fairweather has Joe Oates, his Focus for company on row number 7. Row 8 then for Brian Lilly in the Class A Escort Cosworth, and another Mark I Escort for Tony Paxman, a very experienced racer, Tony Paxman. He should move forward from there. Escort Cosworth for Lloyd Jameson, and another Focus for AJ Howe. That's your 9th row of the grid, and then at the back of the top 20, Graham Waite in a Sapphire Cosworth, and the Escort Mark II of Nigel Craig. Just putting you outside my commentary position. Then it's Alex Boehm's Fiesta 2006. That's the top Class C car, and you can see that he was about half a second or so quicker than Dave Barrett's Mark IV Fiesta in qualifying, but I reckon they could have a pretty close battle within Class C. Mark Fremantle in a Mark I Escort is next, ahead of Tim Sandhu's Fiesta ST150, which runs in Class B. Harry Hardy and Aaron Tucker in a pair of Class B cars, a Puma ahead of a Sierra, share the 13th row. Richard Sanders and Nick Wall on row number 14, and then we've got Jason Stone and Kevin Hadfield on the 15th row. Mac McCarthy and Mark Hadfield on row 16, ahead of Dan Cowan and Gary Coburn, Caitlin May and Chris Burley, and hopefully Ashley Shelswell at the back of the grid. I'm going to try and crane my neck out of the window, well, not out of the window, but towards the window, and see if I can spot that number 3 car at the tail end of the field, the Sierra XR4i, which I'm guessing had some technical gremlins in the qualifying session earlier on. The field stretches so far towards Club Corner that I can't actually see the back of the grid from where I'm sat, so I'll have to wait and see if he is there. Is that a Sierra at the back of the pack? Might be. This is a better view of it. Let's have a look. So the XR2 Fiesta going through there. You can see some of the ST150s here towards the back of the field. It will be a 15-minute race. That is Ashley Shelswell's Sierra, so it is there, the blue and white car with the orange highlights, car number 3. If they've got the problems fixed, that should definitely move through the order. How far through the order it gets, we'll have to wait and see. Looks like we might be missing Tony Paxman. I think we are missing Tony Paxman. He's a non-starter on the 16th spot of the grid. So a gap in front of AJ Howe in the Ford Focus. That's a Ford Focus Estate, a 260 car. I told you we had variety here. I wasn't lying. Right then. Here we go, ready to get racing underway then for the Ford Modified Series in 2022. a 15-minute race. We're going to get a rolling start, of course, for these cars. Getting ahead of myself here. So the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car still out on track, and it will lead them around for the 2x2 rolling start. That does make sense, I suppose, because some of these cars, because it's such a variety of machinery out there, some of them will get really good launches off the line, some of them might not do, and you don't really want those wild speed differences on the start-finish straight. It's plenty wide enough, that start-finish straight here on the Silverstone International circuit, but you don't want to limit the possibilities of damaging some of these very valuable cars, and cars that have been prepared to the highest of standards by their owners. Poured a lot of blood, sweat and tears into getting these cars out onto the track, so hopefully they can all have a clean race, and I'm sure there will be battles to pick up throughout the field, but over just 15 minutes it's going to take quite some time to sorry, you're not going to have that much time to make your progress through the order. The 59 car of Jack Gadd got the pole position time by just under a full second. We've seen before, actually, in this series, that qualifying times are very much a guide only. They don't really tell you an awful lot about how the race is going to pan out, especially given the fact that obviously unreliability can sometimes be a factor with these cars, especially some of the older Escorts. And precisely because they are so highly modified, of course, they are a little bit highly strung, and you can sometimes get the odd mechanical failure. So again, hoping that doesn't happen, but it's just sort of making the point that a 1 second advantage in qualifying does not guarantee you a comfortable run to the race victory. What a sight they make, though, as they come down into Stowe Corner. See a couple of the Escort Cosworths there, my personal favourites of the Escorts. And I say that purely as a 90s rally fan, but I still think it's a really cool looking car. There goes the fleet of Pumas and Fiestas, even a Fiesta XR2 in the tail end of the field as well. That's Gary Coburn, I think, in the XR2 number 72. Leaders, though, come down into Club Corner, and we will now get the race start. That was a little bit close there for Malcolm Harding, almost ran into the back of the pole, so to Jack Gadd. See how neat and tidy they can make this 2x2 start. Well, not very, but anyway, the race gets underway regardless, and a demon start by Dave Mathias in his Escort Cosworth. He was carrying so much more speed across the start finish line, and he's going to go on the inside of everyone. Contact between Piers Grange and Jack Gadd. It's going to be Mathias that leads, Grange second, I think, and the pole sitter down to third, but that silver Escort Cosworth was ready for that rolling start in a way that the race leaders weren't really. I think it was a legal start. I don't think he jumped it. He just happened to pick up the throttle a bit earlier, and with four-wheel drive traction was able to just propel himself up the inside of everyone. He was a bit wide, though, out of Chapel Corner there, so he could come under threat down the straight, but that Escort is quick down that straight. Look at it pull away from the Mark II Escort behind it. Of course, this is something else we're not really used to seeing this weekend, but because we have such a wide variety of cars, some of them are going to excel in a straight, but then others might be better than them through the corners, and so we do get this sort of to and fro style of racing. I think we've had a lead change there, though. Yeah, back into, well, I say back in front for the first time, goes Malcolm Harding, and then right up on two wheels over the curbs. That was scary stuff down at Club Corner. A very entertaining opening lap of the race then. Lucky Christoforou there in his Mark II Escort. Diving on the inside, and there's contact, and that looks like it is the 56 car of Jack Gadd, the pole sitter, and I feel it's the Escort Cosworth. Yes, it is. Dave Mathias is off at Club Corner. Mathias is beached, I think, and pointing the wrong way. That is his car with quite a bit of damage to the front of it as well. That is not what we wanted to see. Jack Gadd gets going again. Gadd, I think, was in third place, wasn't he? Right behind Mathias, with Malcolm Harding leading the way. But if that Escort can't get moving, that's definitely going to have to be a safety car, because we've seen a few people out in that gravel trap over the weekend. So what does that do to the order? Well, it means that the race is being led by Malcolm Harding, with Gadd in second. Third position then for James Allen, by the looks of it. James Allen, who started second, haven't really mentioned him yet in this race, but he's still up there in third place. A very frustrated Dave Mathias trudges away. Talk about a roller coaster ride there. His first lap, he went from being fifth on the grid to leading at turn one, dropped back down to second, and then doesn't even complete the lap. He ends up backwards in the gravel. Got a slow Escort here coming down towards us. That is number 80, I think. Yeah, number 80. Richard Rudd, who started 6th on the grid. So Rudd going no further. Well, make it to the pit lane, but I don't think we'll go much further than that. Over the curbs down into Club, but that car is well and truly beached in the gravel trap. It's just yellow flags at the moment, which surprises me a little. We'll see whether or not there's a decision made to bring the safety car around. Now, there is actually Shellswell overtaking them to yellow flags, or attempting to. Thankfully, I think he saw them at the very last minute. Shellswell is 16th place, having started 37th on the grid. So I told you that if that car was working, it would move forward. It absolutely is. He picks up another place now, going through Abbey Corner. That was the 96 car that he overtook of Nigel Craig. And actually, Shellswell is destined for the top 10 here, I think. Whether or not he can get much further up than that, I'm not too sure, but he is proving just how quick that car is. His last lap time, I can't tell you because the timing screen's not working again, but I would hazard a guess was one of the fastest lap times out there. It'd be nice to be able to compare his speed to the front runners. Just out of interest, if nothing else. Of course, they've got another race later on too, so if he finishes well in this one, at least finishes top 10, might have half a chance of a win afterwards. There's Jack Gadd meanwhile. So Gadd was the other driver in the gravel trap with Dave Mathias. His car seems okay, don't see too much damage to it. They're obviously going to leave Mathias's car where it is, possibly covered by a yellow flag for the remainder of the race. I can see the marshals walking away from that car, so there's no plan to move it just yet. So that is an unfortunate end to Dave Mathias' race. It wasn't a long race for him, but it certainly left its mark on us. Smoky car coming towards us here. That's a Focus, one of the Focuses with perhaps a bit of trouble. 33 is Paul Neville's car. Paul Neville in the Mark II Escort. He's actually found himself a little bit of clear track there. Down to Stowe Corner. Is the 77 car slowing of James Allen, or is that just the normal speed that it takes through that corner? Hard to tell sometimes, because as I said, some of them are really quick down the straights and others less so. Hard sometimes to gauge when one car has a problem or doesn't. No doubt about this car though. Malcolm Harding leading the way, picked his way through the carnage on the opening lap, and despite having a bit of contact at the first corner with Piers Grange, with whom he started alongside. Spin there at Village. Is that 94 Mac McCarthy? I think it is. He's definitely out there in a Fiesta. Yeah, Mac McCarthy, who was hoping that some of his friends and family would be here to support him. I'm not sure if they actually made it to the track on time or not. There was a bit of a panic as to whether they were going to get here, I noticed looking on social media during the lunch break. But there is Mac McCarthy. Great to have him back on the track, and taking a bit of a racing sabbatical a few years ago, and back racing with us now. Sadly, didn't get Village right on that lap, but gets back going again. He's got plenty of other Fiestas to race with out there. Now he's got going again. Malcolm Harding puts a lap on him already. This is something else that we don't really find ourselves talking about very often. Certainly haven't done so far this weekend. Lapped traffic and negotiating cars that are significantly slower than yours if you're the race leader can be treacherous in a series like this. So early in the race, we're only 6 minutes in. Some of them won't necessarily be expecting to be lapped just yet. They're going to move the Cosworth with a live snatch vehicle, so the yellow flag's going to be out there for a little while longer. And that always makes me a little bit nervous because there's a JCB parked in the gravel trap right at the edge of the track, but also it can cause a little bit of trouble when you are in back markers. If you come into a yellow flag zone and you're behind a lapped car, you're still not allowed to overtake it, even though it's not for position. There is no overtaking allowed, full stop. So this could definitely change some of the closer battles. For where those close battles are, well, third and fourth are not a million miles away from each other. Jack Gadd is catching, he's being caught actually by the car behind him of Craig Rayner, number 23. So there's the second place Focus of James Allen. There is Gadd. I said he was being caught. He's not anymore, is he? Because there is the yellow Escort of Craig Rayner. Gap going out again on this lap. You would expect Gadd to be the quicker of the two because of his qualifying pace. The question now then becomes, can he catch James Allen for second? I think he probably can. And then when he gets there, can he even go after the race leader? Nice little squabble coming towards us here. The 96 car, the Escort, at the front of that group. Well, it was. Now the 171 car goes up the inside of Aaron Tucker. Takes the place away. Tucker was 16th. That's now 15th place that he takes. It was Nigel Craig that he managed to overtake. Ashley Shelswell, by the way, is in the top 10 now. Shelswell in the number 3 car is in 10th spot. As you can see on the timing tower. Yellow flag through the Vale now. Now, is that there as part of this recovery effort at Club, or is there another car in strife? I don't think so. I think that's just because the live snatch is in operation around the next sequence of corners. No, it might have been because of this. That's the 80 car, which we've seen for the second time in this race. Richard Rudd has pulled off. Is that coming through Club Corner as well? I think it might be. They've moved the David Mathias car, you can see. It's not in the gravel anymore. So just as one car gets moved out of the way, another one decides to deposit itself at the side of the road as well. Marshall's being kept busy here this afternoon at Silverstone. Up there from the second place car, James Allen, quicker than the race leader, although still 1.9 seconds behind him as this battle continues to rage on. They've swapped back over again now. 96, Nigel Craig back ahead of Aaron Tucker. And Aaron Tucker trying to get the Ford Sierra back ahead of the Escort if he can. One of the Cosworths coming towards us now, number 63, Lloyd Jameson. He's got another Sierra playmate, Sean Fairweather. Started about 2 rows in front of him, so the Sierra, the white Sierra Cosworth, making good progress in this race. Down through the Vale and into Club once again on the 11th lap, 10th lap of the race for those guys. There's the second place car, the Ford Focus coming through shot, number 77. That's James Allen, who will also be leading his class, I suspect. And there is a rather close moment as the number 9 Escort now joins in this battle. There wasn't really room on the inside there. Mark Fremantle backs out in the number 9 car. That's all over 15th, 16th and 17th spots. As we head towards the final third of the race now, 5 minutes still to go. Through Village comes one of the many little scraps going on. One of the great things about multi-class racing is you do get these really interesting fights between cars that, as I said, do make their lap times in very different ways. Seems to be the case here. The Sierra Cosworth seems better down the straights, but then actually the older Sierra is able to gain a bit through the corners. Actually, at the end of the straight, look, the 74 car has the edge. So on pure acceleration, the four-wheel drive Cosworth gets off the corners a bit better, maybe, but then gets reeled in towards the end of the straight on sheer power. Ashley Shelswell's progress, by the way, continues. He's now 9th position. 4 seconds ahead of the last car that he overtook, number 34. And he only overtook him a lap ago, so really racing on is Shelswell. Might try and pick him out if we could. I'm not sure whereabouts on the track he is. We're in the first sector, I suspect, because this is the race leader, Malcolm Harding. You can see how much closer the Focus is getting now. James Allen only a second and a half behind. Harding having a bit of difficulty in traffic. Going to these last 4 minutes, he can't afford to rest on his laurels. He was 3/10 slower than the Focus that time. And 1.26 now becomes the gap. 2 very similarly liveried Escorts go through there. The number 9 car we were just watching. Mark Freeman goes a lap down, but now look, the Focus is there. If they clear this group of traffic, I think James Allen might just try and have a go. It'd be interesting to see whether he can keep up down the straights. In the early stages, he seemed to struggle a little bit to do so. You can see then 77 out onto the Hanger Straight for the 10th time. And no, the Escort's definitely got the legs at the fastest point on the circuit. The Focus gaining through the turns. Slightly clearer road ahead, helped by the fact that one of those back-marking Fiestas bails for the pit lane. Might have been McCarthy again, possibly. It was a grey Fiesta. I think there are 1 or 2 of them out there, though. With less traffic, we'll get a better picture of what the genuine speed is of these 2 drivers. Point their cars. And across the line, gap comes down again by another 2/10. It's now just the well, just under a second separating them with 2.5 laps remaining. And that's touch and go, but we might get 3 more laps out of this. I think we will just get 3 more. Let's see, Harding under pressure, struggling through these technical sections. Rear-wheel drive of the Escort. The Focus RS, I believe, is a 4-wheel drive car in road trim. I would imagine they've kept that 4-wheel drive system in this car, and look at it now. It is actually pretty strong down the straights, isn't it? Closing in with a bit of a slipstream as well. The number 32 car stays out of the way. Chris Burley. There's another lap down in his Ford Fiesta, but game on for the race lead. Both of them sliding a bit wide out of Stowe. Yellow flags are in down at Club as well, so we can overtake at any part of the circuit that we like to. And James Allen will not be too fussy on that. As soon as he gets an opportunity to get alongside, he's surely going to try and take it. He's running out of those opportunities now. We are going to get 2 more laps in then, with 1.5 minutes to go. And they're lapping into 1:13, 1:12s in fact for Allen, another 3/10 quicker, even though there wasn't really any traffic helping him out that time. So now, having caught the leading Escort, the question is where can he make the move? Bit of a mistake there from Malcolm Harding. That's a good sign if you're James Allen, forcing Malcolm to drive a little bit beyond the limit. It's this section where the Focus is strong, isn't it? So he ideally needs to stay really close through Chapel and try and use that to convert it into a run down the Hanger Straight. That looks like it's exactly what he's doing. Flames spitting out of the Focus RS as he tries to pull to the outside line, comes back to the inside again, and he might just be there. The 4-wheel drive car should be good under braking. It is good under braking. He carries the speed into the turn side by side for the race lead with just over a lap to go, and traffic on the horizon. Lots of traffic on the horizon, and they are all cars on different laps to each other as well, so this is going to get very busy indeed. Oh, Harding's off. Malcolm Harding makes a mistake under braking. We saw that coming earlier in the lap when he locked up at Village. He gets it all wrong at Club, and he hands the lead on a plate to James Allen, and James now just needs to get around this last little group of traffic on the final lap, and he will be home free. Now that's not guaranteed, of course. He could also get held up by this traffic, so Harding needs to keep the pressure on if he can. Jack Gadd, meanwhile, in third, just proving what could have been, really, had he not ended up off the road on the first lap by setting the fastest lap on the penultimate lap of the race. Well, brilliant racing. A shame, really, that it's ended in that mistake for Malcolm Harding, but I guess, again, the older Escort using its brakes a little bit more, and Malcolm was clearly on the ragged edge for quite some time there, eventually getting it wrong through the left-hand element of the Club complex. Now James Allen is just a couple of corners from home. He doesn't really need to overtake these 2 cars if he doesn't want to. They are 2 lead lap cars, I think. Certainly the first of them is. Rather rapid Escort Cosworth, yes, we saw these 2 battling before, and actually the number 74 cars gained a position since we last saw the Hun. That was close, so yeah, Sean Fairweather then is going to just about get another lap out of this, I think, because I don't think he will be overtaken by the race leader before the start-finish line, because the start-finish line is right about there. The checkered flag waves, and James Allen steals a victory in the dying moments of the first race of the year for the Ford Modified Series. Second place goes the way of Malcolm Harding, with Jack Gadd coming home in third. In the end, less than 5 seconds off the race winner. Back, the 4th place battle coming through. Paul Neville's just going to hang on to that, actually. Paul Neville comes across the line less than a second behind the Craig Rayner, number 23 car. Convinced these 2 saw the checkered flag. It very much looks like they're still racing, doesn't it, as they head towards Stowe. The checkered flag was very much waving, but Malcolm Harding still thinks he's got a chance of getting this victory back again. Not even like they were busy in traffic. I think they were just both so focused on the job at hand that they didn't realise the race was over. Or maybe Allen's not figured it out. They're going to come through and finish the lap. I assure you the race is over. We're having a few timing glitches here at Silverstone, unfortunately. The online timing screen has frozen again, so I wonder if the teams didn't have the pit boards out or something. Oh, don't crash now on the in-lap, though. That's the 21 car. That was a bit close. The checkered flag is still waving for them as they come through to finish another lap. And of course the cars that they just lapped also haven't seen the checkered flag. They're just carrying on racing. Now, though, James Allen gets the message and slows down accordingly. So, James Allen wins the race, 13 laps completed in the 15 minutes, exactly 90 miles an hour, his average speed, which is certainly pretty fast. The speed down the end of that hangar straight must be pretty rapid indeed. So, let's confirm what those results were then. The victory goes to James Allen, second Malcolm Harding, and third for Jack Gadd. Class winners, the three of them. Then it's Paul Neville and Craig Rayner with Rory Jose. Ashley Shelswell, from 37th on the grid, finishes 7th, just ahead of Lucky Christoforou and Daz Owen, who he got past in the final couple of laps. Joe Oates rounds out the top 10, ahead of Graham Waite, Sean Fairweather and Lloyd Jameson. Aaron Tucker wins in Class B, Alex Bohm in Class C. Nigel Craig, Mark Fremantle, Harry Hardy, Nick Wall and Tim Sandu round out the top 20 overall. Then we've got Dave Barrett and Richard Sanders, AJ Ho and Jason Stone ahead of Dan Cowan, Kevin Hadfield and Mark Hadfield together there in their Pumas, 26th and 27th ahead of Caitlin May, Gary Coburn and Chris Burley in the Class B Fiesta to round out the top 30. And then, unfortunately, it was Matt McCarthy that I saw pulling into the pit lane, so he's a retirement. So too Brian Lilly, Richard Rudd, Piers Grange, and of course Tate Mathias didn't even finish the first lap, despite leading the race through the first few corners. So, a very entertaining first race of the weekend for the Ford Modified Series. They're back out again later on this afternoon, but having finally completed their bonus lap of racing, we will have our podium finishers down in the pit lane now with Jake.
Well, that was a tiny bit different. I tell you what, the Scale X-Strict Modified Ford Series, they've certainly started in a very strange way. That was a baffling start to the race. I think that's one of the weirdest rolling starts I've seen since the Cooper's Hill cheese rolling. But we did have a good race out of it in the end, so some good battles, some very good banter as well. We're going to wait for James Allen to come through after a race that had pretty much everything. Lucky Christoforou is going to come into position. I think he thought he was in the top 3 then. I'm afraid, Lucky, you weren't. Not this time, anyway. So let's see if we can grab James Allen through. I tell you, some of these cars are absolutely amazing. Check out AJ Howe's Ford Focus ST Estate. That thing is churning out about 320 brake horsepower from what they tell me as well. I tell you what, they certainly have something very strong to drink in certain parts of the world. Here we go, James Allen. Oh, James, you've gone the wrong way, mate. Come over to here, we want to have a word with you. Well, at least Mr. Harding has put his car in the right place. No, don't go in. I'm not sure they're used to doing 1, 2, 3s in the modified Fords. This has got to be a bit like Grand Prix, you know, you line up 1, 2 and 3, that's how it's done. But they weren't in position. Here we go, James Allen is going to come and join us. So, yeah. There definitely needs to be a sort of a vehicle reversing sound effect put in there, doesn't there? But anyway, James Allen is going to bring his beautiful, slick-shod Ford Focus into position, having won a terrific race that had pretty much everything in it. Had drama, banter, and Fords going on 2 wheels, 2 in the air and 2 on the deck at one point. But James Allen is going to be there in position, and I do believe we have the 59 in there as well. Jack Gadd has brought his car into position as well, so we do finally have all 3 of the top 3 drivers. That was a little bit interesting. So let's see if we can get in there and have a bit of a banter with James Allen after what has been a very interesting start to his season. Still looking pretty warm in the Focus. James, that was a bit different in terms of a first race of the season.
Oh, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing, that was. These guys are quick.
He really pushed you, and he made the mistake at the end, so it kind of gives you the win in a way, but you really had to work for it.
I did. Yeah, I'm so impressed with that car.
Well, fortunately, you didn't have to stare at the back of it for too long.
No. Well, you say that. It felt like a long time. Most of the race, to be fair.
Great job, great victory. Well done, buddy.
Thank you, thank you.
He's still exhausted. He's barely got any energy left. Let's go and have a word with you. Actually, while we've got him, Jack Gadd is here. Jack, that race looked like it had pretty much everything in it. You were desperately trying to keep out of trouble.
It was definitely interesting. I mean, first corner, Malcolm, we were side by side. I don't know whether he didn't see me and he drifted a bit wide. And then second lap here, we were side by side. And again, I don't know if he saw me. So a little bit unlucky there, I think. But all in all, it was good.
The good thing is that the Escort still looks Escort shaped, and I have to say, the way you guys prepare these things, it is absolutely immaculate.
Yeah, all credit goes to my dad on that one. He prepares them in his time. So yeah, all good.
And obviously now that we've had one crazy race, do we think we might tame things down a little bit for race 2, or is it going to get even more up-tempo?
Hopefully it'll be a lot more calmer race 2.
Fantastic. Great job, Jack. Right, let's go and see if we can find Mr. Harding, who has finally made his way out of the gorgeous white Zach Speed-esque Ford. Let's have a quick chat. Mr. Harding. Now, I don't want to point out, but there was a left-hander, and you didn't quite turn it left enough by the look of it.
Yeah, pilot error, wasn't it? Happens, doesn't it?
But what a great race up until that point. The car was absolutely on it.
Oh, it was proper. It was good. I'm really happy with the car. We've had it all the bits through the season. My son-in-law's painted it all for me, made a great job of it. Yeah, we've done so much work over the winter, and yeah, just hope that it come to do the job straight away for the first race.
Now, I'm never going to forget that image mid-race of you with 2 in the air and 2 on the deck.
The wheels went right up.
That was mega. How did you plant that?
All I done was turned it back and it dropped itself, and I thought, it was up on 2 wheels coming through the thing. So
I really hope the photographer's got that, because that's one for your wall, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It could have been a lot worse if that had gone wrong, wouldn't it? He'd had a bit more work to do, wouldn't he?
That's it. And after all of that, you still came through for 2nd place. Do you think the win's on for later?
Nah, well, we try, won't we? Got to keep trying.
Good man.
The old MOT failure, still doing the job, so that's all that matters, isn't it?
Terrific work. Great job.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
There you go. Absolutely amazing. A Scale Extric modified Ford Series race that had pretty much everything. Andy, have you got any energy left, mate?
I'm still going strong, Jake. Don't you worry about that, because we've got even more excitement coming over the rest of the afternoon. We're not going to run out of energy until the end of the day. We might crash then, I think, because it's been a full-on day with some 14 races to squeeze in, the bulk of them coming this afternoon. And the next one is another first-time appearance for the season for another Classic and Modern Motorsport Club series. 2 of them, actually, the Super Saloons and the Tin Tops, running on a conjoined grid, so even more different classes to try and wrap your head around. But a great variety of car out there, and some pretty exciting cars as well. Cars that you will not see racing in many places around the world, let alone in the UK. So cars heading out onto the track, then making their way down to the starting grid. I think this will be another rolling start. We'll get that confirmed when they come around, of course, because if there's a safety car in front of the field, then it will be a rolling start. But you can see here that we've got some pretty potent machinery out on track. On pole position is Charles Hyde Andrews Bird in his BMW M3, E92 GT4 spec BMW M3, and alongside him a Mitsubishi Evo X of Nick Sutton, the Mark 10 Mitsubishi Evo. But then throughout the rest of the field, we've got more BMWs, Fords, Ginettas, Seat Leon in there of Dave Charlton. We've got VW Scirocco's, Renault Clio's, Ford Fiestas, and a rather nice Holden Commodore VF, an ex-V8 Supercar Holden Commodore, which we'll talk about a bit more once the race gets underway. So we are going to get a rolling start, so they will line up on the grid and then head around onto their green flag light, which gives us plenty of time to talk through the grid. Pole position for Charles Hyde Andrews Bird in the GT4 BMW, as I said, with Nick Sutton alongside. Peter Selden and Martin Reynolds, BMW M3 ahead of Ford Escort on row 2. The Ford Taurus Ascar of Marcus Bicknell with Gareth John alongside in a GT5 spec Ginetta G40. Dave Cowan and Chris Bassett, BMW alongside Peugeot then on the 4th row, with Dave Charlton's Seat Leon and Dave Hutchins in the Honda Civic Type R, rounding out the top 10. Then we've got Martin Scott next in a BMW E46 M3 ahead of the Saxo of Liam Pauling, and that's row number 6 of the grid. Row 7 is Gideon September in the Honda Civic Type R number 80, and then another Civic decked out in the old Halford Tuasa Racing BTCC livery, the white and red one from about 10 years ago, lining up 14th on the grid. Then it's the Commodore of Alex Sidwell with Steve Dan's VW Scirocco alongside, Caitlin May's Fiesta ST150, and Andrew Barron in the Rover BRM. I can't remember the last time I saw one of those out on a racetrack, although actually looking out of the window, oh no, it is there, on that row of the grid. Ian Seal and Justin Ross are next ahead of Jake Whitehead and Rod Burley, who didn't set a time in qualifying, but Rod Burley, as Jake Sanson was alluding to earlier on, has won, I think officially now, more races on UK soil than any other racing driver in history. Most of them at Brands Hatch in recent years. But of course, part of the great thing about this classic and modern motorsport club sort of branching out away from the BARC Southeast Centre is that they now get to race at more circuits around the country. And so Rod getting back to travelling the UK far and wide, and will definitely make progress from last on the grid. Didn't set a time in qualifying, but obviously had a mechanical issue, and he's well versed in getting cars sorted after they play up on him, so I'm sure he'll be able to move to the front in this one. So 22 cars then hopefully set to take the start, and you can see them rolling around 2 by 2 now on the formation lap. Some nice sounds out there as well. Marcus Bicknell's Ascar Ford Taurus in particular. Ascar was a series that ran predominantly on the Rockingham Oval, which of course sadly is no more, but that was a really great series. Some good drivers went to race there, and I don't know of any other cars that raced in that series that still race today, but Marcus Bicknell takes that yellow and red number 22 car out and races it fairly frequently. It's just one of many interesting cars out there. You can see there the red and grey Holden Commodore coming through, and that is a genuine V8 supercar. It was built back in 2013 by the Gary Rogers Motorsport team, GRM, originally built for Alex Premer to race in the series. It last raced in Australia back in 2017 in the Super 2 series, the feeder series to the main V8 supercars championship, but it's one of several Holdens actually that Alex Sidwell owns. He used to work for Holden here in the UK, and he's got both of the GRM Commodores from that year, both Premat's and Scott McLaughlin's car, as well as a Brad Jones Racing Commodore as well, which has been returned to Australia for repairs at the moment, but that car is an absolute treat. Great. There are quite a few V8 supercars that have made their way over to the UK. Actually, it'd be good to get a few more of them out in this series. At the front, though, it is BMW versus Mitsubishi for the rolling start. Charles Hard-Andrews Bird on the inside, and Nick Sutton in the white Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 10 on the outside line. BMW and Ford on row 2, Ford sort of, and Ginetta on the third row of the grid. They're doing a much better job of the 2x2 rolling start as well here. Ford drivers take note. This is how you do it. Across the line they go, and now the thunder roars as they rush towards the first corner, and it's a good start by Chab on the inside line. He will have the lead into the first corner. The Mitsubishi goes second, and Martin Reynolds goes third, does he? Just about in the 271 Escort. Storming round the outside was the Peugeot of Chris Bassett. He gained 2 or 3 places through the first corner. The underpowered Peugeot is very good through the tight corners, but it might struggle to live with the other cars once they get out onto the Hanger Straight. So through the link, down into Chapel we head then. There is the Ford Taurus of Marcus Bicknell, locking up a brake as he goes through the right-hander. The red BMW in behind, which has dropped down a little bit, I think, from where it started, but they're all cleanly through those first few corners. That's good news. And onto the back straight, where we're already losing Charles Hyde-Andrews Byrne. He has vanished up the road, and so he should really. He was 2.5 seconds quicker than anyone else in qualifying. The real racing is going to happen somewhere behind him. So there is some of it. The Ginetta round the outside line. Again, another car that won't have much poke in a straight line, but is very nippy through the corners. And Gareth John in his GT5, Ginetta G40, getting the better there of Dave Charlton's Seat Cupra. So 1 lap completed already by the race leader, as the rest of them come through. There goes the Commodore, and there is Rod Burley. Rod Burley in the black Ford Escort, making its way towards the end of the first lap. So Burley, having started last, is up into the time screen still isn't working. 13th place for Rod Burley. His next target is going to be Alex Sidwell in the Holden Commodore. He's defending fairly busily into Philly. He's not going to let Burley get the better of him without a fight. First time, I think, that Commodore has actually raced in Alex's hands. They've done a bit of testing over the winter, but I think it's the first race appearance for that car. So it might take him it might take him a while to really get up to speed in it, but that was a pretty good move that he made there, stealing away a position from the BMW in front of him, and managing to wriggle away from Martin Scott down the straight, and then powering past the Honda Civic Type R of Dave Hutchins. So He's got some speed down the straights, the V8 powered Holden Commodore. Rob Burley doing well actually at the moment just to hang on to him. Those two maybe can work their way through the field together if they're of an even pace. Burley drops down into the braking zone. The Ginetta just up the road there of Gareth John was on the attack again, I noticed. I think he's going to gain another place by the time he gets around to us this time. Didn't manage to make that one stick, but no, it's still side by side actually with the BMW number 19 of Dave Cowan. Marshall watches on in fascination at the race in front of him. Rob Burley on the inside gets past Alex Sidwell, and that puts Rob Burley then into 9th position. Now sets off after the Ginetta, which is still snapping at the heels of the big BMW. And now Gareth John goes through, but I'm pretty sure that Dave Cowan's going to be close enough and have the horsepower available to retaliate down the back straight, although he doesn't get a good run through Chapel. Runs a bit too wide, and now might have to switch his attention to defending from Rod Burley rather than attacking Gareth John in front of him. The straight again, and Rob Burley's just going to drive past the whole lot of them. That's the power that car's got, and Alex Sidwell going with him. So Sidwell gaining 3 positions, as does Burley. The Ginetta up the inside of the Peugeot, number 33 there, that's Chris Bassett's Peugeot. Unsurprisingly, the fastest lap set by the leader, and that's the Mitsubishi in the pit lane. That is the Nick Sutton Mitsubishi that was running in 2nd place in the pit with a problem. Gareth John launches an attack up the inside of Bassett and gets past him. I think Cowan was ahead of him going into the corner as well. It's a Mazda MX-5 leaving the pit lane. That's not in this race, that's getting ready for the next race, but further up the pit lane there will be a white Mitsubishi Evo 10, which sadly is going no further in the race, it would seem. So Rob Burley therefore into 5th position. There is Nick Sutton, team member waiting to receive him, and they hope diagnose the problem, but he's going straight into the garage, so he clearly doesn't think that that car's going to be able to continue in the race. That means this then is the fight for 5th place now. Rob Burley 5th, Alex Sidwell in 6th, and Sidwell is not content, I don't think, to just sit behind Burley. He wants to try and find a way through if he can, but just didn't quite get off the corner as quick as Burley. Burley's Escort is 4-wheel drive, of course. The V8 supercar, very much rear-wheel drive and doesn't run with traction control, so can be difficult to get it off the tight corners, but you can see that Sidwell's just getting so much more comfortable in that car now than he was in qualifying earlier on. There goes the race leader, Charles Hyde-Andrews Bird, the BMW M3 GT4. Oh, and another BMW into the pit lane, unfortunately. That is, I think, the number 3 car, is it not, of Jake Whitehead, who I noticed was a little bit off the pace from the start. Started at the back of the grid, and there must be some underlying problem with that car that ultimately takes him out of the race. So, 15-minute race this one, as is the case for all of the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club races this weekend. Charles Hyde-Andrews Bird running in Class A, as was Nick Sutton. Nick was really his only rival in that class, apart from Rob Burley. Rob Burley also a Class A car, and Sidwell too, but they started so far down the order that they were never that likely to be able to challenge Charles, especially given the awesome pace that he's had throughout this race. Charles Hyde-Andrews Bird comes out of the last corner onto another lap and sets a new fastest lap, 1:11.201. That is nearly 7 tenths faster than he went in qualifying, and even that was 2.5 seconds quicker than anyone else could manage. Charles really looking strong here. The rear ride height on that car is ludicrously low, isn't it? Really sitting down at the rear, and that'll give him some good traction out of the corners, I guess. But yeah, interesting setup on that car. Back to the Burley-Sidwell battle, which is now 4th. They've both got themselves ahead of Marcus Bicknell's Ascar. That's the car in 3rd position amongst all of the other cars out there. That BMW looks remarkably standard, doesn't it? But it's been a good drive this from Peter Selden. Started 3rd, sitting in 3rd still. That is Martin Reynolds in 2nd, the 271 Ford Escort. And Reynolds at the moment 3.5 seconds up the road from Peter Selden. Selden, I think he's going to be in danger of being caught by Burley and Sidwell before the end of the race. Again, they've got another race later on today, so in improve their grid positions for that one, they could be a factor for a podium in race 2, even if they don't quite manage to get it in this first one. So, back through Club comes the number 7 car, Ian Seal, his Ford Fiesta. The ST150s, pretty much exactly the same as the car we would have seen racing in the Ford Modified Series a moment or two ago. Now, Burley and Sidwell almost on the tail now of Peter Selden. They're going to catch the BMW on this lap, aren't they? Because they were a couple of seconds quicker than in that time. They're less than 2 seconds behind the MG there, or the Rover, sorry, just slightly getting in the way there. The Rover BRM of Andrew Barron, running in the same class as the Ginetta GT5. I'm not entirely sure how they worked that out. 2 more different cars you couldn't really hope to find, but they are the 2 classes in the WRDA class. Oh, Sidwell, really nice line through Chapel there, almost got underneath Rod Burley's Escort. Both drivers will be loving this, I'm sure. Now, which has got the ponies in the straight? I think the V8 supercar might be a little bit quicker than Rod Burley's Escort. It's not often that Rod comes across a car that's quicker than him in a straight line. He tunes that Ford Escort WRC to a very, very high standard, but I think that Holden is a bit quicker down the straight. The back straight just not quite long enough, but now he uses the traffic, does Sidwell, to try and make the attack into Club. Couldn't quite get the car stopped though, and he settles back behind for now and then struggles to get it turned into the right-hander as well. It was close. Lapped traffic could well come into play here. We've got a 3-way fight for 3rd place, except Burley's going to make it look very easy getting past Peter Selden down the straight. So Burley to 3rd, the BMW down to 4th, and Alex Sidwell needs to get past the BMW as quickly as he can before Rod Burley escapes up the road. He's going to have a look up the inside into Village, but braking has not been that Holden's strength in this race so far, and I don't think he was able to make that move stick, was he? Through Chapel, there goes the 2nd place car, Reynolds. What's happening for 3rd position? Burley should be 3rd, but is it Sidwell 4th? If it is, then he's still got a chance at the podium, but you feel that if he lets Burley get away here, which he is doing, he's possibly going to run out of time. In fact, where is Sidwell? Sidwell's not there, is he? The red Holden has vanished, I think. We've got the red BMW. Oh, there he is. So he's had a big moment somewhere, Alex Sidwell. And the car looks okay, but he had a lunge up the inside of Peter Selden at Village. As we have a slow Renault Clio out of Stoke Corner. He had a lunge. Did that go wrong? Did he overshoot and go straight on, I wonder? Not too sure. Maybe we'll find out from him after the race, if he ends up on the podium, of course, but his chances of doing that have just reduced slightly. So Rod Burley comes through in 3rd position. Even with all of that squabbling, he was nearly 2 seconds faster than Martin Reynolds up the road in 2nd. So I think Burley can definitely get to P2 here. He's not going to have anything for Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, but a 2nd place finish would not be bad for 22nd and last on the grid. There is the leader going through Stowe. He's 29 seconds ahead of everybody else. And that means that he can afford to be very careful in traffic. The traffic itself not being very careful though. That was the Seat of Dave Charlton, the inside of the Civic, and then taking a very odd line out of the corner. Dave Hutchins in the Civic, number 49, who had been running in 11th, got past the Seat on that lap, and then the Seat got re-past him, and now, as the leader puts a lap on them, they run side by side towards Abbey Corner. So there's a fight for position that Charles Hyde Andrews Bird just negotiated. We've had a change for 2nd now as well. Rod Burley ahead of Martin Reynolds, and Sidwell, you can see, is right on their case now. So Sidwell this time has successfully negotiated Peter Selden. So he's into 4th. Can he get past the Escort for 3rd? 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. You fancy his chances, don't you? Might be as good as it gets, though. I think Burley could well have escaped now. We'll see. Here comes Sidwell up the inside. Rumbles his way past the Mark II Escort. Made that look very, very easy indeed. And Sidwell into 3rd position. I suppose in a way it was quite easy. That car a lot newer and a lot faster down the straights than the Escort behind. The Escort Cosworth in front, though, is proving a little bit trickier to overtake for Sidwell. Now they're in a bit of clean air. I will be interested to see what Sidwell's speed is, whether he's able to close in on Rod Burley at all. That Bassett and Charlton battle. The leader comes through with 2 minutes and 50 left. Should get 3 more laps here, I think. And, well, yeah, definitely we should get 3 more laps with a 1 minute 14 lap time. And the BMW running largely unsponsored, as you can see. Charles Hart always has been a very well respected figure in British club motorsport. You can see why. Yes, he's got a very quick car, of course he has, but he has put a foot wrong here. And has driven over the years lots of different cars. And he's always been pretty rapid in them. Now, this is for second place, and Alex Sidwell is going past Rod Burley. There is a turn up for the books. Alex Sidwell gets himself ahead of Rod Burley, so that answers my question. Not only could he catch Burley, but he was able to find a way past as well, and did it kind of under braking, certainly on corner entry into Abbey Corner. I would imagine you do some braking in that car for Abbey. So there goes Sidwell, and his lap times at the moment are faster than the race leader. So I'll tell you what, if you didn't enjoy this race enough, and I'm sure you have, the second race later on this afternoon is going to be fantastic, because we're going to have all the quick drivers at the front, whereas really a lot of them were at the back this time. Sidwell starting midfield in 15th, Rod Burley starting last. They're both going to be right up there on the tail of Charles Hyde Andrews Byrne. So this man is going to have a bit more competition in the second race later on. Might be fair to say that he's sort of backed off now. I'm sure he's driving well within himself at this moment, but even so, he's going to have to kick it up a gear, I reckon, to fend off the likes of Sidwell and Burley. Oh no, Burley's in! Burley's in the pit lane! Well, you see, he realised he wasn't going to win this race, and there just isn't any point, is there really? If you're Rod Burley and you're not winning, you're not doing it right. Yeah, that is a shame, though. Rod Burley, obviously, a mechanical issue. I'm sure he's not just thrown in the towel. There will be a problem with that car. Like I said, he didn't qualify, so he's obviously been fighting some gremlin all day. And I wonder if it's made an unwelcome return. Charles Hyde Andrews Byrne with a very odd line out of Stowe. He is very slow. Is he trying to run down the clock, or is this a problem? He'd have to stop if he's going to run out the clock, because he's still got 25 seconds to go, and he can't really do that because he's only 29 ahead of Alex Sidwell. He wouldn't want to misjudge that. So whether you want to or not, Charles, you're going to have to do another lap. Past the VW Scirocco, which is going quite slowly. That's Steve Dan. Clearly has an issue with his car as well. So Burley pitting puts Martin Reynolds back into third place now in his Escort. Peter Selden, the BMW, fourth, with Marcus Bicknell in fifth. But this is the fight for third then. So the Escort and the BMW right together on track as they come through onto what will be their final lap of the race. So Martin Reynolds is going to have his hands full here to keep the number 27 BMW behind. And the BMW is quicker off the final corner. Looks to the inside at Abbey. Can't get there. Ducks back to the outside to try and get the medal line through the corner, but ends up running wide anyway, so no real advantage there. Race leader down at Stowe, 1 or 2 more back markers to negotiate. Oh, the Ginetta is slow, possibly after a spin, I would suggest, for the Ginetta G40 of Gareth John. Charles Hyde Andrews Byrne, at a slightly better speed this time, comes down into Club Corner for the final time. It's going to be a very easy victory for him in this race, but I wonder if he'll have quite such an easy ride in race 2. There is Alex Sidwell in second position, making his way through the traffic, but it's Charles Hyde Andrews Byrne who takes the BMW M3 GT4 to victory in race number 1 here for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Super Saloons and Tin Tops. It's not going to be quite as big a winning margin as it once looked like it would be. What a drive from Alex Sidwell, driver of the race, no doubt about it, coming from 15th on the grid in a brand new car to him. First time he's raced it here in the UK, and coming through to second place and passing the master, Rod Burley, out on track as well. Granted, Rod may have had a problem, can't say that for sure, but he pitted at the end of that lap. Sidwell will still be very happy with that indeed. Martin Reynolds, by the way, did keep Peter Selden behind in the third, so the Escort finishes in third position. And I think those top 3... Hyde Andrews Byrne and Sidwell were in the same class, weren't they? Both in Class A. Anyway, it is going to be Charles Hyde Andrews Byrne that gets the race victory after an entertaining first race for the Super Saloons and Tin Tops. They're back out again later on today at, in theory, just before 5:45, but we have been running a little bit ahead of time, so if you are wanting to watch that race specifically, then maybe get here 10-15 minutes before that, or, better still, just stay in front of your TVs. It's a Sunday afternoon, you've nothing else better to do. Why not enjoy the rest of the racing here today? We've still got another 6 races to go. Next up is the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship, their third and final race of the day. We've got more Intermarques action after that. The MX-5 SuperCup have a race still to come. Ford Modified Series follow them, followed by the Clubman Championship for the MX-5s and the Super Saloons and Tin Tops that we've just seen racing will round out the day's action. So we've got you covered here at Silverstone for the next couple of hours. Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, the victor then. Second place, Alex Sidwell. Third place, Martin Reynolds. And fourth, Peter Selden. Marcus Bicknell was fifth. Conceding class winners are denoted by the gold next to their names. Dave Cowan, Gareth John, Martin Scott next in line. Outside the top 10, Gideon September, Caitlin May, Richard Skelsey, Andrew Barron and Justin Ross with Ian Seal and Steve Dan. The last finishers, Rod Burley sadly didn't make the finish, nor did Liam Pauling or Chris Bassett in the Peugeot 306. And we also lost Jake Whitehead to the pit lane, and Nick Sutton, another quick driver who arguably should have finished on the podium, who retired pretty early in his Mitsubishi Evo 10. So I can hear, rather than see, that the cars are arriving back in the pit lane. The distinct rumble of the Holden Commodore pulling up in front of Jake Sanson, who's there to have a word with our podium finishers.
Well, that was pretty darn exciting, wasn't it? Even on the way in, these cars are giving us plenty of entertainment and excitement. Martin Reynolds coming in with his gorgeous Escort. We'll have a quick word with him in a moment, but Chab up at the front doing an absolutely fantastic job there. Chab, why is he called Chab? Charles Hyde Andrews Bird. See? I do know what I'm doing. Right, so we've also got Alex Sidwell in his fantastic Holden. Mr. Hutchins, however, that was a pretty special drive out there, wasn't it?
It was hard work, very hard work.
Because obviously the track temperature is pretty cold, but obviously once you get up to temperature in the car, it becomes a bit of an oven.
Yeah, the car come on good. It was had a few problems in qualifying, but did a few tweaks and they paid off.
So obviously it's a good start to the season. Looking at where you were and able to get out of the car, is there a little bit more for that for race 2, do you think?
Only in the driver.
Have a few more Tunnocks tea cakes and you'll be fine.
That's the weak point, the driver.
It's the big squishy bit in the middle. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
And so the drivers always say it's the pink squishy bit in the middle. That's the bit that's always the hindrance. Well, let's go from 3, 2, 1. We'll do that's in that order this time. Martin Reynolds, fresh as a daisy, out of the Escort.
Yeah, how you doing?
That looked pretty straightforward, but I bet it wasn't.
No, not last couple of laps was a little bit more. The BMW was pushing me quite hard, so we had a good battle. So it was good. Kept my lines. Good race.
A lovely little car as well. It's really well turned out, isn't it?
Yeah, no, we look after it, and one of my collections, you might know. Yeah, and it goes really well. Happy with it.
So heading into race 2, obviously you know a little bit now what the car's going to do and what the opposition's going to do. Are we going to get back on the rostrum again, do you think?
Definitely.
Good man. I like the positivity. Good job.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff from Martin Reynolds. The Escort really was on point in that one. Let's have a word with Alex Sidwell, having his fantastic moment in the Holden. I tell you what, once the car came on, it really came on, didn't it?
It's misfiring as well. I was short.
You're joking?
No, I was short shifting every gear. I just said to Ben, when you look at the footage in the camera, you'll see that I was short shifting along here. It was misfiring, so I was having to grab a gear, just try to keep the momentum up of it going, and then try to catch right under the brakes. That's what I was. My plan was to try to air braking. But yeah, I'm surprised. I didn't know where I was. I just kept going until the end. So that pays, doesn't it? Keep pushing.
Well, that shows you how beautiful this Holden Commodore is. I mean, you really do have a bit of an affinity with these Australian supercars. They're amazing.
What you were here last time when the big crash at the?
Oh yes.
This is a different car, completely different car. This is a GRM car. So that was a Brad Jones racing car. This is a completely different car.
So what is it about these cars? Are you just kind of in love with them?
They're different, aren't they? That's what it is. It's, you know. Yeah, they're just different, and everyone's drawn to having a look at it. That's the nice thing about it. It draws the crowds. And we've got a big following. We've got a big following on Facebook. The Aussies love it as well, so which is good.
Fantastic. Keep it up, because it's great to watch out on track. Good job.
Thank you very much.
Right, we need to find a race winner now, and he's around here somewhere. Let's see if we can grab Chab. Chab, we haven't got long, but I just wanted to grab you after winning the race. You've done something that anybody within 80 miles of the Thames Estuary would give their eye teeth to do. You've beaten Rod Burley in a motor race.
Yeah, I know, it doesn't happen very often. He's got like, what, 600 or 700
exactly.
or something. No, well chuffed for that. Yeah, no brakes at the end, which was interesting. I was quite glad I had a bit of a lead up to that point. But it's been a war of attrition today. It might have looked easy from the outside, but Yeah, it was hard work. Really hard work in the car, but yeah, managed to just about come home.
2 out of 2 likely in the second one?
If we can get the brakes sorted, then yeah, I'll give it a go. I don't know how fast the boys were behind, because I know they fixed their cars after qualifying. So I have to have a sneaky look at their lap times and, yeah, hopefully. I'll give it a go.
Good stuff, chap. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Good stuff. We're going to have to do this really, really quickly because we're on track for the Mazdas once again. Bring it on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jake. As you can see, cars on the grid already then for our final race of the weekend for the MX-5 Championship. We won't bother with the grid graphic, but I'll rattle through as much of the grid as I can because they're lining up ready for the race start. It is a pole position for Callum Greatrex alongside him Michael Nibbs. This is based on the result from race 2. Fraser Fennick on row 2 alongside Mike Comber, then Jason Greatrex and Tom Smith row 3. Row 4, Adam Sparrow and Steve Foden, Adam Craig and Luke Pullen, who's been down on a bit of horsepower this weekend. He lines up 10th on the grid. Owen Mills and Ollie Graham on the 6th row ahead of Seb Fisher, who had a spin in race 2 earlier on today. He's got Courtney Mills for company on the 7th row. Martin Compton and Jack Noller on row 8. Row 9, Brad Jones and Tim Dorr, with Scott Leach and Steve Brown rounding out the top 20. Then it's Graham Rumsey and Stuart Simmons, Chris Lovett and Tom Mallet on row 12. Row 13 is Steve Bartlett and Bo Parry. Row 14, Matthew Goddard and Simon Hartley. In the 15th row for Ollie Walden and Richard Bartlett. Outside the top 30, then it's Luke Souch, who finished one place lower in that second race than he did yesterday. He's got Chris Malloy for company. Then it's Bryn Griffiths and Levi Aisbett, Ben Manchet and Darryl Radwell ahead of Andrew Dean, Christopher Abbott, Aidan Edgar, Thor Drost, Keith Dalton, Oak Richardson and Chris Greatrex. Now that 35 car at the back, Chris Greatrex, one to watch because Chris has been a top 10 runner all weekend but had a non-finish in the race earlier on today, so we know that he's quicker than his 43rd place starting spot would suggest. So, race number 3 then, we've had 2 already. Fraser Fennick won yesterday before Callum Greatrex got the win in a very entertaining and slightly bruising second race earlier on today. What will race 3 have in store for us? A third different winner maybe? Well, there are certainly plenty of candidates for that. Michael Nibbs, you can see, who starts on the inside of that front row, second on the grid, had pole position for yesterday's race and still hasn't actually got himself a race victory. Can he do it from the front row this time? Let's find out then. 20 minutes of racing on the clock. The red lights are about to go on, and the field of 43 Mazda MX-5 Championship drivers will bear down upon Abbey Corner at high speed and in close proximity. Lights go out, away they go. Even start again at the front of the field. Even start pretty much throughout the whole field, actually, 2 by 2 for the bulk of it, down towards turn 1, but it's Nibbs that beats Greatrex, so Michael Nibbs gets the lead as they go into the first corner. The rest of them streaming through. Luke pulling up the inside of Adam Craig there. Those two started together on the grid on row number 5, cleanly through Abbey. Will they get cleanly through Village, though? There's a bit of a lock-up in the pack. Do they all get through? Hold your breath, everyone. About 16 different variations of the racing line being used, and Fraser Fennick nuzzling into the side of someone. That might have been Tom Smith that he got into, and then gets it right back again going into Chapel. That was Tom Smith, the 44 car. They're battling over 4th place, and that almost went wrong. Out onto the Hangler Straight then for the first time. And the weaving begins as Michael Nibbs tries to break the slipstream here, tries to stop Callum Greatrex from reclaiming this race lead into Stowe Corner. Behind, Tom Smith and Fraser Fennick back at it. Steve Foden's in that group. Round the outside goes Adam Sparrow, the grey number 19 car. And then down, one car way wide there through Stowe Corner. Down into the braking zone at Clubman. Luke Pullen there, the 27 car on the outside line. Can he force it round the outside? Yes, he can. That gives him the inside for Club Corner. He's got Jason Greatrex coming through with him, pulling sideways as he comes through Club, and that will cost him momentum onto the pit straight. Courtney Mills there on the inside of Seb Fisher. Fisher, another one to watch here, out of position a little bit after that race 2 spin. Down the pit straight we go then. It is Nibbs that leads the way. Greatrex in second, Mike Comber in third. This battle, though, going on a little bit further back, is for 7th place. Jason Greatrex, Adam Sparrow, Luke Pullen, Adam Craig, Courtney Mills, all in that group. As they head towards Village Corner, a big move being made there. Courtney Mills being overtaken by somebody going into Village Corner. Towards the front, though, this is the sort of 6-car breakaway, really. It was the leader back to Foden there, the number 77 car, all just about in touch with each other. And down the the straight for the second time. Nibs then trying to right the wrongs of yesterday when he got shuffled out of the pack on the first lap and never was really able to fully recover from that. Managed to get back to a 10th place finish in yesterday's race before climbing his way up to the runners-up spot earlier on today. Luke Pullen being overtaken there into Stowe Corner, and has had to use a different engine for this weekend than the one he originally planned to use, and that engine, he says, just isn't quite producing the horsepower down the straights that he needs. That's why he's having to really overdrive through the corners just to make any progress. I'm sure we'll see some more feisty driving from him as the race goes on. There goes Courtney Milnes, with Ollie Graham behind a sea of Mazda MX-5s. Scott Leach there with Owen Mills up the inside in the 22 car. Owen Mills has been in the thick of some of the battles all day long, as there Steve Foden gets pushed up the inside of Fraser Fenwick and Tom Mills, being pushed by Jason Greatrex. Back for 4th position. That's allowed the top 3 to get away slightly, and then 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th places all come through under a very small blanket. Fraser Fenwick's off the road again at Village, and it was Thomas Mills perhaps getting his own back for race 1, and now Jason Greatrex up the inside of him. I thought Mills was going to try and close the door then, but Greatrex was alongside. They both run wide, not as wide as Luke Pullen though, who does some rally crossing onto the back straight, and that is not going to help his straight line speed, that's for sure. So another few places lost there. The top 3 though working together quite nicely here, aren't they? Nibs, Callum Greatrex and Mike Comber. Foden trying to break away from this pack in 4th, and then it's Fenwick, Mills and Jason Greatrex at the head of that big gaggle of cars heading out of Stowe and back down to Club. The left-hander then, anyone going to try and pop out of line? Not just yet. Of course, now that there's a bit of separation in the pack, it almost makes sense for this lot to try and stay single file for a lap or so, try and catch the cars that they've lost touch with up the road. There's a decent-sized gap now between the 3rd place car of Comber and the 4th place car of Foden, which leads this train. Adam Craig, number 29, a black car this year, as opposed to the yellow one that I'm used to seeing him in. As there, Mike Comber up the inside of Callum Greatrex takes 2nd place away. Now that's what this pack of cars wants to see. If the leaders start mixing it up, that will slow them down, and that 2-second gap between Comber 3rd and Foden 4th will start to shrink in theory. Change for 2nd then, Comber ahead of Greatrex. Courtney Milnes here trying to keep the 24 car of Oliver Graham behind. Oliver Graham using a bit of the curb there on the exit. Yellow flag towards Stowe. Who have we lost then? Who didn't come through on that lap? And more to the point, why didn't they come through? We didn't get Tom Mallet through. So Tom Mallet appears to have gone off or pulled off at Stowe Corner. Double wave yellow flags, so no overtaking on this occasion down into the right-hand corner. Green again on the exit of his car in the pit lane. Is that Mallet recovering from a problem maybe? Meanwhile, 3 abreast into Club. Not always a good idea that. In the end, I think they stayed in the same order there. The 19 car of Adam Sparrow, the grey machine, was the one defending. Oh, and that's Owen Mills. So Owen Mills off. That, I think, is up at the link, and that is number 73, Beau Parry. So I think they're 3 separate incidents that have seen those 3 cars in trouble. I don't think any of those are related to each other. But that means the marshals have a little bit of work to do here. Is there a danger of the safety car being scrambled? That's not what the leading trio want to see, of course. It's exactly what everyone in this chasing pack would quite like to happen. A nice short safety car. Fenwick up the inside of Foden. That's a very brave place to try and make an overtake. And you can see it just kills their momentum off the corner, going side by side, rubbing body panels down the back straight. 64 is off the road and gets back going again, Darrell Radwell. But yeah, look what it's done now, because Tom Smith is there, so is Greatrex, and Fenwick and Foden, who started all of that, are going to lose a whole heap of positions. They would have lost more, actually, had it not been for the yellow flags, which prevented Adam Craig from getting past them. He got past Foden, but he didn't get past Fenwick. That was very, very close quarter stuff going through Chapel Corner. Fenwick's off way too late on the brakes, gets into Tom Smith, around he goes, and I think there was a spin as well for the 19 of Adam Sparrow. The rear bumper falls off the 263. Yes, Sparrow in the gravel as well. Fraser Fenwick very late on the brakes there, trying to get it all back in one corner, got into the side of the cars in front, and unfortunately that's ruined his race and a couple of people around him as well. 3 wide here into Abbey Corner. Luke Pullen has lost out in all of that, hasn't he? Because Seb Fisher is ahead of him now. And so too was another car. Was that Nolla in the 36? I think it was. So Pullen would of course have been right with Fraser Fenwick and the 19 car of Adam Sparrow. Maybe had to slam on the brakes to avoid them. That's the curb. Good exit for the cars behind him, so he's going to have to defend again down the straight, and it can't be pleasant in a one-make racing series as close as this one to be in a car that just isn't quite performing how you need it to. Hopefully next time out we'll see him back out the front with his first podiums in the championship at Donington towards the end of last year. Would rather have hoped to have carried some better momentum into this season. Right, down to Club come the leading 3, where there is clearly going to be a double wave flag situation because there is a Mazda MX-5 in the gravel. There's a bit of another Mazda MX-5 also at the side of the road. More importantly, lots of marshals there trying to help get Adam Sparrow's number 19 car out of the gravel. We've been seeing a lot of these kind of incidents dealt with under local yellows so far today. Look how much quicker Jason Greytrex and everyone else was than the top 3. That's what I was talking about yesterday. Drivers always slow down to a slightly different speed through the yellow flag. Some slow down more than others, and it's because there isn't a set speed that they have to slow down to. So the top 3 really backed off, and Jason Greytrex backed off slightly less. So he gained nearly 2 seconds on this group on that lap alone. And now we go safety car. So safety car is out. Sensible call, that, I think, really. And that will bunch everyone back together. It should only be a 1 or 2 lap safety car, though, so we should still get plenty of racing in once the race resumes. Terrible news, though, for Michael Nibbs, Mike Comber and Callum Greytrex, because they're going to have company now. Some very quick drivers in that next group of cars who are all going to be gunning for a podium place to round out their weekend. There's Callum Greytrex. Jason Greytrex, of course, is the next car behind him, so I wonder if those two might work together. That's where Beau Parry was. So Beau Parry was off at Stowe. I saw that Ollie Graham's car had indeed pulled off at Chapel. So that added to the fact that Adam Sparrow's car was beached at Club, although it no longer is. They've got that car out of the way now, which is good news. But there were at least 3 cars that needed recovery or partial recovery. So the sensible call is made to throw the runyourfleet.com safety car and get it out on track to control the field. So the order then, as we are almost exactly halfway through this 3rd round of the championship. Michael Nibbs leads the way, Mike Comber 2nd and Callum Greytrex 3rd. Their 2 and a bit second advantage that they had over the rest of the pack, though, is eradicated now. The rest of the pack, headed by Jason Greytrex in 4th, Adam Craig 5th, Steve Foden in 6th, Tom Smith in 7th, ahead of Jack Nolla 8th, Seb Fisher 9th, and Luke Pullen back into 10th place ahead of Courtney Milnes on that previous lap. Milnes 11th, Ollie Graham in 12th place, Stuart Simmons 13th, Martin Compton 14th, the other Greytrex, Chris Greytrex in 15th place ahead of Bartlett, Tim Dorr, Fraser Fenwick is 18th, so Fenwick still going, and of course this safety car helps him out slightly. Getting back into contention, just went through your shot there. He got himself into 18th on that previous lap ahead of Brad Jones and Scott Leach, who rounds out the top 20. So, lights out already? Yes, I think they are. So it was just a 1-lap safety car period. We've seen a few of these today. And it's good news because it means that we're only going to lose 1 lap of racing. So it's done just enough to bunch the field up, and then it disappears into the pit lane and sets them all loose again. Let's hope that's the last time we see that runyourfleet.com safety car in this race. Michael Nibbs then, how does he handle this restart? Does he go early? Does he go late? He's going to go just before they get into Club. No, hanging back. He's going to leave it late. He's going to try and really stack the field up, which he's doing. You can see the Constantina effect there from 3rd, 4th place backwards. And now he steps on the loud pedal. That was probably a good idea, but I don't really think it achieved anything. It's kind of put us back where we were before the safety car. The top 3 have that bit of separation over Jason Greytrex in 4th. It's not as big as it was, but they have at least got a few car lengths over the 4th place car. What can that second group do? Will they be able to go after the leaders? Will the leaders start to fight each other a bit harder now that we're into the final third of the race nearly? Village, oh, one car very wide. Might have been Tom Smith that running wide at Village Corner. Nibs, Comber, Callum Greatrex though, over the curb, ditch hooking their way through Chapel Corner onto that hanger straight. Is Jason Greatrex close enough to them to get a whiff of a slipstream? Maybe. Not as much as he'd like, though. They all pull to the inside of the road there. Michael Nibs stays there a bit longer to try and defend. However, he leaves the door open in the end. Comber goes through on the inside line, and to the outside goes Callum Greatrex. 3 wide for the race lead, and it's Comber that gets it. So, and then gets sideways through the exit of Stowe Corner. Did well to hang on to it, but Michael Nibs will get the run back down the hill now. Wheel to wheel, Nibs ducks back in line, trying to cover off Callum Greatrex, but he couldn't do it. Greatrex is there on the inside, and just like that, that gap between third and fourth vanishes once again. So, because the leaders were fighting, and I don't think we had any positional changes in the group immediately behind, it brings them all back as one. Comber now tries to set sail, might be able to do that as well, because Nibs is busy defending second place. Oh, and look at that, who was that? That was one of the other Greatrexes up the inside, that's Jason Greatrex. 3 wide through Abbey, it's never going to work, contact sideways, over the grass goes Callum Greatrex, and he's going to have to really fight to get back on the track here without losing too much time. 3 wide, almost into Village Corner. There goes Greatrex rejoining. Actually, he'll only lose 1 position, maybe, out of all of that. That could have been a lot worse. Steve Foden's up the inside of him towards Chapel Corner. Pops over the curb, almost into the side of him. Touchy-feely stuff here in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Everyone making friends. Luke Pullen looks like he's up the inside of Tom Smith as they come down towards us. This is brilliant news for Mike Comber, who is now starting to check out. I don't think he's quite broken the toe, though. Nibs is going to go back after him. Courtney Milnes there up the inside of Luke Pullen. He will no doubt stand his ground on the outside line. Courtney doesn't really leave him any room, so Luke bounces over the curb, but he will have the inside line dropping down into the club chicane. There he is, late on the brakes, hops over the curb. He's not going to be able to close the door, though. There's his teammate, Stuart Simmons, another one of the AD Motorsport cars further back. Let's pull it. There he is. Enters stage right. And in danger here of getting hung out to dry. Simmons trying to take advantage of all of this as well. There go the leaders. You can see the separation that this side-by-side battle is causing. Pullen does fall behind Courtney Milnes. And also maybe losing out there to the number 36 car of Jack Noller. Fighting back, he's doing his best here to stand his ground, is Pullen, but he's really struggling. He's got back to the inside line somehow. Not quite sure how he did that, but he's got the defensive line and stems the flow. Doesn't lose quite as many places as it looked like he might. So on with the leader. Nibs second trying to go after him, and then the scrum is for third and fourth place really. Callum Greatrex dropping back there slightly from Jason as he went out of Chapel Corner. Leaders are side by side. Well, Michael Nibs is in the lead already. So a nearly 9/10 of a second advantage for Mike Comber at the start of the lap is switched into a change for the lead by the time they get to the end of the hanger straight. Michael Nibs has got some serious speed in that car. He's driving it well. And he is perhaps the most determined of all of them to get a race win. He will really have felt after qualifying that at least one race win was coming his way. It's not going to be easy though. Comber back up the inside. That becomes the outside for the right-hand part of Club. It delays them both, look, and now here come the rest of them. Side by side for the lead. Comber will go back through, I think. Now Nibs needs to be careful. Needs to try and close the door here on Jason Greatrex. He hasn't been able to do it. Greatrex up the inside line, getting a shove from Callum Greatrex as well. Steve Foden goes to the outside. 3 wide into Abbey. Foden on the outside will surely have to bail, and he does, but he gets a better run through the corner than Nibs, who is now off the podium places. From second to first to fourth in less than a lap for Michael Nibs. It's just not going his way this weekend. Foden now slings it up the inside line through Village Corner. It is Mike Comber, though, that leads the way. The Greatrex is at play for second place, and I think they're going to swap there, are they? Yeah, Callum Greatrex on the inside and Comber wide. Mike Comber makes a mistake. Not something you see that often at all, and he falls down to fourth position because both Greatrexes go through, and Michael Nibs will not waste that opportunity to get the position back as well. Slower car there gets out of the way. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, and now the dynamic shifts again because we've got teammates and relatives running at the front of the field. Surely Callum and Jason Greatrex are going to work together now to try and clear off from this pack. It's going to be hard to do, but they've got a chance of doing it, I suppose. Michael Nibbs needs to try and disrupt that as soon as he can. He thought about going up the inside at Club. Wasn't really ever likely to work. There's Adam Craig and Seb Fisher side by side. Haven't seen a lot of Fisher today after that spin that he had earlier on, but he's in contention here for a podium, isn't he? On the outside of Adam. Then it's Fraser Fenwick. Fraser Fenwick, yes. Fraser Fenwick with the fastest lap is the next car behind them. So surely Fenwick's not going to end up on the podium here after that moment he had at Club Corner. That would be remarkable. He could do it, you know. Certainly he's going to be inside the top 10, isn't he? He's 9th place already into Village. Bit of side-by-side action there. Fraser Fenwick to the outside of the right-hander at Village, trying to get past Adam Craig. As Mike Compton tries to get back up the inside of Michael Nibbs, can't do it. Foden is next ahead of Tom Smith, that's 5th and 6th. The back marker there just staying out of the way. Good driving. So they make their way down the straight. Now Nibbs trying to get to the inside of Callum Greatrex, but look, Jason Greatrex sticks to the left-hand side of the road. He's deliberately giving Callum the slipstream to try and help him fend off Michael Nibbs. Is that going to work? Sort of. Nibbs is alongside at Stowe Corner, but wasn't actually able to clear him before they turned into the turn. And as a result now, Nibbs is in danger of being hung out to dry again. Look, this has happened to him before. Now Comber's up the inside of him into Club Corner. But Nibbs will fend him off for now, so stays in 3rd place. That's a good example, though, of how it's going to be hard to breach the defences of the Greatrex pair at the front. If they're working together, Tom Smith gets past Comber, coming out of Club. 77, Steve Foden will try and follow him past. And then it's Fenwick, Craig, Pullen and... Pullen is there, isn't he? Up the inside of Adam Craig, nearly. So the top 10 all as one with... probably just this lap to go. I think we might be on the last lap of the race now. Didn't quite see how long was left when they crossed the line, but it had to be close to 1 minute and 22 seconds, which is the average lap time at the moment. So it looks like it's going to be these three to settle it. Jason and Callum Greatrex working together to try and get a 1-2 finish here, and Michael Nibbs trying to defy the odds and get past at least one of them, maybe both, to try and take the victory down the Hanger Straight for what could be the final time. It really is going to be close. They might just squeeze another lap out of it. I kind of hope they do. Into Stowe, bump drafting aplenty. Which way does Nibbs go? That's the question. Neither way in the end. Sits behind them through Stowe Corner. Inches away from the rear bumper of Callum Greatrex. Tom Smith 4th ahead of Mike Comber in 5th place. I think they are going to get another lap, aren't they? 20 seconds left as they come into the final couple of corners. Middle ground is held by the leading two. They're not going that quickly, those two, are they? As they sort of defend together against Michael Nibbs, and that is bringing the rest of the pack back onto their tail. We will cross the line, I think, with about 3 seconds, 2 seconds even, to go. So they'll just get one more lap then. The last lap board is out. The checkered flag will have to wait another lap, and we've got 10 cars in a row fighting over the podium places. Jason and Callum Greatrex 1st and 2nd. Michael Nibbs is there in 3rd. Tom Smith in 4th. Mike Comber in 5th ahead of Fraser Fenwick, Steve Foden, Seb Fisher, Adam Craig and Luke Pullen. On the brakes, inside line for Nibbs. Still can't find a way through. Lots of shuffling further back in the pack. But in the end, they stay in the same positions they were. Another lapped car to negotiate. How's that going to factor into all of this? Does it stay out of the way? Oh, mistake for Callum Greatrex. Nibbs is up the inside of him. But again, Jason, I'm sure, will position his car in the best way that he can to try and help Callum to fend off Michael Nibbs, who is clearly up the inside of him, though. I think Jason Greatrex is probably good for the victory, but for 2nd place, it's neck and neck. Nibbs on the inside, Callum Greatrex on the outside line. Nibbs has his nose ahead, and there's a danger that Greatrex could end up off the podium because Tom Mills goes up the inside of him. Look for 3rd position. Mike Comber with a run on the pair of them. Fraser Fenwick is there, itching to get back into the top 5. He's just outside of it at the moment, and there's a nice inviting gap on the inside into Club Corner. Doesn't go for it, but he and Greatrex are super late on the brakes. It's going to be Jason Greatrex that gets the victory. The order behind him, though, is anything but certain. Jason Greatrex comes out of the final corner and makes it 3 different winners from 3 at Silverstone. He gets the victory. Michael Nibbs 2nd. 3rd place goes to Callum Greatrex. Fraser Fenwick in 4th. 5th, Seb Fisher. 6th, Mike Comber. 7th for Steve Foden, with Adam Craig, Luke Pullen next. No, Tom Smith's transponder still isn't working, so he's actually going to come across the line in 5th position. Graham Rumsey there having a nice fight to the line. That was brilliant, brilliant stuff. Excellent teamwork there from the Greatrexes, you'd have to say. Didn't quite get them the 1-2 finish they were after, but a win for Jason Greatrex. Callum, of course, won the second race, but that's the first time that they've all been on the podium so far this, or both of them have been on the podium so far this weekend. Chris Greatrex, the other one, of course, finished in 11th position, which does just about better his 12th place finish from race 1, which was his best up to this point. Jason Greatrex, who gets himself the race victory. Phenomenal racing, that. And that is why we love the Mazda MX-5 Championship. That was breathtaking stuff for each and every one of the 15 laps. We had a nice little half-time break, didn't we, I suppose? 1 lap behind the safety car, but apart from that, there was always something happening. And a 10-car shootout there for the race victory was pretty spectacular stuff. So Jason Greatrex getting himself the win. As far as the championship's concerned, though, I think Michael Nibbs will be relatively happy with 2 second-place finishes. I know he might not be very happy right now, because, as I said, he would definitely have expected to have won a race this weekend, but 2 second-place finishes to go with that 10th from race 1 is a decent points haul to start off his championship bid. Fraser Fenwick also has scored well, hasn't he, because he had a win, a third and a fourth, so I reckon Fenwick will probably have the points lead. But if you want confirmation of that, do head over to the Brscc website in the coming days, once that's all been updated, to find out how the points look. Jason Greatrex then gets the win, also wins the Masters category. Michael Nibbs is second, ahead of Callum Greatrex in third. Fraser Fenwick fourth after an off. Tom Smith is fifth. Seb Fisher was 6th place, 7th Mike Comber, 8th Steve Foden, 9th Adam Craig, and a 10th place finish for Luke Pullen, ahead of Chris Greatrex and Jack Noller, Courtney Milnes and Ollie Graham 13th and 14th, Martin Compton in 15th place, Stuart Simmons, Tim Dorr, Oak Richardson, Steve Bartlett and Matthew Goddard round out the top 20. Then it was Scott Leach and Chris Lovett ahead of Ollie Walden and Graham Rumsey, with Brad Jones 25th, Richard Bartlett 26th, Simon Hartley 27th, Luke Souch gets his best result of the weekend in 28th, ahead of Levi Aisbert and Chris Malloy 30th. Ben Manchett and Bryn Griffiths are just outside the top 30, ahead of Keith Dalton and Christopher Abbott, Andrew Dean, Darryl Radwell, Aidan Edgar, Adam Sparrow, Thor Drost, and Steve Brown was 7 laps down, so he essentially is the first non-finisher, ahead of Owen Mills and Bo Parry, who were all off the road halfway through the race. Right, I need to go and have a lie down, so I'm going to hand over to Jake Sanson to have a word with our podium finishers.
What a sensational race again, and how about this man, Jason Greatrex? How about that? Brian Trott got a Masters win last year, now you've got one.
Can't fault it. Brilliant, both of us on the podium. I thought Callum was getting a second. I thought the flag was going to go out a lap earlier because he was over the 20 minutes, come past. Oh no, not another lap. But yeah, he managed to just about, I thought he was going to get done on the straight. There was a big train behind pushing through, but he managed to keep the 3rd place, so can't fault that.
Looks like everybody's birthdays and Christmas have come early.
I know, it looks like my brother got up the grid as well. He was 43rd starting, got up to like the teens by the looks of it, so good day.
So obviously there is one more to come, and that's going to be pretty exciting once it all spices up. How do you think it's going to
go? There's no more today.
Not for you, sorry, but what a way to end it.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I can't wait for the next one now, down at Snetterton in a couple of weeks. Love the track, always done well there. I had a couple of wins there a couple of years ago. Car's running real well. Done a lot of prep on them this year. They're spot on.
So this isn't just a Silverstone streak, this is a whole season long streak now.
This is where we need to be, this is where we've been working towards as a team for a couple of years now. We put the effort in through the winter to be here, and we're here.
Spot on. Great job, buddy. Well done. How about that? That's a great way to end the weekend for Jason Greatrex. Let's find Michael Nibbs once again, who is once more on the podium with the Hills Motorsport team. Not a bad job.
Yeah, it's actually NHA Motorsport look after this.
It is indeed. Your shirt gave it away. So,
SuperCup.
Of course it is, yeah. So tell us about how the race played out, because you managed to get that 2nd place right at the very edge.
Yeah, I was just waiting, trying to stay at the front, you know, just for a last lap dash. But then these guys, you know, came flying through, and trying to battle 2 of them was quite difficult. But hey, we got here in the end.
And it was really running the gauntlet right to the end, because there was only like 1 or 2 seconds left in the race when you came across the line, so you were very nearly out of time.
Probably would have been 6th if another lap had got by. So, yeah.
Well, fantastic. So on to Snetterton. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, quite confident. Let's hope we can, you know, keep it on the podium every race. I do like Snet, so yeah, let's see what happens.
Fantastic. Great job so far. Well done.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks.
Excellent. Really, really good to see. Let's see if we can catch up with Callum, who obviously took the race 2 win earlier. That's not a bad way to end the first weekend of the season, is it? Another podium and with Dad on top this time.
Yeah, can't get much better than that, can it? So yeah, real happy with that for the team. It's an awesome result to start the year off.
So the celebratory KFC on the way home is going to be raucous, isn't it?
Everyone will be very happy, yeah.
So now we move on to the next weekend, which is at Snetterton, and I was talking to your dad. He said this isn't just a Silverstone thing. This is all season long now. This is what the car's going to produce. What do you reckon?
Yeah, definitely all of us up there, and it'd be good to see Chris up there as well. He had a bit of bad luck, but hopefully get 3 cars up on the top, up on the podium.
Championship assault on the way, perhaps?
Never say never.
Great job, buddy. Well done.
Cheers, thank you.
So, for Redline, Silverstone ends pretty much spot on. Both boys have managed to get a victory over the course of the weekend, and that is just about all she wrote in terms of the LMA Motorsport Mazda MX-5 Championship. There's still more racing to come later on from the Mazdas, but there's more action on the way. Andy, what have we got?
Well, let's take a look then, shall we? Because we've got cars heading out onto the circuit already for the second race of the day for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Intermarques series. They gave us a very interesting race earlier on in the afternoon, just after the lunch break it was, and I'm expecting more of the same now. Had a few drivers, though, that ran into mechanical issues in that race, and I'm hoping that they've got their car sorted, because it could have been an even more competitive race, I think. Certainly pole sitter Lewis Smith retiring with a mechanical issue was unforeseen. We also lost Eric Bolton, who had front-running potential, so we'll see how many of those guys have got out there for the second race, which also handily features a partially reversed grid, so we will get some of the quicker drivers having a bit more work to do to get through the order. Philip Young will end up on pole position then in his number 21 Mitsubishi. Looking out of the window, and indeed on screen, I can see the white number 24 car of Lewis Smith is there. Eric Bolton is there as well, and 267 John Price too, so I think we are missing maybe Simon Hutt, number 7, but that's possibly the only one that's absent from the back of the grid. Right, let's take a look at how the grid should line up, and we'll piece together who is or isn't there in a moment or two. Philip Young in the Mitsubishi Colt on pole position, Mick Robertson alongside him, Colin Smith and Daniel Hunn on row 2, Steve Burrows and Malcolm Blackman on the third row of the grid. Now, they were third and second respectively in the previous race, behind Daniel Smith, the winner, who has to start 7th this time. 8th place for Volker Tim in the Audi TT, Nigel Beersmore and Lewis Smith on the 5th row. So Lewis Smith, the number 10 car, is the one to keep an eye on here. He had pole position by a good margin in race 1, but instantly ran into some sort of mechanical issue. He starts 10th this time, ahead of other non-finishers, Simon Hutt, he might not be there, in the BMW Z4, Eric Bolton's Vauxhall Tigra, and John Price in his Tigra at the back of the field. So the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Intermarques series then ready to go racing here, and slightly depleted field for their second race, but we should still get some good action here, particularly in the early stages. Reverse grid races are always fun, especially when that race is only 15 minutes. If you're buried in the field, you don't have a lot of time here to get on with it and get moving up through the order. Also an opportunity for some of the drivers that struggled a bit in the earlier race to have their moment in the spotlight. We saw some good racing involving Daniel Hunn, though, in the Ford Fiesta, the yellow and red car that starts 4th on the grid. So he's going to be a tough one to find a way past, even for those front runners from the previous race. So the RunYourFleet.com safety car becomes the RunYourFleet.com pace car for a lap as it paces the field on the green flag lap. Round 2 of the CMMC Intermarques series. Still a nice, mild, sunny day here at Silverstone on the international circuit. We've had been blessed with the weather really this weekend. Only in the middle of March. I've covered meetings in the middle of March before at Silverstone, and it's not been anything like this pleasant. So this is definitely a nice way to start the motorsport season for many of us here at Silverstone. It's the start of the season, first motor racing action experienced in 2022. Brilliant offering we've had from Brscc over the course of the 2 days. So, who's going to win this one then? Well, it's not that easy to predict. You would have to say either Daniel Smith, Malcolm Blackman or Steve Burrows, unless Lewis Smith's car is now back at 100% health. If it is, he should have the speed to win. He was a second nearly quicker than anyone else in qualifying this morning. we saw so little of him in the first race. We don't really know what his race pace was going to be like. Literally, he accelerated away at the start and immediately was overhauled by the whole pack. So, although he soldiered on for a couple of laps, he didn't manage to get particularly far in the race, retiring at the end of lap number 4. There he is, Lewis Smith, number 24. And, starting the race from 10th on the grid. I wonder where he'll be at the end of the first lap this time. Will he go forwards or will he slip backwards again? Mitsubishi on pole position though of Philip Young, Mick Robertson alongside him on that front row of the grid, except he's not, because Mick Robertson has got his hand out of the window and is slowing, so the VW Corrado in trouble, I'm afraid, before the race even gets underway, and he's going to drop right to the back of the pack. He didn't pit, but that's probably because there was too much traffic in the way, so whether or not he's able to get up to speed at the start of the race, we shall have to wait and see. That means that alone on the front row of the grid is Philip Young in the Mitsubishi, and Colin Smith and Daniel Hunt there in the yellow Ford on row number 2. The red lights are on, they go out now. Good start made there from behind Daniel Hunt by Malcolm Blackman in the red Vauxhall Tigra, and he's going to be challenging for a good position into the first corner. In fact, he's going to get the lead. Is Malcolm Blackman, and there's contact, and that's Lewis Smith. Lewis Smith around, Hunt is off as well, and there's another one of the Mercedes off to the inside of the road. That's number 59, Nigel Beardsmore, and for the second race in a row, Lewis Smith is out of contention by the time they get to the first corner, although this time not due to a mechanical failure at all. He has rejoined, but whether there's damage to that Mercedes, I'm not too sure. Blackman got a brilliant start to get the lead of the race, second place for Burrows, and who came out of all of that in third? Oh, well, it's Daniel Smith, so it's the same top 3 we had in race 1, just in a slightly different order, with Blackman in front. Blackman was the one that spent the least amount of time in the lead of those 3 in race number 1. The Corrado, weirdly, is up to speed again, diving up the inside of the 267 of John Price, so don't really know why that car was slowing on the green flag lap, but it seems to have good speed again now. And, oh, well, I'll say it got past the 267 car of John Price. John did try and fight back again going into Club, but just locking up and running straight on. So, that is the Ford off of Daniel Hunt. Surely, well, yes, they are going to move that with the live snatch then, okay. Driver's running a bit wide there through the first corner. Hopefully they get that out of the way before the cars bear down on Abbey Corner at full speed again. Through Village goes Malcolm Blackman then. He is your race leader. Second place for Burrows. Third, Daniel Smith. Fourth is the Mitsubishi Colt pole sitter Philip Young. And Blackman runs wide at Chapel and hands the lead back to Burrows. And now Daniel Smith gets a run on the pair of them. I remember that dynamic from the first race where it seemed like the Tigras struggled in the first sector, particularly Malcolm Blackman seemed to struggle in that first sector, but then they were a bit quicker than the Mercedes of Daniel Smith through the second half of the lap. Is that going to be the same way that it works now? Daniel Smith is staying with them nicely there through Stowe Corner, so I would say no, that's not the way it's going to be. Blackman really struggling when he's following another car. That seems to be what's going on here. Oh, too late on the brakes into Club. He makes the corner just, but not the ideal racing line. And so Daniel Smith all over him now as they come out of Club Corner. There's the fight for fourth position. Young versus Smith. And Colin Smith trying to find a way past as they come across the start-finish line. It was also side-by-side for third, but there's, of course, a yellow flag at turn number 1. Now, did Smith get that move made on Philip Young before they got to Abbey Corner? Not quite sure. The yellow flag, of course, is actually there a little bit before the corner, and I'm not quite sure whether he actually had the full overlap by that point. We'll see if anything's done about that. Eric Bolton, by the way, Lewis Smith just set the fastest lap of the race, so that obviously Lewis Smith's car is okay. He's 7.1 seconds off the lead in 7th position, but that white number 24 car might still have a chance of this if he can. He's in at 1 minute 12.3. 4 seconds quicker than the race leader. I'd imagine yellow flags had something to do with that. But Lewis Smith rocketing on, and here he comes, look, round the outside of the Corrado of Robertson and the Tigra of Eric Bolton, that is. So Lewis Smith now into 6th position, runs a bit wide, but he is on a mission. I'd like to have a look at the right-hand side of that car, see how badly damaged it may or may not be. Looks all right, actually, so although he took a fair whack on the right rear corner at turn 1, it doesn't look to be too badly damaged. It was Eric Bolton now at the inside. He's been sort of following Smith through the pack, and he does the same again there, getting past Robertson in the Corrado. So next target for Lewis Smith is the Mitsubishi Colt of Philip Young, the red machine. He should be able to dispatch of him fairly quickly. It's another fastest lap that for Smith, 1 minute 12.3, that time only a tenth quicker than the race leader then. So the gap stays at 7 seconds. He's already got past Young's Mitsubishi. As there goes the Blackman and Smith squabble for second position. Blackman second, Smith third. And look at the way that they've been dropped here by Steve Burrows. Burrows really making this race his own at the moment. Oh, that is another off at the top end of the circuit for Colin Smith in the silver Tigra, who was running fourth. So that's another place gained by Lewis Smith then, because he was the next car that Lewis had to overtake. So it makes it a little bit easier for the man who's been the fastest here so far this weekend at Silverstone. Oh, wow. Blackman and Smith both on the limit of adhesion there as they went down into Club Corner. Steve Burrows' fastest lap of the race now, 1 minute 11.354. Is Lewis Smith going to be able to beat that or not? Let's wait and see. He's going to be the next car across the line in fourth. The answer is no, 111.7, as here Daniel Smith tries to get to the outside of Malcolm Blackman and just about finds a silhouette-sized gap. He puts on the outside into Village. The more they race each other, the more they delay each other, and the more they maybe allow Lewis Smith to close in. Oh, Daniel Smith goes through. How did he do that? He was completely out of shape out of Village. Obviously carried so much more corner speed that he just drove alongside Malcolm Blackman, got the inside through the link, and off he goes. So 2.7 seconds the gap to the race leader. Can he do it? He's got over half the race to go. If Daniel Smith has got any pace in hand, now is the time to show it, because that's not going to be easy to do. And of course he wants to do it, ideally, before Lewis Smith gets onto his tail, because Lewis Smith is coming, no doubt about it. Catching this group pretty rapidly. On the previous lap, he was nearly a full second quicker than Malcolm Blackman. There he is, look, the white Mercedes turns through the corner. Number 24 car that did not have an ideal start to the season in race one is really being thrown around this Silverstone International circuit. Lewis Smith will not be happy if he leaves Silverstone without even a podium come the end of the day. A 1 minute 10.8 is a new fastest lap. It's 2/10 quicker than the leader, but more to the point, it's 1.8 seconds faster than Daniel Smith in second place. Into the pit lane goes John Price in the Tigra. No, not Tom Price, sorry, Colin Smith, 491. It's a shame for him. Out of the race, having finished fourth in the previous one, fifth in the previous one. So out of the race on this occasion. So Steve Burrows leads the way and is not being caught by Daniel Smith because he was 1.5 seconds faster than him on the last lap. So Burrows for the win, I would say, is not a certainty, but it certainly looks good. It's the order of those behind that is in question. They've separated now, but Lewis Smith is quicker than Malcolm Blackman. And within a lap or so, will be on the tail of the third place car. We are not even quite halfway through. The way Lewis Smith is throwing that Mercedes SLK silhouette through the final corner is a sight to behold. 111.3 for Smith, 111.6 for Blackman, 110.7 for Lewis Smith, another new fastest lap of the race. 6.5 seconds off the lead, about 3/4 of a second faster on that lap. He's not going to have enough laps to get the lead, I don't think. I think Steve Burrows, as long as he doesn't have any problems or make any mistakes, should be far enough up the road. But these two are definitely vulnerable here. Lewis Smith with the bit between his teeth. He's going to be on their tail possibly by the end of this lap. Down the Hanger Straight again for this, the 7th lap of the race. They got 13 laps in the earlier one, but of course was there a safety car in that first race? It might have been, wasn't there, just for a lap. So if this stays green, they might get an extra lap or so for their 15 minutes. Blackman through club, over the curb, Smith. Oh wow, Lewis Smith, that's not really the line that they recommend you take through Club Corner. He's definitely exceeding track limits, but so far I haven't actually heard of anyone being penalised for track limits. We had, I think, a warning yesterday in one of the races, but no penalties were given out. time was that you wouldn't have a single race on a Silverstone event that wasn't plagued with track limits infringements. Drivers generally learning their lesson, and I think maybe being policed slightly differently through that final sector. Either way, Lewis Smith is running right to the extreme edges of the circuit that he's entitled to use, and it's working because he's on the tail now of Malcolm Blackman in third position. Down to Stowe. The Tigra seems good in a straight line, doesn't it? The cars are all the same, but the bodies, the silhouettes that they use can be aerodynamically different. You've also got that big rear wing on the back of the cars, and you can see, just to the eye, the Tigra's rear wing looks a bit skinnier than the Mercedes, doesn't it? You can see it's a flat top to that wing, whereas the Mercedes is quite big and bulky and probably generating more downforce, but also generating more drag down the straights. So that would maybe explain why Lewis Smith is not as quick as the Tigra of Blackman down the straight. Also note that Daniel Smith's Mercedes has a different shaped rear wing to Lewis Smith. He's got, again, a skinnier, lower downforce rear wing on that car. Oh, Smith, though, using that extra bit of downforce to good effect under braking there. Nips up the inside of Malcolm Blackman at Village. Did he make the move stick? No, but now he does, down into Chapel Corner, hits the curb, slides his way through. Job done, onto the podium for Lewis Smith. And now he's got just under 5 minutes to try and chase after Daniel and get second place. Unless, of course, Malcolm Blackman can come back at him. He's quicker down the straight. He's got a slipstream as well down towards Stowe Corner. He's forced to go the long way round, but that won't bother him too much. He'll give it a go. Now, it looks as though Lewis is going to be able to hang on there on the inside just. It's a bit wide on the exit, but Malcolm Blackman, although he draws level, is going to have a hard job going around the outside of Lewis through Club. Oh, Smith sideways. I thought he'd lost it then. I've seen him drifting that car at all sorts of crazy angles, but I thought he might have taken it a step too far there. Now, can he shake off Malcolm Blackman at the moment? This battle is really holding them up, isn't it? 111.9 for the race leader, a 112.5 for Lewis Smith, who's got Blackman to the outside again at Abbey. Keeps hold of it. Malcolm Blackman really ought to just stay there behind Lewis and see if they can both get back on terms with Daniel Smith, but he's not doing that, clearly. Slick tyres on these cars, really being given a workover, and the rears especially seem to be crying enough on Lewis Smith's car. I'm not surprised, really, all of the power slides he's been displaying over the course of this race. There's the battle between the Corrado and the Mitsubishi briefly. Makes its way out onto the hangar straight once again. No change in the order imminent for the time being. They're back to the third place squabble. Malcolm Blackman still asking all the right questions here of Lewis Smith, and because of that, I think Lewis's chances of getting second away from Daniel Smith are deteriorating by the corner here. Let's see what the lap times are this time. An 11.40 for Smith, a 12.0, 6/10 slower for Lewis. So yeah, as long as he's got Blackman weaving around behind him, Lewis Smith isn't able to concentrate on chasing after second place. That helps, though. Blackman went for a move into Abbey that was never going to work, and ends up being quite a bit slower through the corner as a result. So now as they will head onto the hangar straight this time, for the first time since he took that third place, I think Lewis Smith will be able to focus all of his attention up the road, rather than looking in his mirrors to try and fend off the attack from the red Tigra. Malcolm Blackman down the hangar straight for the 11th time. 2.25 minutes still to go in this final race of the weekend for the Intermarques series. The Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, though, have another race to come from their Super Saloons and their tin tops. And here is the Mick Robertson-Philip Young battle. They've been pretty much inseparable all weekend long. They both qualified initially on the 4th row for race 1, less than 1/10 of a second between their qualifying times. Then, of course, started, or should have started, on the front row of this race. I don't know what happened to Mick Robertson on the green flag lap, whether he just elected to start from the back of the grid. In the end, that was probably sensible, because it meant that he missed the first corner collision and was able to just pick his way through it all. And now here he is, running in a very, very strong 6th position, having just taken it away from Young on this lap. Now looks to be easing away from him, if anything. Penultimate lap of the race for the race leader, though. Steve Burrows 6.7 seconds up the road. He's had it easy in this one. I don't think we're going to see much change behind either, because Daniel Smith just pulled out a personal best lap there, 1 minute 11.2. It was 0.2 slower than Lewis Smith, but he's still 2.5 seconds ahead, so I reckon this might be the order in which they get the flag in a lap's time. But I've seen enough of these Intermarques races to know that they're never over until they're over. Mechanical failure always seems to be just around the corner. And because they're just such difficult cars to drive when you're on the limit, mistakes are also quite easy to make. And that's why it's worth keeping the pressure on the opponents at all times. You never know when an opportunity might arise to pick up one more position before the flag. But a good drive this from Lewis Smith, though. A real shame he got turned around at the first corner, because you'd have to say without that he probably would have been up there fighting Steve Burrows for the victory, and Steve might not have had quite the Sunday afternoon drive that he's had. He's been able to coast really through this second half of the race in particular. Not that it looks like he's coasting, still pushing on through Chapel Corner. Doesn't make friends with the apex, but still manages to carry good speed onto the Hangar Straight. He's got a lapped car ahead. It's the Mercedes of Nigel Beardsmore, I think, number 59. He's the last car running. 3 cars out of the race, of course. One non-starter in Simon Hutt. Daniel Hunn out at the first corner, and we also lost Colin Smith to the pit lane. This Vauxhall Tigra of Steve Burrows is going to have a pretty strong day, having finished third in the race earlier on today. He's going to lead most of the laps in race number 2 to win the second round of the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Intermarques Series. Checkered flag goes out to Steve Burrows with a pretty healthy winning margin in the end over Daniel Smith, who comes home in second place. The drive of the race, though, no doubt about it. After spinning at the first corner, Lewis Smith gets himself back onto the podium in third. Malcolm Blackman in fourth. Fifth position for Eric Bolton. Here he comes. And then sixth place should go to Mick Robertson, but he's had this pretty close race-long duel with Philip Young's Mitsubishi. And yeah, look, the Mitsubishi's back. Oh, no contact at the last corner. Oh, and they're both in the gravel. Young was back ahead of Robertson at that point, and Robertson tried a do-or-die manoeuvre into the last turn. They collide, and into the gravel he goes. Looks like Philip Young will carry on, but Mick Robertson is not going to see the flag. There goes the Mitsubishi across the line in sixth. Oh, that's a shame. They've had some good battling today, those two. A shame that it all ended in tears at the final corner. Robertson's retirement will mean that John Price inherits 7th place. He comes across the line now, just ahead of Volker Tim in the Audi TT. A dramatic end to the race then. Not for this man, Steve Burrows. Everything went to plan for him there. Got to the lead early on. Got past Malcolm Blackman, who was the early race leader, despite having started 6th on the grid. Blackman led into turn 1, but Burrows was able to get past him pretty early on in the race, really, and then just drove away. Winning margin of 5.4 seconds. It could easily have been a bit more than that. I think he backed off quite a bit there towards the end of the race. So, entertaining stuff from the Intermarques series. We look forward to having them back on the Brscc bill throughout the season. And Steve Burrows gets himself a nice start to the season here with a solid pair of results. Podium in race 1, top of the podium in race number 2. And when they get back around to the pit lane, which they do right on cue, we'll be able to hand over to Jake Sanson and have a word with the three of them. You can see them there pulling into the pit lane. Before we do hand down to Jake, though, let's take a look at the race results. Steve Burrows, the race winner. Daniel Smith second. Lewis Smith recovers to third after a trying day. Malcolm Blackman fourth. Eric Bolton fifth. And sixth place for Philip Young. John Price was seventh ahead of Volker Tim and Nigel Beardsmore. And that's it. Unfortunately, Mick Robertson was a non-finisher after that dramatic last lap clash with Philip Young. Colin Smith also failed to finish, and Daniel Hunn, of course, off at the very first corner. Average speed, 94.26 miles an hour for Lewis Smith. They are the fastest cars, I think, racing on the bill this weekend. Right, let's head down to the pit lane then, where Jake Sanson is ready to chat to our top three.
Well, that certainly makes up for race 1. Steve Burrows is going to work his way out of his beautiful machine, and we're going to get a very, very happy Steve Burrows after the frustration of race 1. Let's help him out a little bit. That's more like it, Steve. That's what we came to expect from you. Race 2 was much better.
That was good. Yeah, I enjoyed that, boy. Yeah, it's good.
So,
Very nice.
what were the issues in race 1 that kind of held you at bay?
We had a real close race in race 1. A lot of respect between all three of us. And we just backed out of a few things and had a good time and put a show on, which was great. And this time I managed to get a good bit clear and away we went.
Looks like it could be a very strong season from CMMC, and you've got, your Intermarque absolutely on point. It looks good, it goes quick. So is this a championship campaign starting up here?
We're having a go. It's not a championship, because we're not doing a championship. But I want to be consistent every meeting. Be good.
Come away with some nice silverware anyway.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. There you go.
Good lad. Great job. Great race.
Thanks very much.
Excellent. That's more like it from Steve Burrows. Come over here again and have a look at Dan Smith's machine. It's done it again. Look, that is an oven. That's absolutely crazy. I'm going to have a quick word with Dan. Well, is it still the same problem again occurring?
Well, yeah, I think it's something on the front seal of the gearbox which is leaking. I don't know about the diff because that was leaking in the last race as well, but hopefully that might have sorted itself. But we'll look in a minute and find out. So, yeah, bit of a struggle, but we got there. So.
The car slowly being held together by cable ties and hope.
Well, it's all mechanically there. It's just you lose a lot of grip when you get oil going on the wheels, but. To be honest, like I said, the tyres, they're never great at the end of the race anyway because they're too hot. So, but yeah, good fun.
Fair enough. Well, I'll let you push your car in. I wouldn't ask you to get back in it and drive it down the pit lane again. You might get some sort of carbon monoxide poisoning. Keep it going, but great job. Well done.
Well done. Thank you. Perfect.
Excellent. A first and a second for Dan Smith. He was very lucky to get to the end of the race. The most pristine-looking sideways Intermarque you're ever going to come across. This man was pushing it like Colin McRae at various points. I saw that cheeky little run out of the Vale. It was absolutely on full chat and opposite lock. We'll have a natter with him in a moment. Let's have a quick chat. Lewis Smith, or should I call you Colin McRae now? Because there were some moments when you were proper four-wheel lock.
Yeah, we was thrashing the nuts off it basically. But it was just unfortunate that mix-up at the start. I don't know what happened. I was on the outside and was taken out, but it happens. Luckily, we didn't get no damage and we carried on. But yeah, it was a few hairy moments when we was going through the pack, just pushing the car so hard to get through, really.
Driving a bit quicker on the red mist, or was it just the car was always capable of that?
Probably a bit of both, I would say. We've had no luck all day, and I thought it would be nice to get a good race finish today. And then that happened on the first corner and I thought, we've got to go on a charge now. So that's what happened.
Well, you've got a little bit of a breather now until Mallory Park. Is it still going to be strong there, do you reckon?
We'll have to wait and see until we get there, really. As I was saying to your colleague, I'll be back in my own car then. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Good stuff, great performance all weekend, well done.
Thank you very much.
So what a fantastic performance we've had from the classic and modern motorsport clubs Intermarques. They really have given us great entertainment. But there's more Mazdas on the way. Andy McEwen will talk us through the grid once more. Are you ready, mate?
I definitely am, yes. The Mazda MX-5 SuperCup then, not the final MX-5 action today, because we've got the Clubman Championship coming up a little bit later on as well. But yes, the MX-5 SuperCup set to provide, I'm sure, another really entertaining 20-minute race. The two that we've had so far this weekend have been absolutely fantastic. And I'm sure that the one coming up in a moment or two is going to be no exception. Our thanks, though, to the Intermarque drivers. Really enjoyed having them here at Silverstone. As Jake said, they're out at Mallory Park in a few weeks' time, and we look forward to checking in with them as we move through the season. So, Mazda MX-5 SuperCup then has been a story of utter domination for one driver, and then everyone else fighting over the scraps, really. Aidan Hills has dominated the two races that we've had so far, winning the first one by 15 seconds, the second one by 12.2 seconds, and he'll now look to try and get the hat-trick in race number 3. But a reminder, if you're just joining us, he is not scoring points. He is a guest driver with us this weekend. And so we're going to see the points being allocated really to the drivers finishing behind him, immediately behind him on the grid. I'm looking at the grid for this race though, and I don't see his name on it. Now, I did suspect there might be an issue with that car. There was one car that was sounding quite rough towards the end of the previous race, and I wondered if it might have been his. And I don't think... Oh, no, he is there. 7th on the amended grid. They've just changed the grid. just a few minutes ago, so he is going to be starting there. Hopefully that car is okay. That car was not sounding ideal towards the end of that second race. However, the racing we've had has been fabulous, as I said, and it's going to be a very competitive season of racing. We'll get more into that in a moment or two, but whilst we're waiting for the cars to make their way onto the grid, let's take a look, shall we, at how they will be lining up. Now, there has been an amended grid. Let's hope we've got the right one loaded up. I think we have. Alex Miller on pole position. And we will try and get that up for you in a moment or two. But Alex Miller and Will Blackwell-Chambers will be on the front row of the grid then. Alex Miller's he's just sort of quietly been going about his business so far this weekend. Had a 13th place finish in the first race, and then he managed to come through and finish 7th in race 2. And the random grid draw has put him on pole. There we go. So Miller on pole, Blackwell-Chambers alongside him, Colin Bysouth and James Cossons on row number 2, ahead of Richard Amos and Patrick Fletcher on the third row. Amos had an entertaining second race where he hit the tyre stack at Chapel on the first lap and still managed to race his way towards the front of the field. Double winner Aidan Hills, the guest driver, is 7th on the grid, ahead of Michael Nibbs right behind him, who's been a force to be reckoned with in the Mark 1s this weekend. Adam Bessel down there in 9th on the grid, ahead of John Langridge. Then Declan Lee and Lee Britton will share the 12th row of the grid. Grindrod is there on row 7, Will Morris for company right behind him. And then behind them on the 8th row, Jack Brewer, the runner-up in last year's Mark 1 Championship, with Tom Griffiths right behind him. And Tom Griffiths had an awful start to that second race to go along with his pretty bad start yesterday. Let's hope he gets off the line this time, because he's shown some good flashes of speed when things have been going right for him. Braden Fletcher likewise actually behind. He's got Marcus Carlton alongside him on row 9, whilst Tom Selden and Chris Richardson round out the top 20. Then it is Nick Rutter and Stephen New on row 11. Row 12, Dan Parron-Smith and George Grant, who has been in the wars a little bit. Certainly he was yesterday. Seamus Heaney and Bruce Robinson are next. Bruce Robinson, one of the Masters drivers that races in the Masters Club Championship, and indeed is the pole sitter for that category. Christopher Gimm and Clive Chisnell are in the same class as him, and they will line up right behind him. So too Adrian Burge and Kevin Brent. A lot of the Masters drivers electing to race within the club category this season. Martin Tolley is a Master, but he's very much one of the pros. Down 31st on the grid there, but a weekend to forget for Martin. Daniel Rose is next, ahead of Scott Wright and Xavier Brook, 34th on the grid, as we get towards the back of this mammoth 38-car entry. Kevin Sylvain and Josh Pulane at the penultimate row of the grid. And then right at the very back, we should hopefully have Liz Walton and Tamer Chauhan. So 19 rows, 38 cars, and a competitive season ahead, that's for sure. And the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, which has been going for, I think this is its 10th season actually, or it might even be its 11th. I think 2012 was the first season for the Super Cup. Started off with a single-figure grid at Castle Combe for its very first race, and within 2 or 3 years had a sold-out grid, and it's really kind of stayed that way ever since. Drivers have come and gone. There are some that are pretty constant, and this season I'm sure we're going to see a titanic fight for the championship that will take place over 8 weekends of racing, three races across each and every one of those rounds, with 2 exceptions, one being Alton Park, which is a one-day event. The other one is on the 21st of May, excuse me, here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Really looking forward to that event in the middle of May. It's going to be live streamed by the Brscc, a big weekend of racing that on the full Grand Prix circuit, and there will be just 2 races on that weekend for the MX-5 Super Cup. That's not the next round. They actually have a round at Snetterton in April on the 300 circuit. Then it's that Grand Prix meeting in May. June, they head to the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. July sees them visit Alton Park on the international circuit for that one-day event. And then August, it's Cadwell Park. September, they're at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. And it all finishes on the 15th and 16th of October on the Snetterton 300 circuit. So a pretty nicely spaced out calendar, actually. 1 round per month is a nice way to do it, I think. And a lot of these drivers will have day jobs and they aren't really able to take lots of time off work to go testing and to go travelling down to wherever they're racing next. So 4 weeks or so between each round is a pretty sensible way of running a championship at this level. The Brscc certainly know what they're doing. The MX-5 SuperCup, as I've said, continuing to go from strength to strength. So cars out on their green flag lap, pick a winner from this lot. That's easier said than done, really, isn't it? I think it's going to be a very busy race indeed. Alex Miller on pole position, Will Blackwell Chambers alongside. Now, I'm just going to confirm before I say something incorrect, which would be very out of character. I'm going to check he didn't win a race last year. No, he didn't. So Will Blackwell Chambers still looking for his first ever victory in the MX-5 SuperCup, and there are some that are surprised it took him this long, to be honest. Will Blackwell Chambers coming into this series as a champion of the Mark 1 category. But he, like John Langridge before him, like Jack Brewer this year, really proving the fact that these cars are very, very different animals to the Mark 1s. Just because you're quick in a Mark 1 car does not mean that you'll be able to jump straight into a Mark 3 and be just as competitive, and vice versa as well. You know, if you're used to driving a Mark 3 car, you might not be as comfortable with a Mark 1, which is a lot softer, it moves around a lot more, it slides a lot more, it's got less power, of course, than the Mark 3 cars that are gridding up now. So two slightly different driving styles, but they both provide excellent racing, slipstreaming racing, side-by-side, lots of passing. It's precisely what you want to see from the one-make category of racing. This, I think, is possibly my favourite one out there. MX-5 SuperCup has always had a special place in my heart, and looking forward to another great season ahead. It's been a fantastic start to the year. Aidan Hills may have had the dominant pace, but he's not racing for a full season, so the competition behind him has been more than enough to whet the appetite for the year ahead. And of course now the competition is ahead of him, around him. He is right in the middle of it, starting 7th on the grid as he is. So keep an eye to Aidan, the blue and grey number 8 car that starts 7th on the grid, the outside of that 4th row. On the front row though, Alex Miller on the outside of row 1. I'm pretty sure Alex is still looking for his first win in the championship as well. Been racing in it for a few years now. He will see this, no doubt, as a golden opportunity. If you're in that lead pack around Silverstone, you've got a chance of the race victory. So just survive the first few laps, stay amongst the leaders and try and put yourself into a position to snatch the victory on the final lap. I'm sure they'll all have one eye to Aidan Hills as well. They're not going to want to let him come galloping through the field and swanning off into the race lead. And another comfortable race victory. They're going to put up a bit of a defence, I'm sure, to try and stop him having this one quite so easy from 7th on the grid. So Miller and Blackwell Chambers row 1, Bysouth and James Cossins row 2, 3rd row for Richard Amos and Patrick Fletcher, with double race winner so far, guest driver Aidan Hills, starting this from 7th alongside Michael Nibbs. 5-second board is shown. Red lights are about to go on. That will happen now. They go out now after a short hold. Away they go. Good start from the outside of row 1 from the pole sitter Alex Miller. I think he's going to hold the lead down to turn 1. Although in the second phase of the start, Blackwell Chambers almost starts to come back at him. Miller gets into the turn first though. John Langridge there trying to get up the inside of someone into the first corner. They all get into turn 1 safely. And hopefully we'll come out the other side in one piece as well. Now down towards the braking zone at Village Corner. Who's got the lead? Getting increasingly hard to see as we get into the late afternoon. Colin Bysouth moving to challenge Miller around the outside line. Oh, they're 3 and 4 abreast through the apex of the corner. That's not going to work. Miller hangs on to the advantage. Blackwell Chambers around the outside, squeezes across in front of Aidan Hills, and Patrick Fletcher on the inside of everyone into the back of Blackwell Chambers, saves it just about. And Patrick Fletcher with one of the saves of the day. Thank goodness as well, because spinning in front of a pack of 30-odd MX-5s would not have been fun. He loses a lot of momentum and a lot of places as a result, but yeah, that could have been a lot worse. So Miller leads, Bysouth 2nd, Blackwell Chambers 3rd, Cossins there in 4th, Bessel up the inside of Aidan Hills for 5th. Aidan Hills being overtaken, that's the first time we've seen that all weekend long. It was always going to be harder for him though, starting in the pack. He was very lucky to avoid the slightly out of control Patrick Fletcher just now. Richard Amos and Michael Nibbs go either side of Declan Lee, who's had a good start. Declan Lee started 11th. He's a lot higher than that, or was at least a lot higher than that, as they went into the club complex. Nick Grindrod there. There's Tom Griffiths, number 76, behind Patrick Fletcher. So Patrick Fletcher is going to be 15th at the line at the end of lap 1. Change for the lead, meanwhile. Colin Bysouth past Alex Miller. And Will Blackwell Chambers now tries to go with him. Up towards Village they will head. Bysouth clear in front. Now, what's happening there? Blackwell Chambers late on the brakes. Actually, so late on the brakes trying to get past Alex Miller that he ends up running it up the inside of the race leader as well. He settles back in line behind Bysouth. Miller now has the 2 Hills Motorsports cars behind him. Team boss Aidan on the outside, and his protege in a way, James Cossins, up the inside of him. Adam Bessel trying to join in the fun as well, gets a run on the pair of them as they eventually do get single file down the Hanger Straight. So Aidan Hill's up to 4th place now. Now he goes for 3rd on the inside of Alex Miller. He's coming towards the front of the field, the first of those blue cars. Turns into the corner, Miller sideways, did he catch it? Yes he did, but Cossins goes through, Bessel up the inside of him as well. So it's all going a little bit wrong here for Alex Miller. Having held on strongly for the opening lap, he's slipped now well outside the top 3 or 4 positions. Bysouth under pressure from Blackwell Chambers. Oh, and Cossins goes around. Miller goes around with him as well. Deal, there must have been contact there between the two of them going through the first part of club. There was a 3rd car in that pack as well, though, of Adam Bessel. I don't know what his involvement was in all of that, but that has ruined James Cosson and Alex Miller's races. Lee Britton was delayed in that as well. So a few drivers out of position now after a bit of a schmozzle down at Club Corner. Bysouth then leading the way. Blackwell Chambers 2nd, but Aidan Hills is there and he goes up the inside of Blackwell Chambers for 2nd place at Village. Will is very late on the brakes. Too late on the brakes maybe, let's see. When they come out the other side, there's 1 car wide in the background. Yeah, okay, no, Blackwell Chambers hangs on to that 2nd spot. We'll head again down the Hanger Straight this time around. So, some sketchy moments there in the early going, but they are all more or less still there. Bysouth defending his lead down towards Stowe Corner. Blackwell Chambers going with him. They're both racing each other, but neither of them wants to allow Aidan Hills through, because I do think that if Aidan Hills gets the lead and is allowed to settle into any sort of a rhythm, he will disappear up the road again. So they're going to really try here, these two, I would imagine, to keep him behind. Yeah, you can see there, they both go to the inside, so Aidan just sends it down the outside. That might work. Oh, Bysouth sideways on the nose of Blackwell Chambers' car. Blackwell Chambers wanted to go a bit quicker through that corner than Colin Bysouth was going, I reckon, and almost ended up driving through him. We're back in the pack, number 77 there getting a tad sideways. Seamus Heaney, the orange car. And is that Dan Parron-Smith behind him? I think it might be. The 86 car having a decent debut showing in the championship here. So, through Abbey Corner go the leaders. The leader is still Bysouth, but Aidan Hills closing in. Goes to the inside, more to defend from Blackwell Chambers, though. Then it's Richard Amos and Adam Bessel. With Michael Nibbs, John Langridge, Declan Lee, Nick Grindrod and Patrick Fletcher rounding out the top 10. Fletcher back into 10th place after that huge moment at this corner a couple of laps ago. Even Fletcher just behind him in 11th position on the Hanger Straight. Towards Stowe Corner. Bysouth, are his days as the race leader numbered? You'd have to suspect they might be. Aidan Hills doesn't pull out of the slipstream just yet, though. Pushes him down to Stowe Corner. So Aidan choosing not to make the move at the first available opportunity. Nick Grindrod is, though, on the inside of Declan Lee. That was for 8th position, behind Adam Bessel and Michael Nibbs. Down to Club, and again, Aidan Hills elects not to go up the inside. Richard Amos goes to the outside of Blackwell Chambers, though. Makes a really good move for 3rd place, but does that compromise him through Club itself? Yes, it does. We'll try and close the door on Will through the right-hander. Oh, almost leaning on each other at high speed. We've seen that go wrong a few times already today. They are still wheel-to-wheel down the pit straight. And Adam Bessel actually is on their tail now. It's John Langridge that's at the head of the next group, not Bessel. Because Bessel is up there with the leaders. Intrigued by the tactics at play here from Aidan Hills. He's just trying to make a race of it, I suppose, but it may well be that he's going to try and work with Bysouth to get clear at the front of the field here. Bysouth in the number 88 car. It's a race. And heads down the back straight with, again, the double race winner right behind him. And look at the entry list for this weekend. Colin Bysouth, yes, is being run by Hills Motorsport, so he's not running the Hills Motorsport livery, but he is a teammate and customer, essentially, of Aiden, so that's probably why they're working together, isn't it? They are teammates, and Aiden would like nothing more than to have a 1-2 finish for the team. Richard Amos has other ideas, though, and he goes up the inside of Will Blackwell Chambers through the entry to club. Oh, and Blackwell Chambers maybe missed a gear or something there, because he was very slow out of club corner, and Adam Bessel really was able to drive straight past him without too much of a fight at all. So down to 5th place for Blackwell Chambers now. Aiden Hills dropping back from Colin Bysouth. Is he going to try and play rear gunner here? Out back into the race goes the number 11 car. Scott Wright, that is. He's one of the Paddock Motorsport entries. But yeah, Aiden Hills dropping back here, almost as if to defend from the cars behind and allow his teammate Colin Bysouth to run clear at the front. Declan Lee there up the inside of Michael Nibbs. Oh dear, two drivers who are not known for backing out of committed manoeuvres. Braden Fletcher now joins in the fun as well. Head towards Stowe Corner, all jockeying for positions. Patrick Fletcher at the front of that group, so that puts Patrick in 8th position now, ahead of Nick Grindrod. Change for the lead, so Aiden Hills has got himself ahead of Colin Bysouth, spurred on, I think, by the fact that Richard Amos was catching them. Aiden's decided to lead from the front. Perhaps he can work with Colin Bysouth and drag him away from Richard Amos, much in the same way that Grey Traxxas did in that final Mark 1 race earlier on, to try and keep Michael Nibbs behind, and maybe two teammates there can work against Richard Amos, who has found so much speed over the last 12 months or so, Richard, from being a club class front runner to now overall championship contender, no doubt about it. Through Abbey goes Braden Fletcher ahead of Declan Lee there. That is Fletcher 10th now, Declan Lee down to 11th. And into Chapel we go for the, I can't tell you what lap it is because the timing screen's down again, but we are ticking towards half race distance, 11 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And the battle on then, or is it? Is this Aiden Hill starting to stretch away at the front of the field? 3 race victories in the same weekend is not something that's easy to do in this championship. I don't think Aiden's ever done it before, certainly. So this would be an enormous achievement if he can do it, and if he can't, then you would have to say something fairly bizarre must have happened, because he's got control of the race, he's got his teammate behind him. Bysouth knows that he's scoring maximum points anyway, just finishing 2nd place behind his teammate. So as long as he keeps Richard Amos up there, that's good for the championship. Jack Brewer there, challenging into club, and that's a real challenge up the inside line. Marcus Carlton clatters into the side of the 96 car, which comes back on the road. James Cosson's a part of this after his spin at club a few laps ago, and comes out of that pretty well. Oh, dear me, more contact. Poor old Chris Richardson will be having a headache in that 96 car after the couple of shots that he took through that final sequence of corners. Number 2 car a part of that scrap as well. And they all come out the other side. We've got Alex Miller in there too, so some quick drivers in this group recovering after earlier issues. Alex Miller fading right down the order now, 20th place. There must be a problem with that car, surely, after having started on the front row. Aiden Hill's checking out now. Change for 3rd, though. That's Bessel ahead of Amos now. So Adam Bessel, the black machine, into P3. And Richard Amos is not a driver we've seen being overtaken all that often this weekend. So I wonder if he had a mistake somewhere up through the first sector. Anyway, Bessel through. And this kind of is the fight, really. It may be for 2nd place, but it's for the maximum championship points, with Hills being a guest driver. So in a way, you could say this is the fight for the race lead. Bysouth, Bessel, Amos and Blackwell Chambers. Back, slightly cleaner run this time through club corner for Marcus Carlton. Alex Miller, the car behind him. And then the number 13 car is Tom Selden. The orange car of Nick Rutter behind. Michael Nibbs there, peeking to the inside at Abbey Corner. Braden Fletcher, 9th position, 10th Lee Britton, 11th, Declan Lee. And Michael Nibbs all the way down in 12th. So Nibbs, another one who just missed out by one position on the reverse grid pole, finished 8th in race 2. The top 7 ultimately that were reversed. Could have been a very different story, I suppose, if he'd have started at the front, but Nibbs slipping back to 12th now from his 8th place starting position. Can Colin Bysouth keep Adam Bessel and Richard Amos and Will Blackwell-Chambers behind him? Well, Bessel hopes not. He's going to go to the inside at the last minute into Stowe Corner. Nearly worked. Tried to sell the dummy there, really. Didn't show his nose until they were in the braking zone so that Bysouth wouldn't defend. But actually, it could be Bessel that loses out here because Amos is up the inside of him into Club and he will slip through back into 3rd position. 2nd of the point scorers. Hills continuing to stretch away. Will get his lead gap now. 1:18.711 is a new fastest lap of the race. And he's a second and a half quicker than the group behind him. 3.1 seconds is the official margin between 1st and 2nd place. Bysouth, Amos, Bessel, Blackwell-Chambers. Keep trying to call Will Blackwell-Chambers James Blake Baldwin. Of course, Blake Baldwin, a former champion in the MX-5 SuperCup a few years ago as well. He's now gone on to race Ginettas, as many Mazda drivers do. That seems to be the career trajectory now of successful Mazda MX-5 drivers. Go off and race Ginettas. That's what Avon Hills is doing this year. But they do have a habit, these guys, of popping back for the odd guest appearance in the MX-5 SuperCup, as Aiden's doing, and really showing how quick they are. Hills then leading the way. This fight that matters, though, really, for the championship points at the start of the season. And Bysouth holding on for the time being. Anyone going to duck out of line into Club? Colin defending the middle ground there, so Amos thinks about the outside. Doesn't work. Tucks back in behind. No, he doesn't. Go to the inside of Bysouth into the right-hander. That was an opportunistic attempt at a move. Gets into the side slightly of Bysouth and then gets a nerf from Adam Bessel as well. Through goes Amos. Bessel now at the inside as well. Will Blackwell-Chambers will try to make it 3 places lost for Colin Bysouth here. He's definitely going to lose 1. He's going to try and avoid losing 2, but he can't. Bessel goes past him. And now Blackwell-Chambers has the run through farm up towards the braking zone at Village. 6 minutes and a quarter or so left to go. And we have a new 2nd place driver, Richard Amos, into P2. Finished 2nd in yesterday's race as well, did Richard, which was worth the maximum points. So, as it stands, I think would leave Silverstone as the points leader sideways for Bessel, whilst at the same time Blackwell-Chambers flings it up the inside of Colin Bysouth, whose race is slowly starting to unravel here. Having led this group for the entire race up until this point, he does slot back in ahead of Blackwell-Chambers, but that was not a good lap and a half or so there for Colin. The right-hander at Stowe. Hills leading now by nearly 4 seconds. It's probably going to be the smallest winning margin of the weekend, but he did have to do it from 7th on the grid. Side by side there for 3rd again. Bysouth to the outside of Adam Bessel. Really interesting sequence of corners, that, isn't it? One car looks like it's gaining time on the way in. That was Bysouth that time, but then ends up losing time through the middle part of Club. And indeed, that's what happened to Bysouth. He loses out to Blackwell-Chambers, who now tries to get up the inside of Adam Bessel as well. Or is he just defending from Bysouth? Yeah, he's just defending because Colin's back alongside and tries to go the long way round through Abbey Corner. That's brave. He just about finds the room, actually. In fairness to Blackwell-Chambers, he left him space, which is what you'd like to see. Caught by Patrick Fletcher and John Langridge as well, haven't they? Those two have been working together over the middle portion of the race, and with just under 5 minutes to go, they're back in the conversation for a podium finish. Bysouth and Blackwell-Chambers still haven't sorted this out. Bysouth gets into Chapel Corner ahead, but on the outside line he was carrying a bit too much speed, ends up tipping a wheel over the edge of the curb, and here comes Patrick Fletcher. Patrick Fletcher, who was pointing the wrong way, or nearly pointing the wrong way at Chapel in the early exchanges, is now on the tail of Will Blackwell-Chambers here for 5th position. Goes to the outside line, but Blackwell-Chambers is super late on the brakes. Gets to the inside of Bysouth through Stowe Corner, leans on Bysouth slightly, and Patrick Fletcher is thinking, right, how do I capitalise on this? How do I get past both of them with the minimal amount of time loss? Of course, John Langridge thinking much the same thing behind him as well. Through the left-right chicane at Club, and through the second apex of Club Corner onto the pit straight. Just allowing Amos and Bessel to stretch their legs now. And with under 4 minutes to go, they're not going to have a huge amount of time to get back after them, are they? South flings it in to Abbey Turn. There's John Langridge. Yeah, he will definitely have been hoping to be claiming race victories this year in his second full season of SuperCup racing. Amos and Bessel, though, just breaking clear now slightly. They were just over a second ahead of that gaggle. Again, if they start debating second place, which they will at some point, then it gives these guys an opportunity to close in as well. Behind them, by the way, Nick Grinderon still 8th, Declan Lee 9th, and Braden Fletcher rounding out the top 10. So Michael Nibbs out of the top 10 now in 11th position. And James Cosson's not really recovering quite as well as some of the others around him. He is only 13th at the moment, the other Hills Motorsport car. So, a man that finished third in the championship last year, not having quite the start to his 2022 campaign that he would have planned either. South definitely catching back up here to Amos and Bessel, so I think he's got some good speed still in him, Colin. He just needs to relax, take a deep breath, not too flustered by all of this. There they go, there is James Cossons, the blue car, and just ahead, Michael Nibbs side by side with Declan Lee, behind Braden Fletcher. So Braden Fletcher hanging on to 10th position, and now that's Lee Britton up the inside of them, as Declan Lee and Michael Nibbs fell over each other rather through the club chicane. And out of the window there for Michael Nibbs as he tries to straighten his wing mirror back out again. Declan Lee sticks the windscreen wipers on for reasons I don't quite understand, but anyway, it turns into Abbey Corner, still behind those two. Oh, that's a shame. Off goes car number 20, Christopher Ginn. Now that's Stowe, I think, isn't it? Stowe Corner at the end of the Hanger Straight. Lots of steam from the front of that car, suggesting he's got some front-end damage maybe. Yellow flags at that part of the track. They'll almost certainly choose to cover it under yellows for the final couple of laps. We have seen them throwing checkered flags early today for incidents happening in the latter stages, but I don't think they'll feel the need to here. Lee Britton there was trying to get up the inside of Michael. Oh, there's fluid on the track, is there? Is that why there's steam coming from the Christopher Ginn car? Michael Nibbs was very sideways there, under yellow flags. You would imagine he wouldn't have been driving particularly hard through a yellow flag zone. At least you'd hope he wouldn't be. So I wonder, is there a bit of oil or radiator fluid or something on the ground there? Hopefully not, because the marshals are in the gravel trying to recover it. I think they've had the fire extinguisher on it, haven't they? So I think that's an engine blow-up. And then there's oil that's got on his tyres, and Christopher's spun off on his own oil. The trouble is that oil is still on the track and could still catch people out here. We're into the final minute. We should get one more lap after this one, I think. All of the MX-5 races have been pretty touch and go as to when the last lap starts, though. That keeps us guessing, keeps the drivers guessing as well. It means they can't really plan for a last lap overtake, because they're never quite sure whether it's the last lap or not. Yellow flag's still out there, and yeah, Aidan Hills, look, he's keeping a little bit tighter to the middle of the road than he normally would. That's not the normal racing line, because I think there is fluid on that racing line, isn't there? Here we come again. Yeah, all cars skating off everywhere. Back marker runs out wide in front of them, but Adam Bessel was sideways in the third place car. So it is just a little bit treacherous down at Stowe right now. Oh, Aidan Hills sideways again through Club Corner. Now, is this going to be the final lap of the race? He's celebrating, I think, like it is. But we have still got about 5 seconds left on the clock. I suspect the checkered flag will be waiting for him. It is not. So he's got another lap to go. I hope he realised that the checkered flag wasn't out and he doesn't back off. No, he's still pushing. So one more lap to go then in the final MX-5 SuperCup race of the weekend. And it's Richard Amos here, second place, trying to defend from Adam Bessel. That moment for Bessel, though, has brought Blackwell Chambers, Colin Bysouth, Patrick Fletcher and John Langridge back onto his tail. So podium places still very much up for grabs. Bysouth there looking to the outside of Blackwell Chambers. Aidan Hills comes through Chapel Corner for the final time. And what's going to happen with this group behind? They're going to be squabbling between themselves as they head towards potentially a very slippery Stowe Corner. It looks like that attempted move by Colin Bysouth on Blackwell Chambers, not only did it not work, but actually he's lost a place now, I think, to Patrick Fletcher behind him. Leader then comes down into Stowe Corner. Aidan Hill's a former rallycross driver, so he can handle the slippery surface. What's going to happen behind there? Richard Amos looks good for second. They're all staying tight away from the oil now, which is sensible. And So no big slip-ups. Patrick Fletcher did not get past Colin Bysouth. He was alongside him, I saw in the background, but didn't actually manage to complete the manoeuvre. Completing the hat-trick, though, is Aidan Hills, and the rest of the field will be very, very happy to hear that this is probably his only appearance of the season, because he has made this look remarkably easy. 3 wins from 3 for Aidan Hills, a dominant display here at the home of British Motorsport. 2nd place for Richard Amos, 3rd Adam Bessel, 4th for Will Blackwell Chambers, and Colin Bysouth gets 5th in the end. Bit of a shame that for him, having led earlier on. Ooh, Michael Nibbs out wide. This isn't over yet. Declan Lee and Tom Selden getting into each other. And Michael Nibbs almost running into the back of James Cossons, who gets 10th. James Cossons, 10th place after the spin early on in the race. That's a really good recovery drive there. Gets himself a good handful of points as a result. Marcus Armstrong there, Marcus Carlton, sorry, comes through in 21st place for him, just behind Nick Rutter. Alex Miller was only 17th at the end of that race. Don't know what was going on with the number 7 car, but in the number 8 car, it is a pretty perfect weekend there for Aidan Hills. He takes the race victory for the 3rd time this weekend, and although he's not scoring any points, he still gets a trophy, he still gets to celebrate the victory, and gets to advertise to the world just how good his cars are. Hills Motorsport, the team that Aidan runs, have been really the team to beat this weekend, with several of their drivers running towards the front of the field, and of course Aidan himself utterly dominating all 3 races. So if you're looking for a team to drive for in the MX-5 Super Cup, says Aidan, then look no further than Hills Motorsport. So waiting for the results then, and confirmation that it's Hills that takes the victory. Richard Amos, though, in 2nd for the 2nd time this weekend, picks up the maximum 100 points for essentially a race win. Adam Bessel 3rd, ahead of Blackwell Chambers 4th, Colin Bysouth, Patrick Fletcher, John Langridge, Nick Grindrod 8th, wins the Masters category. Braden Fletcher and James Cossons with a nice recovery drive to 10th position. Michael Nibbs and Declan Lee are next, ahead of Lee Britton and Jack Brewer 14th. Solid, if unspectacular, debut weekend in the championship for Brewer. Will Morris is next, then Daniel Rose, Alex Miller, Tom Selden, Chris Richardson and Nick Rutter in 20th. Marcus Carlton wins in the club class, ahead of Kevin Sylvain and Tom Griffiths, only 23rd. Not sure what happened to Tom there, maybe he had an off in the middle of the race. Martin Tolley had an off yesterday, but finishes 24th today, ahead of George Grant, Seamus Heaney and the rest. Christopher Ginn we saw off at Stowe Corner. Dan Parron-Smith was running well, but sadly retired midway through the race, and Javier Brook finished 11 laps down, also failing to be running at the end of the race. So the MX-5 Super Cup drivers are done for the weekend. We've still got more Mazda racing to come with the final MX-5 Clubman race. 3 more races coming your way here from Silverstone. Before we get into those, though, let's head down and hear from our podium finishers in the MX-5 Super Cup.
3 out of 3 then for Aidan Hills, but it definitely wasn't quite as dominant as the first 2. Let's wander around the machine. Wonderfully prepared by Hills Motorsport. And grab our triple winner. I bet you didn't think we were going to get 3 coming into the weekend.
No, I was coming thinking I'd be happy to win a race. But I never expected it, the style we've done it. Obviously it's a credit to the team more than anything. This is just our hire car that I've decided to come out and have a drive for the weekend. So if anyone wants to hire it, it's obviously quite good.
Very good. 3 wins out of 3. So are we likely to see you out again over the course of the year?
If the car's not hired out, I'll race it. Simple as that. You know, if this is mainly for running this team is a business for me. So I don't want to do too many rounds because I don't want to take anything away from the boys that are racing. But it was nice to get out there, and it's actually helped a bit because it shows that these cars, you know, what they can do, and it's easier for me to coach the other drivers when I'm on the track. So it's worked quite well this weekend. Obviously Bessel's come away with a podium as well. Marcus has got another club class win, so it's a good weekend for the team, definitely.
Yeah. So there you go, folks. One very, very fast car, one careful but very rapid owner. Well done, Aidan. 3 out of 3. Good job.
Yeah, cheers, mate. See you soon.
Fantastic. What a performance all weekend long. You can't really take it away from him. Let's go and find Mr. Amos after a fabulous second place run. Will Blackwell Chambers, yes. Don't you worry, I'm going to come and find you in the future. Mr. Amos, how about that? Second place, another brilliant race battle and another very tasty podium.
Yeah, it's good, yeah. It's certainly busy out there. I didn't have the best of start. Someone got turned around onto the back straight and yeah, it made it a bit interesting on the first lap, but yeah, it was good. It's good.
And a pretty solid weekend, because that's a very decent bottle of silverware for you now, so it kind of starts a title attack.
Yeah, hopefully. It's very early for that, but it's the first time with the team of Paddock Motorsport was BC Cars last year, but we've swapped teams this year and everything's gone to plan. And thanks very much to everyone that's put the effort in. Dan, my mechanic, and Martin, who helps me with my driving and stuff. It's been real good, real good.
Epic job. Well, we'll see you out for the next one. Good luck with it.
Cheers, thank you very much.
A very good start to the season for Mr. Amos. Let's see if we can find Adam Bessel, who came home in third position after a solid day's work. It's been a bit of a topsy-turvy day for Adam Bessel. Let's see if we can grab a word. Thank you, boys. Adam, that finishes it off in style. Race 2 was quite frustrating for you, but race 3, that's a bit more like it.
Yeah, definitely. It's felt like we've taken a long time to get in a rhythm this weekend, but yeah, we're there now, so it's good. Really good.
So what does that do in terms of the progress for the season ahead? Because the Hills car is clearly a good one. It's now just a case of stringing it all together for a whole weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll carry this on at Snetterton, hopefully, so we'll do good. We'll do well, hopefully.
Your fan club's having a go in the background there as well. Come on, you got your opportunity. Go on, get on telly. Excellent, good lad. So is there a title attack in this car and in yourself, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Aidan's not doing the whole season, so we're not far behind him now. So, yeah, we're going to have a good go this year, I think.
There you go, Adam Bessel's in the hunt. Good luck with it.
Thanks, mate. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. I want to see if we can grab a word with Marcus after his fabulous double victory today in the club class. Well, you did say you wanted to finish a little bit higher up. Yeah. Mission accomplished?
I don't know. I don't actually know where I finished. But
did it feel good out there?
It felt good. I was struggling for grip probably from lap 5 to the end of the race. But I think that was due to brakes. I had to change my brake bias, and tyres were probably getting a bit too hot as well. And then towards the end, I was overdriving as well. So it was my fault partly, but I don't know.
Well, it's always nice to get a club class win, but now obviously with everything moving on to Snetterton, do you feel that there's going to be a stronger chance of that next time?
Hopefully, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, good luck with it, and well done this weekend.
Thank you.
Slow on words, but fast on action. We like it. Let's have a word with the boys who have done it again. It's like three races, 3 podiums. Not a bad job.
Yeah, it's not bad for a day's work, is it? It's been quite good fun today. Nice weather, decent driving. It's been good.
Plenty of drivers to race against. What do you think it's going to be like when we get to Snetterton?
Interesting. That's a lot more twisty, I think, than this one. So, yeah, I think it'll be good fun. All the guys have obviously had a good time today, and yeah, we can have a good laugh next time around as well.
Fair play. Well, we'll see how it goes. Good luck with it.
Thank you very much.
We'll grab the van in behind as well. It's been a very interesting weekend, and it rounds out in the perfect way for you.
It does indeed, yeah. Nice to start and finish with a podium. So we enjoyed that, apart from being punted off in race 2. But no, so I've really enjoyed getting back with the Go For It racing team. So they've done a great job on the cars, and it's been really, really good fun. So yeah.
So moving into Snetterton, it's a very different circuit to this one. There's a lot of long straights with some big stops on the brakes. How's everything going to work for that?
I have no idea. Last time I was there, my brakes failed at the end of
we don't talk about
so
that.
We don't like to do that. And of course, we look forward to a good bomb hole, don't we, at Snetterton? So there we go.
Fantastic. Good luck with it, and hopefully it's all going to go well there.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, that pretty much wraps it up for the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, and it's been a trio of amazing races. But if you were watching earlier on, you'll know just how exciting the Scale Electric modified Ford Series was. Pretty much everything that could have happened in that race did. We had 2 wheels in the air, flotsam and jetsam all over the road. Andy McEwen, have you had a cup of tea recently? Have a feeling you're going to need one.
Yeah, it's been one of those days, hasn't it? A brilliant start to the season, and yes, certainly not easing ourselves into the new motorsport season, are we, here this weekend? A busy weekend, and some really, really excellent racing, and the Ford Modified Series did indeed provide us with that earlier on today. The Mazda MX-5 Super Cup is done for the day. Those of you tuning in on the MX-5 social media platforms, though, don't go too far, because after this Ford Modified Series race, we're back with the MX-5 Clubman Championship and their final race of the weekend. So the Ford Modified Series then, their second race of the day. Busy day for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club drivers across, and indeed the Ford Modified Series drivers, who have had a qualifying and 2 races in the same day around the Silverstone International circuit, some of them as well with a little bit of work to do between races to fix slightly damaged cars, and we had one or two too many of those after the race earlier on. Looking at the result from that race earlier on, by the way, you may remember that it was a race that was won by James Allen in the Ford Focus RS, getting past Malcolm Harding in the latter stages. However, James Allen was subsequently disqualified from the race, and it's a driving standards issue, I think. The same thing that befell Jack Gadd, who also finished towards the front of the field. So they were both disqualified and therefore will not be classified as the front runners in that race earlier on. It means Malcolm Harding inherits the win from Paul Neville and Craig Rayner in second place. Now, as far as the grid is concerned, that also has an effect on that, because the grid for race 2 is the result from race 1. It's Malcolm Harding, therefore, that gets the pole position, with Paul Neville alongside, Craig Rayner third, and Rory Jose in fourth. And of course, those that were disqualified or didn't finish race 1 will have to start from the very back of the grid. That's where Ashley Shelswell started race 1, starting stone dead last, having not qualified. However, he recovered nicely to inside the top 10. He'll start 5th alongside Lucky Christoforou, with Daz Owen and Joe Oates on the 4th row. Graham Waite and Sean Fairweather in a pair of Cosworths round out the top 10, with Lloyd Jamieson's Escort Cosworth and Aaron Tucker's Sierra on row number 6. 7th row of the grid for Alex Boehm in the Class C Ford Fiesta, and Nigel Craig's Class B Plus Escort Mark II, followed by Mark Fremantle and Harry Hardy on row number 8, and Escort Mark 1 ahead of a Ford Puma. And it's Nick Wall and Tim Sandu, they're together on row number 9 of the grid. Row 10 is where we'll find Dave Barrett in a Mark IV Ford Fiesta, and the Fiesta ST150 of number 30 Richard Sanders. More Fiestas next, actually, because you've got the Focus estate there of AJ Howe with the Fiesta ST150 of Jason Stone alongside him. Then Dan Cowan and Kevin Hadfield on row number 12 together. Row 13, Mark Hadfield and Caitlin May. Hadfield's together there in their Pumas at the end of the race. Caitlin not far behind in the Fiesta ST150. Gary Coburn is next, with Chris Burley for company on the 14th row. And then at the back of the top 30, row number 15, shared by Matt McCarthy and Brian Lilly. Then row number 16, towards the back of the field now, Richard Rudd and Piers Grange, who of course had his dramas in that race. Piers a very quick driver though, so one to watch for sure, as is David Matthias if he's there. Matthias, remember, went off the road at Club Corner on the first lap of race 1, having led through the first few corners. Now to the window I can see the 87 Ford Escort Cosworth is indeed there, starting alongside Dave Cockle, Tony Paxman and James Allen at the back. So Allen disqualified from the race, therefore starts for the back of this one, as is the same for Jake Gadd behind him. However, looking out of the window, they're not all there, so I can see Matthias is there. So he was due to start 33rd and will do. And then alongside him should be Dave Cockle. I don't see Dave Cockle there. Tony Paxman, 57, is he there? There's one car at the back of the grid, which I'll see now as they move, and that's the 59. So no, we don't have Dave Cockle, we don't have Tony Paxman, we don't have James Allen. We do have Jack Gadd at the back of the field, so James Allen having been disqualified for the race win, understandably I guess, too keen on going out and racing again. So it's a shame though, because it would have been a fantastic fight up through the field, but we do still have those two really quick cars at the tail of the field, David Matthias and Tony Paxman, who should come rocketing through the order. So, green flag lap underway then, the runyourfleet.com Jaguar leading the pack of blue ovals around the Silverstone International circuit, which has put on quite the show this weekend. 3 more races to go here at the Brscc season opener. This, the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, and then the Classic Modern Motorsport Club's Super Saloons and Tin Tops will round out the day with what's set to be very intriguing battle at the front of the field. Much the same as we'll have here. A very different look to the front of the field at the start of this one then, with the escorts very much to the fore. We had escorts at the front in the earlier race, but with a smattering of Escort Cosworths, for example, and the Focus ST up there as well, but that's not the case for this one. Drivers coming from the back of the field as well. It's set to be another one of those races where you don't really know where to look. There'll be action at the front, action at the back, and probably a fair amount of action in the middle. There are the two quick cars at the back, David Mathias, the silver Escort Cosworth, and then the Mark II Escort behind him of the other front runner from the early race, number 59, Jack Gadd. So through the final couple of corners then, 2 by 2 to the rolling start then. For the second time this weekend, the Modified Ford Series about to get their race underway. Pole position for Malcolm Harding on the inside, on the outside Paul Neville, number 33. Lights out, away they go. Good start made by Ashley Shelswell there. The number 3 car rockets up the inside of both of the front row starters. At the back you can see another good start from David Mathias, as we had in the earlier race as well. Both he and Jack Gadd coming through past 4 or 5 cars or more maybe before they even get to turn number 1. The leaders though already up at Village Corner. As though that's Malcolm Harding has held on to the race lead then. Neville I think was still second, and it was actually Shelswell in third. No, it's Neville, hang on, Neville is second, but Shelswell is not third. He's actually in 4th position behind the 33 and Paul Neville. So Malcolm Harding holding on to the race lead. There he goes down the straight. Here comes Shelswell though, back into 3rd position. And Craig Rayner, that is, in second. My apologies, number 23 in 2nd position, not number 33. Number 33 is there in 4th place. They've really spread out the leading 3 or 4 over this first half a lap. That's exactly what Malcolm Harding needed to do, because I think this man here, Ashley Shelswell, is going to be the danger man in this race. Clearly has speed. The car just didn't get out for qualifying earlier on today. Corner then at the end of the lap. There is Dave Mathias. Look at that, and Jack Gadd is right behind. Oh, Mathias slows though. Mathias slows through Club Corner. He passed about half the field, but then suddenly the number 87 car has got no forward drive whatsoever. So something died pretty suddenly, and that unfortunately is going to take him out of the race. Jack Gadd carries on though, and Gadd is in 12th position, having started right at the back of the field. He was a position or 2 even behind Mathias. So Mathias slow through Club Corner. I can see out of the window the team who were watching on with wonder as they were expecting to see him come through just outside the top 10, and then he didn't appear at all, and they finally spotted him crawling around the final corner. So unfortunately Mathias' race is done pretty much before it starts, as was the case in race 1, although this time it's not because of an accident, it's clearly some sort of a mechanical malady. So Malcolm Harding leading the way. Still Rayner there in 2nd place, putting a good drive together here. Shelswell in 3rd. There is Jack Gadd. So Gadd on the inside of the silver Escort into a yellow flag zone, so he couldn't quite complete the manoeuvre. But Jack Gadd now becomes the sole driver really on a back to the front drive, because a lot of the others that we expected to be doing that have fallen by the wayside for one reason or another. Jack Gadd still, for the time being, touch wood, going on strong. He's just overtaken the 171 car of Aaron Tucker there, the blue machine. As they come across the line, then Gadd is 8th position, make that 7th position now, because he goes up the inside of that number 96 car into Abbey Corner. Another place gain. Nigel Craig then drops down into 8th position. So Gadd 7th, next target car number 19, and that is Graham Waite. As there, you can see them already together. So Graham Waite in that number 19 Sapphire Cosworth is going to relinquish that position, I think, as they come out of Chapel Corner. Well, slightly odd line taken by Jack Gadd, but I think his car's a little quicker down the straight, so he should be able to make that move stick pretty easily, and indeed it does. That puts him now into 6th position from the very back of the grid after that disqualification for the earlier race. Oof, that was a close moment. Number 63 there, Lloyd Jameson squeezing his way past the 96 car as well. And they drop back down into that yellow flag zone at Club Corner. So round to the end of another lap then, and where are we going to see Jack Gadd? Here he comes, 6th place then, a 1:15.8 to the lap time. Oh, car into the pit lane there. quite see the number. I think that car retired from the earlier race though, didn't it? The orange Ford Escort. So this one shot here, you can see the true variety of field. Part 1 and 2 highly modified, Part 1 and 2 Escorts with a Ford Focus, a Fiesta, and then a Focus Estate at the back of that group, a 260 car. Which actually looks like the inside of the Puma to Village Corner. Quite came off though. Malcolm Harding leads there by 3.1 seconds. Actually, Shellswell closing in now quite significantly on the 23 car of Craig Rayner. Qualified only 9th for the first race, but Rayner then came up to 3rd by the end of the opening race. And was second at the start of the lap. He is no longer second though. I can see out of the window we've had that change. So Shellswell into second, 1.2 seconds faster than Rayner, and that means he's 4 seconds off the lead. I reckon capable of lapping faster. Another car into the pit lane there. Who's that? Pulling in. Was that the 19 car? I think it might have been. And that's a shame. Another car, Graham Waite there, that was running, where was he? 7th place. Well, Jameson then inherits 7th position now. 2 places gained on that lap as well for AJ Howe in the Focus Estate. And he's going to go on the inside of one of the Escorts there towards Abbey Corner. That's that move made as well, so that might actually have put him into 15th place. There is the 19 car in the pit lane, and Graham Waite, I'm afraid, going no further in the Sapphire Cosworth. The car barely crawling down the pit lane actually, so one that just suddenly seemed to lose all power. 4 seconds then is the starting point at the front of the field. Let's see whether Ashley Shellswell can start closing in on Malcolm Harding here. Remember, it's only a 15-minute race. The orange Escort is back in the pits as well. But they're becoming a very busy place at the moment. AJ Howe is flying in this race. That Focus Estate, it may be not the raciest looking of cars when you see one on the road, but it's clearly very quick, isn't it? And AJ Howe, having finished only 21st in the earlier race, is knocking on the door of the top 10 now. Looks on the inside into Club Corner, just snatches a break, but gets the car stopped in the end. 9 Mark Fremantle there has been losing positions over the last couple of laps. You've got the Pumas now on the inside. That's the 191 of Harry Hardy. Hardy didn't quite complete the move there, but the Puma to try and get through in the early part of the next lap. He'll want to do it quickly because you can see that green pulling away in front. Front-wheel drive Puma, rear-wheel drive Ford Escort, a good 30-odd years between them. The move is made at the inside of Village Corner, so nicely done under braking. Getting quite hectic in front, isn't it? The 96 car, the cork in the bottle here, Nigel Craig, he leaves the door open for the 171 into Chapel Corner. Aaron Tucker gets alongside, and remember AJ Howe is the next car behind them. In fact, he's up the inside of both of them, so 3 abreast down the straight. The Sierra just doesn't seem to have the grunt in a straight line. The Escort pulls away, the Focus Estate pulls past and gets the position into the corner. It's well planted, that car, doesn't it, the Focus? Still, these yellow flags out down at Club Corner. I'm not sure what they're there for. I thought any car that had pulled over at that part of the track would have been moved out of the way a long time ago. They're overtaking into Club. And look at that, Mark Fremantle back ahead of the Puma now of Harry Hardy. Hardy definitely got past him in Village, but then I guess the Escort needs to make quicker down the straight and drove back through. Well, we'll see how quick it is in the straight line now, because the Puma came off Club Corner significantly quicker, but just couldn't get level as they opened the taps down the straight. Right, Malcolm Harding leading the way, but that gap was only 1.2 seconds at the start of the lap. Remember, it was 4 seconds a couple of laps ago, so no doubt about it. Shellswell is catching. He's not caught him yet, but he's on the way. Could well be under a second by the end of the lap. Let's see, Harding across the line. Shellswell comes through. Well, actually, that was a slow lap, a full second slower than Malcolm Harding for some reason. Still, it is Craig Rayner in 3rd, smoking his way into Abbey Corner is Craig Rayner. 4th position then for Paul Neville. 5th, Jack Gadd. He's the other one moving forward. He's got himself ahead of the 113 car now of Rory Jose. And he's 3.2 seconds behind Paul Neville, and they're both in the same class as well. Shellswell passed one of the Puma Brigade, Mark Hadfield. Kevin Hadfield not really quite as close together in this race as they were earlier on today. Leader in traffic though now. Is this the opportunity that Shelswell needs? He seems to be fading now though, doesn't he, in the second half of the race. I hope he's not running into some mechanical issue here. Obviously always going to be a question mark over that car just because of his lack of participation in qualifying this morning. Is that problem fully fixed, or is it making a welcome return? Is it starting to rear its head now as we head into the final third of the race? Shelswell, is he quicker this time? A 14.0 for the leader, a 14.5 for Shelswell, so another half a second loss. And actually now, half a second slower than Rayner behind as well. So can Rayner get back into second place? He's 3.3 seconds back. Shelswell, who's 2.8 seconds behind the leader, so equally spread out. Nose to tail for fourth place though, isn't it? Because Jack Gadd has got back onto the tail, or got onto the tail of Paul Neville for fourth position. So the white and blue Escort, number 33, has got the race one pole sitter, Jack Gadd, all over him. As there, Shelswell 3 abreast up the inside of a couple of back markers. The car looks fast enough to me, and it does look like he's maybe picked up the pace on this lap, so perhaps he was just being a bit too careful through traffic. There is Rayner in third. Where is the fourth place scrap? That's what we want to see. There'll be another 8 seconds or so down the road. Neville just about hanging on for now, side by side in front of the leader there. Two of the Fiestas at play. The 158 car on the inside line having to give way in the end. That was Nick Wall. So there go the top two. The third place Escort is the yellow one. And then Paul Neville and Jack Gadd. What order are they going to come across the line at the end of the lap? Let's see. A couple of back markers. This is them, I think, is it? So that's Jack Gadd, I reckon, coming through. Yeah, Jack Gadd has got him. So Gadd into fourth then. And in fact, Neville losing 2 positions because the 113 car comes through as well, the Focus ST of Rory Jose. So 2 places lost for Neville that lap. And a lot of time, Neville's smoking. The smoke from the back of Neville's car, that's why. Here it comes, there it went at least, towards the camera. But the 6th place car, the white and blue number 33 machine, smoking quite heavily there. That would explain why it's losing ground. There goes Jose, and there, wide, is Neville. No smoke at that part of the track. It could have just been cement dust he was running over, but it did look like engine smoke. Oh, collision up the road, a Fiesta in the gravel, and that is... well, apart from the fact it's a Fiesta, I can't tell you the number, unfortunately. You'd think that someone had brought their road car on the track, and in a way they have. That car is road legal. Well, they're modified, these cars. Some of them will still be road legal. That car, though, is not going anywhere for the time being, beached in the gravel trap. That was part of that all-Fiesta battle that we'd seen earlier on, and it's well and truly stuck. I still can't quite see the number. 12, maybe, Tim Sandu. That is a Fiesta. I think it might have been Tim Sandu backwards at Stowe. Yeah, and I'm getting that confirmed now. Thank you. That is number 12 that has gone off. There you can see the smoke from Paul Neville's car. It's intermittent, isn't it? But it's definitely there. Neville actually got back ahead of Jose on that lap. Oh no, that's a shame. AJ Howe has pulled off. Where's that? That is... No, it's not Chapel, is it? I'm struggling to identify which bit of the track that is, but AJ Howe, after a terrific drive, out of the race. So again, quite a high attrition rate in the Ford Modified Series towards the final third. We saw that a little bit in race 1. And a few of the drivers we've been following all race, sadly, are not going to make it to the end. Now, the lead gap definitely coming back down again. We saw Shelswell in the background there, just making a bit of a move on a back marker. That move did not work, unfortunately, so he's been delayed quite significantly in the last sector, but he did have the gap down to 1.9 seconds. It's 1:13.7 for the leader, and in the end, a 14.3 for Shelswell in second place. Not big for the back marker, though. I think that gap would have been under a second as they came across the line. They will have 2 laps to go now. So, Shelswell is just struggling in the traffic. I think that's all it is. In clear air, I do believe he's faster than Malcolm Harding. Harding's just negotiating the lapped cars a little bit better. There is Shelswell, on 3. Still going to really good day for him. Ashley Shellswell classified 5th after all was said and done in race 1, having started well outside the top 30. Race 2, it might not be the win that he was hoping for. There's still another lap to go. 124 is stopped. Might not be a lap to go then if that car stays there. 124 is Alex Bohm's Fiesta. Oh, Malcolm Harding, dearie me, up on 2 wheels again, but that time I don't think he'd have enjoyed it too much. He's struggling to get past the 96 car there to put a lap on it. He does put a lap on it, but that was a bit of a heart-stopping moment in traffic. Nigel Craig couldn't really do much about that. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And having just said that Harding was getting through the traffic better than Ashley Shellswell, he goes and has a big moment in traffic. Almost cost him the race. 1.8 seconds then is the gap going on to the final lap of the race. Now there are yellow flags on the exit of this next corner, which means you can't overtake even if it's a back marker in front of you. So if either Harding or Shellswell get stuck behind the back marker through this sequence. Actually there aren't yellow flags because Alex Bohm's got going again. That's good news. No, there is a yellow, but it's a bit further round than I expected. I'm not sure where Alex has gone. He might have reversed back behind that barrier potentially. There is Craig Rayner. Third place still for him, but on the final lap of the race, Malcolm Harding looks like he's going to do the double then. He didn't win on the road in race 1, but the Zaxpeed Mark II Escort looks like it will be the first to see the checkered flag this time around. He comes out of Stowe. Ashley Shellswell has put in a pretty worthy challenge to Malcolm Harding in this race, but he's just going to come up short, unfortunately. It's been a very entertaining day of racing for the Ford Modified Series. Both of their races have been top-notch, and it is going to be a double victory for Malcolm Harding. Across the line he goes, checkered flag waves. Malcolm Harding gets the race victory, and in the end, the winning margin over Ashley Shellswell is going to be a couple of seconds or so. Third place, Craig Rayner. Fourth should go to Jack Gadd. McCarthy coming out of the final corner now. And he's going to cross the start-finish line outside the top 20, but of course probably quite well with the class, because a lot of the other Fiestas have run into problems, including maybe these two if they're not careful. The battle here between the 125 and the 134 cars through the final corner. 134 Jason Stone and 125 Dan Cowan getting the better of him as they turn across the line. Cowan actually running in 15th place. I think it might have been on different laps, those two. And they were, 14th and 15th place. That was a change for 14th at the end, and for I think 4th place in the class. So the last couple of stragglers coming through. Malcolm Harding still pushing on. He's not missed the checkered flag again, has he? Oh, he has, hasn't he? That's the trouble, because, and you can see it here perfectly, the checkered flag, the finish line at Silverstone is not the same as the start line. The start line is up there underneath the starting gantry. The finish line is where the checkered flag is, and it's right on the exit of the corner. And of course, the drivers are quite likely to miss that checkered flag if they're not watching for it. It's happened a few times this weekend. Happened again to Malcolm Harding. He gets the race win, though. Let's confirm the results as soon as we can. Whether it was a win on the road or a corrected win for Harding, he's still had a brilliant day. And will have been quite grateful, I think, that Ashley Shellswell got delayed a little bit in traffic late on. Another car off now. That's AJ Howe, and number 21 for Puma is Mark Hadfield, where the other Hadfield had gone. So they both pulled off, joined the car park somewhere around the circuit. I still can't work out where that is. Wherever it is, there is a lot of tarmac runoff area that they've been able to pull off at. Stand and discuss their various woes. Harding doesn't have any problems though after that race. He comes home the race victor in the Zaxpeed Mark II Ford Escort. In the end, despite much more modern machinery being on display out there, it was the classics really that were able to come to the fore, and Malcolm Harding is a double victor here at Silverstone. And let's confirm, shall we, the results then for the Ford Modified Series. Malcolm Harding wins, Ashley Shellswell second. They win their classes, Class Class B Plus and Class A respectively. Craig Rayner is third with the SB class winner Jack Gadd in fourth from the back of the grid. Paul Neville fifth, Rory Joe sixth ahead of Lloyd Jameson, Sean Fairweather and the Class B winner Aaron Tucker. outside the top 10. Mark Fremantle and Nick Wall. Class C goes to Dave Barrett ahead of Dan Cowan there and Jason Stone, their pair of Class B Ford Fiestas. Kevin Hadfield, Richard Sanders, Caitlin May, Gary Coburn and Tim Sandu don't round out the top 20 because Sandu was in the gravel at Stowe. Chris Burley also, I believe, not running at the flag. Matt McCarthy was though, but a couple of laps down. And then we had Mark Hadfield, Alex Boehm, Harry Hardy, AJ Howe, Graham Waite, Richard Rudd, Joe Oates, Dave Mathias, all non-finishes. Mathias, of course, pulling over on the very first lap of the race. Didn't even get a full racing lap in all day, Mathias, despite being clearly one of the fastest drivers here. Right, another race with a lot to talk about. The second race for the Ford Modified Series. And down there to get all of the stories post-race is Jake Sands.
Yet again, more drama and suspense from the Scale Electric Modified Ford Series. At the start of the weekend, I'm not entirely sure Ashley would have thought he'd go from the back of the grid to second place at the end of race 2. What an incredible championship this is, an amazing series. We're going to see if we can grab a word. In comes the man of the moment, the sizzling Zach Speed Escort. And I tell you what, he really has made it look like child's play in that one. Dodging Flotsam and Jetsam all the way, but this time he gets the win he deserved in race 1. So we'll grab a word with him. It looked pretty hectic out there. That's more like it, that's more like it. How good was that?
That was mint, it was good. It was good, it was all right.
I mean, there were moments.
A bit more competition then, obviously a lot of the good cars. Everyone's got good cars, don't get me wrong, but there's some quicker cars out there. It's always better when you're racing with everyone on the same grid, really. So it would have been good for a bit more of the other good cars to be there, but yeah, apart from that, it was great.
Well, even then, in that race, I mean, you had problems when you were trying to dodge traffic. I mean, there was right towards the end then, you very nearly chucked it away again.
Oh, mate, tell me about it. I'm good at that one, aren't I? Starting to get good at that. But nah, it was cool. It was all right.
And the car looks like it runs on rails when you get into the rhythm.
Yeah, it's all right. Once you get me a little stride in there, the old MOT failure, don't let me down.
It's a lovely car, and you really are going to have a great year with it. Well done, brilliant drive.
Thanks. We're here next week again with the classic touring car as well. But
indeed you are.
Big thanks to Paul Neville again for doing such a good job on all the series and everything, and the cars and everything. I'm sure he does endless work that we don't know about.
Certainly was sweet to watch out there. Great job.
Thank you.
So he shall enjoy the moment. Where is Ashley? Oh, here he is. Now, coming into today, when you started at the back of the grid in race 1, I bet you didn't think a second place in race 2 was on.
No, certainly not. No, I mean, after the first race, the car was handling a bit funny, and I think it's because I had brand new slicks and I didn't get a chance to qualify, obviously, and I didn't take the shine or whatever's on them. But it come alive in that one.
And it looks like the car really has a little bit to prove over the course of the season. Next time out, you might have a couple more silverwares on the motorpiece.
I'll try. I'm not going to be at Brands, but I'll be at Knockhill. So.
Well, it'll certainly handle well there because you've got uphill and down dale all the way. I think the car might give you a little bit to play with then.
Yeah, well, I've never done it before. It's the only one I haven't done, so I'm really looking forward to that one.
Good job. Excellent display out there. We loved it. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Great job. Second place after all of the hardship he's had today. That's wicked. Right. Let's talk to Craig, third position.
Hello there,
now that was well fought for, wasn't it? That was a great drive.
I tried. I really tried. The guys on slicks, you know, they've got so much more quartering grip than I have. I've just got straight line speed and hanging on, thinking it's going to carry on. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. And then I saw Ash slow down. It was like, why is Ash slowed down and Arden hasn't? It's like, oh, I'm just going to stay on it. So I got on it, and it wasn't until I come round. Obviously, I missed the checker the first time round. I was a little bit preoccupied watching what was going on.
Well, this is the thing with this car. I mean, looking at it, in the corners, it's like an absolute ice rink with this thing because it's got so much torque that when you're going in a straight line, it really bites. But in the corners, you're basically just hanging on to it for dear life.
Yeah, it doesn't do straights. They're all corners. It's just a degree of angle that you go in. But it's such good fun to drive. It's predictable. You can play with it on the throttle, and once it starts to go, if you want, you can just hang it out. Drifting, I'm all up for that. But no, when here it suits my car, it's fast. You know, in a straight line, it's fast.
It was really nice to watch, mate. You gave us a great bit of entertainment, and it looks like the bear was hanging on for dear life and all.
That bear was given to me when I first started racing 24 years ago by my brother's girlfriend, of all people, and it's been in the car ever since. I kept it.
So we like to think it's his podium as well.
Of course, of course. We all work together, don't we? It's a team effort.
Great job, well done.
Thank you very much.
Very entertaining indeed. Wow, this has been a great weekend for the Scale Electric Modified Ford Series. I can't wait to see them out again later in the year. Keep up to date with them on the old social media channels and on their website. We've only got 2 races left. Where has it all gone? Now we're going to go back into the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, and it was a very exciting first time round, Andy. I don't think it's going to be any less than sensational.
Well, that is the hope, that's for sure. The Modified Ford Series will be back on the Brscc bill for a number of occasions, actually, later this year. They're at Brands Hatch at the middle of April. They'll also have Brscc events at Alton Park in June, Snetterton in July, Cadwell Park in August, and they'll finish their championship at the Formula Ford Festival, appropriately enough, at Brands Hatch in October. Plus, in the middle of that, around at Knock Hill in May, they're on the British GT package at Donington Park at the end of May, and the Ford Power Live event at Brands Hatch on the 18th of September. So yeah, do head over to their website and their social media pages for more information on what is a fantastic series. That's it for the Ford Modified Series this weekend. 2 more races still to go, though, here from Silverstone. So, 2 more races to go on the Silverstone International Circuit at what has been a breathless Brscc season opener. The Silverstone International Circuit has been a brilliant venue for our season opener, and looking forward to seeing what these last 2 races have in store for us. The Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship is next up, and then we'll round the day out with the classic and modern motorsport clubs, Super Saloons and Tin Tops. The Clubman Championship, as Jake said, has certainly kept us entertained as the days gone on. This sort of entry level, if you like, MX-5 series within the Brscc. If you want to race an MX-5, the Brscc is kind of the best place to go, really, because we've got something to cater for everyone. Even, hopefully, in the very near future, some more racing for the newer Mark IV Mazda MX-5, which is continuing its development. But the MX-5 Clubman Championship going from strength to strength in this, its 2nd season of racing. And the first race earlier on, won by Ali Bray, making an appearance for, I believe, the first time in the Clubman Championship. Took the race victory, but Harry Storer, the reigning champion, chased him down all the way. It was very close indeed, just 0.3 of a second between the top 2. And Ali Bray with Harry Storer right alongside him on that front row of the grid. Matthew Fletcher and John Pethick were 3rd and 4th in that first race. And the grid for the 2nd of our MX-5 Clubman races looks like, yes, it is simply the result of the first one. Cars heading out onto the circuit now, so we'll be able to take a proper look at that grid in a few moments' time. And another 15-minute race then awaits this busy grid of Mazdas. A couple of drivers not scoring points in this race, including Ali Bray. He is a guest driver. Austin Varco is the other one. But Ali Bray still very much looking for the race victories. He got one earlier on, and he'll start on pole position here for the 2nd race. The perfect way to go about getting a double. Harry Storer will line up alongside him with Matthew Fletcher 3rd on the grid. John Pethick lining up alongside him. Number 2, Declan McDonnell and Steve Brown are on the 3rd row. Charles Boniface and Chris Dawkins had a bit of a banging match in race 1. Hopefully we've got that all sorted out now. They're starting together again on row number 4. Row 5 for Nick Ledoyen and Felix Lowe to round out the top 10 on the grid of, we hope, 35 starters. Row 6 for Matthew Goddard and Alan Hawkins. Row 7 is Kevin Bird and Jamie Turner. Turner 14th on the grid for him. Jake Stiles is next. And Richard Bartlett in the number 78 car. They also had a bit of a disagreement in race number 1 and typically find themselves starting together again in the 2nd one. William Bream and Robert Greensmith together. Robert Greensmith was a top 3 contender in the championship last year. In fact, he finished 2nd in the championship in 2021, but having a trying start to the season in 22. He starts 18th ahead of Graham Rumsey and Austin Varco, the other guest driver this weekend. Then it's Tim Storer and Del Pace, 22nd on the grid for him. And Peter Williams and Andrew Dean on the 12th row. row 13, James McCutcheon and David Scowler, and they are towards the back of the grid, but still several rows actually even behind them, because Dale Whiteman is next, 27th on the grid for the 58 car, with Jason Aisbett alongside for company. Row 15 for Tom Cannon, Chris Thelwell lining up alongside him at the back of the top 30, ahead of Chris Whitmore, Neil Chisnall, Michael Pearce, Tom Mallett and George Grant. Some quick drivers there towards the back, Neil Chisnall and Tom Mallett. George Grant should make progress as well, so it should be another entertaining 15 minutes of racing. So cars gridding up then on the main straight here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Full grid, 35 cars we hope to have out there, and I'm just seeing if there are any gaps. Nope, looks like we've got everyone present and correct. Front row then for Ali Bray and Harry Storer. The start will be quite important here, I think, for Harry Storer. If Ali Bray gets the lead again, or holds the lead again, as he did in race 1, then it's going to be tough, I think, for Harry to really take the fight to him. Of course, Harry, as I mentioned in race 1, will be very much aware of the fact that Ali Bray isn't scoring any championship points, so second place as good as a win for the reigning champion. And he won't necessarily, therefore, be wanting to take any big risks, but I'm sure he'd love to get a win here at Silverstone, in front of the famous Silverstone wing. Seeing a gap in the grid there alongside Jake Stiles, which means that his battle with Richard Bartlett isn't going to resume. Bartlett, a non-starter for the second race of the day. I don't know why, because Richard was running at the end of that first race. Didn't receive any penalties or anything like that. No indication really as to why he would be non-starting this one, but that's a shame. Richard Bartlett not taking up his 16th place grid position, but I think everyone else appears to be there as the sun starts to set on the season opener here at the Silverstone International Circuit for the Brscc. Marshall's clearing the grid then, waiting for the green flag to be waved, which it is now. 15 minutes for the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Ali Bray, the red car, on pole. Harry Storer, number 1, alongside him on that front row of the grid. Can Harry do anything about the race 1 winner? Let's find out then. Red lights go out, away they go. Good start made by Bray there from pole position, and I think he probably will hold on to the advantage heading into the first corner. Back of the field, I can see Neil Chisnall there already getting past 3 or 4 cars. It's Bray that leads, Storer second, 21 round the outside there in third was Matthew Fletcher. So grid order off wide though, and losing places is Nick Ledoyen. And the number 5 car's going to have to wait quite a long time before he finds a way back onto the road. Into the braking zone at Village then. There is Bray, Storer second. It is still that 23 of Fletcher third. Is that still Pethick in fourth? I don't think it is. I think that's Declan McDonnell into 4th place. Yes, it is. So Pethick down to 5th, and that could become 6th actually, because he's got the number 14 car of Charles Boniface trying to go around the outside. Rob Greensmith there diving up the inside, locked the brakes at all on William Breen, the black number 264 car. They survive it, but that was very, very close to calamity. Thankfully, William Breen saw Rob Greensmith coming. Down to Stowe Corner, top 4 single file, side-by-side battle for 5th there as the defensive line is taken by Pethick. There's the number 90 car of Steve Brown on the inside of Chris Dawkins, who's sideways. Chris Dawkins, who was off the road, actually, so sideways was he, and will likely lose another place as a result. Alan Hawkins there in the Jigsaw car, diving to the inside of Steve Brown. Looks like it works on the way in, but then, of course, he's on the outside line for the right-hand element of the club complex. Can't quite get the switchback move made. So, across the line, Ali Bray leads, 0.6 of a second, the gap back to Harry Storer in second, with Matthew Fletcher trying to go with them here in third, so too Declan McDonnell in fourth. The first big gap, really, is just over a second between McDonnell fourth and Pethick in fifth. Dawkins round the outside of car number 59 there through Abbey Corner. And looks as though he's made that one work as as Kevin Bird he was going past as they head towards Village. 13 minutes to go in the race. Short, sharp races these for the Clubman Championship. Ground to make up. You have to get on with it now. Who was it I said at the back was looking to make up some ground? It was the likes of Neil Chisnall and Tom Mallett. And Chisnall is 22nd, I can see. Tom Mallett hasn't yet broken into the top 22, so he's not yet showing up on the timing tower. Keep an eye on that 67 car, see if he can gain any more places. I'm sure he will. Pethick defends there from Charles Boniface around the outside at Stowe to try and buy himself a ticket to the inside into Club Corner. Late on the brakes, well actually the nose is dipping exactly the same time, but the Misty Racing car will go through. Nice move made. Does he keep the speed up though through Club? Oh yes, he does actually. Pretty good job that. Makes the move stick. It's one thing to get on the inside into the Club chicane, but then to actually maintain the position on exit is rather more of a challenge. Starting to pair off there at the front of the field, aren't they? Bray and Storer breaking away slightly from Fletcher and McDonnell. 0.8 of a second margin now between second and third. And then a big gap back, another 2.8, nearly 3 seconds back to the Boniface Pethick Brown scrap. Basically makes up the bulk of the rest of the midfield. Pethick in 6th place, trying to keep the Steve Brown and the 90 car behind. The Go For It Racing driver. Is he going to go for it down the Hanger Straight? Definitely close enough. Have the toe. And if he's given the inside line at Stowe Corner, he may well have the position. Let's see what he chooses to do. Sitting in the wheel tracks of Pethick for now, but Pethick moves to the inside to cover. So clearly John Pethick thought there might be a challenge on its way, so he defended it well. Just that slowing down on the exit. That doesn't really seem to be the case through Stowe. I've seen a few drivers driving quite defensively through there, but not really losing too much time on the exit. That's exactly what we saw there. Now, Pethick is under pressure into Club. Steve Brown looks to the outside. Alan Hawkins in behind them. Then it's Chris Dawkins. Then Kevin Byrne rounding out the top 10, and Jake Stiles coming through from 15th on the grid is 11th. Side by side for third here. Declan McDonnell on the inside, and Matthew Fletcher gets the position away. These two were battling throughout most of the early part of race 1 before Fletcher made that third place his own, and McDonnell actually fell back into the clutches of John Pethick, who eventually took 4th place away from him. Side by side again, nearly into Village there as Fletcher tries to come back at McDonnell. Doesn't quite make that move stick. Someone else going wide there, and then bouncing across the grass going into Village Corner. Quite spot who that was, but positions will have been lost most definitely. So easy to run wide through Abbey Corner. You take just a bit too much speed in, or if you miss your turning point, which is kind of the mistake that most people make there. Turning a bit too late, you get on that dirty side of the road. You can imagine at the end of 2 days of racing here at Silverstone, there's a lot of rubbish that's been thrown to the outside of the track. Discarded rubber from the tyres, gravel, bits of fluid maybe, bits of bodywork. So although on the cameras it looks like a pretty clean racetrack, if you actually go down there and walk on the track at the end of the weekend, it's quite a sight actually. It's amazing the mess that they make. Having especially such busy grids as we've had here, so many cars lapping the Silverstone circuit continuously for 2 days. There's absolutely no grip when you stray beyond the racing line, especially through the high-speed corners. Battle for the lead there. Harry Storer right on the back of Ali Bray now. He was quicker than Ali on the last lap, and actually yeah, that was, I think, the new fastest lap, or no, not a new fastest lap of the race, but it was certainly a personal best lap for Harry Storer. There you can see on the tail of leader Ali Bray, but he runs a bit wide through Village, and means Ali can just rest easy for a second or two. But Harry Storer showing these up for this. He was never more than about 6/7 of a second or so behind Ali throughout the entire duration of the first race, and at times, particularly in the second half of the race, was a bit quicker than the leader. Of course, the slipstream helps with that, but you've got to be able to use that slipstream around the full lap to actually make gains. It's one thing to be quicker down the straights, but if the car in front of you is quicker through the corners, that's not going to help, and that doesn't help Ali Bray. A big moment through Stowe Corner, and now he really does have to go defensive for really the first time today. Ali Bray is under proper threat for the race lead. Harry Storer to the outside into Club. That's a risky move to make. It is probably the best way to make that move stick, but in the end, Ali just about had his wits about him and managed to get through that complex quick enough to retain the race lead. But Harry Storer, having made his own mistake at Village Corner, it was then a mistake from the race leader, who again has to move to the middle of the road into Abbey. Is Storer going to throw it at the inside? No, that's never going to work. Not through the first corner. All part of the learning curve here, and of course following someone like Ali could be beneficial. Some drivers really learn quite a lot actually from following a more experienced driver around the circuit. So almost a bit of free tuition here going the way of the second place man. who's quick enough on his own merit, don't get me wrong, but he's always learning as a racing driver, and Ali Bray's been around Mazda MX-5 for so long now, I'm sure he's picked up a trick or two. But that mistake at Stowe proves that he's not infallible, and Harry Storr will be looking to try and force another of those mistakes out of the AB Motorsports boss. Declan McDonnell there still in third, with Matthew Fletcher fourth, so no change there. And they're 1.6 seconds ahead of the next group of cars. Right, cleaner run through Stowe that time for Bray. Storr closes in, but not quite as much as he did a lap ago. There's the 5th place battle. 2x2x2, isn't it really, until you get to this group, the Dawkins, oh dear, the Dawkins, Hawkins and Brown battle, and both Dawkins and Hawkins have got themselves ahead of the 90 car, and now Alan Hawkins goes on the inside of Chris Dawkins through Club. Almost a bit of paint traded there. Wing mirror folded in slightly, I think, on Hawkins' passenger side. If you're going to fold a wing mirror in, that's not the one to fold in, because you can't reach that side to straighten it back out again. Does get the move made though through Abbey, and Chris Dawkins now under pressure from Steve Brown again. Speaking of pressure, Declan McDonnell feeling a bit of pressure here from Matthew Fletcher, who wants this 3rd place back. He's ahead by a nose going into Chapel, but he's on the wrong side of the road really. Carries good momentum on the outside. That was a lovely move, that, from Matthew Fletcher. If you can find some grip on the outside line, then you can sometimes come off the corner quickly enough to make that work. However, Declan McDonnell coming back at him now as they go down the straight. That car seems really good in a straight line, doesn't it? Because he just drives back ahead of Fletcher as they arrive at Stowe Corner. Through Stowe, down the hill. Leaders separating slightly in traffic, it seems, up the road. So, yeah, there you can see Storr got a bit held up behind a lapped car. That's just allowed Ali Bray that bit of breathing room that he needs. Still over a third of the race to go though, and in fact coupled with a fastest lap for Ali Bray, the gap goes out by 1.2 seconds. That was a big lap, that, for Ali, and he's now 1.8 seconds clear of Storr behind. I'm not saying that's the race over. Storr may be able to gain on him, but he's far enough back now that he won't really be getting much of a tow from the lead car. So it's possible, therefore, that Storr is going to struggle to close that gap up. Now, a gap that is being closed is the gap between the 3rd place and 5th place battles, because Declan McDonnell and Matthew Fletcher have been debating this 3rd place over the last lap or so. It means that Charles Boniface and John Pethick are lapping consistently quicker than them by a few tenths of a second a lap, and they're now, I think, close enough to get a whiff of that slipstream. Let's see if that's going to be the case then. Donald definitely has an edge in a straight line, doesn't he? The engine working well in that number 43 car, actually gapping Fletcher slightly there down the straight. There's Pethick up the inside for 5th place then. Gets back ahead of the Misty Racing car, but then runs a bit wide on the exit. Is that going to cost him the position coming down the hill? Looks like it might. Pethick's going to try and fight for the inside line, but he realises he's too far back. Comes back in behind Charles Boniface, who then runs a bit wide himself. Dawkins still ahead of Hawkins here in the 7th place battle. Brown 9th, and Jake Styles square drift of this trio, rounding out the top 10. Andy Bray, another 2 tenths faster than the race leader there. See that Styles has got his own troubles here. The recovering Nick Ledoyen up alongside him now as Alan Hawkins goes up the inside of Chris Dawkins for 7th place at Abbey. I've not seen that work that many times this weekend. You've got to have a good percentage of your car ahead by the time you turn in at Abbey to make the inside line work. Otherwise you just end up losing too much speed on the exit, and the outside lane keeps the momentum up. Hawkins then holding on for now. Alan Hawkins used to be a regular front runner back when the MX-5, Mark 1 MX-5 Championship ran to a group format where you'd have an A group and a B group. Oh, the 9 car is beached in the gravel. Jamie Turner out of the race. So yellow flags somewhere on the track. Wasn't quite sure where that was. Somewhere in the first sector, possibly up at Village. He has found himself off the road. Yeah, the MX-5 Championship used to be so oversubscribed that there were too many cars to run them all on one grid. There were regularly have 60 or 70 drivers enter, which was fantastic, but it meant that with most tracks having a maximum grid capacity somewhere in the 30s, it was impossible to host them all on the track at the same time. So they used to have an A and a B system where the quickest drivers were in Group A, the slower drivers, or the drivers at the back of the field, in Group B, and you would have the top 5 finishers from each B race moving up into the A race, and vice versa. The last 5 finishers in the A race would drop down to the B race, and Alan Hawkins, the point I started making a lap ago, he was one of the front runners regularly in those B-class races, so he's had podiums and race wins before in the Mazda MX-5 Championship, but always in the B-class, and that's kind of what this Clubman Championship was aimed at. The drivers that were doing well in those B-class or the B group races of the MX-5 Championship can now come and race in Clubman Championship and be fighting not just for group wins but for championships as well. It's not a like-for-like replacement, but it's very much that kind of, those kind of drivers that this is tailored towards. And I think that's why it's been so successful, because it's easy to get disillusioned, you know, when you enter a championship and you're qualifying in 40th place. It's not really going to keep your interest for very long, and that sort of thing. You come along here to the Clubman Championship, race against like-minded people and people of a similar pace to you, and have an awful lot more fun. Ali Bray, with his hand out of the cockpit there, was he warning people about a yellow flag, or was he celebrating? I don't know why he would be warning people of yellow flags, because there's no one anywhere near him. He's 2.3 seconds ahead of Harry Storer, but I hope he's not celebrating, because that means he thinks the race is over, and it isn't. There's still at least this lap to go. This will be the last lap, I think. He's still up to speed, so I guess he knows the race hasn't finished yet. That was a bit odd. Harry Storer probably not even close enough to Ali Bray to have seen his hand out of the cockpit there. Back marker here for Ali to negotiate on his way to the checkered flag. That checkered flag will be waiting for him at the end of this lap then. It's been a pretty dominant performance through the second half of the race after that slowish lap in traffic for Harry Storer. But until then, Ali Bray definitely had his hands full of the youngster. And Ali on a very welcome return to racing within the MX-5 ranks here with Brscc. He's going to be a double race winner. 2 trophies going the way then of Ali Bray, who comes out of the final corner. The checkered flag does now wave. Double race victory at Silverstone for the boss of the AB Motorsport squad. Harry Storer comes home in second place though and gets the maximum points for the weekend. Third for Declan McDonald, just ahead of Matthew Fletcher, and it was only just. Oh, and in traffic, John Pethick is just going to hang on to 5th position from Charles Boniface. That was very, very close indeed. How close was it? Well, just under a 1/10.5 between them at the flag. Chris Dawkins gets the best of Alan Hawkins for 7th place, Hawkins 8th, Nick Ledoy in 9th after his early off at Abbey, and Steve Brown dropping to 10th then, so Ledoy got past him there right at the end. Rob Greensmith comes through, brother of Johnny Greensmith, former Mazda MX-5 champion, multiple race winner as well with the Brscc. Was Jonathan Greensmith, and Rob Greensmith had his own taste of success last year in the Clubman Championship, not quite able to keep that run of form going into 2022 then. Ali Bray is though, perfect start to his season. He's not a championship contender, so he doesn't score points, which means that Harry Storer is the big winner from a championship perspective, but Bray won't care about that too much. He had to fight for that one, had to fight for both of them really. Harry Storer may have finished further behind him in this race than he did in race 1, but he actually was stiffer opposition to Bray on this occasion than he was earlier on today. And Ali Bray, I'm sure, will be relieved to have come home the victor again in the second race. So, penultimate race of the weekend is done. Let's confirm the provisional results at least. Ali Bray takes the victory, Harry Storer second, and the Masters victory goes to Declan McDonald in third. Matthew Fletcher 4th ahead of John Pethick and Charles Boniface. Chris Dawkins and Alan Hawkins 7th and 8th ahead of Nick Ledoyen and Steve Brown to round out the top 10. Jake Stiles was next, then it was Graham Rumsey in 12th, 13th for Neil Chisnell, and Kevin Bird was 14th, Matt Goddard 15th, Felix Lowe, William Breen, Rob Greensmith, Michael Pearce and Del Pace round out the top 20. 21st for Andrew Dean, then Peter Williams, Tim Storer, James McCutcheon, Dale Whiteman, David Scowler, Chris Thelwell, Jason Aisbert, Austin Varco, the other guest driver, and Chris Whitmore to round out the top 30. Those last few were a lap down by the end, so was Tom Cannon and Jamie Turner, I think the only non-finisher, retiring a few laps from the end. So, that is it for Mazda MX-5 racing. One more race still to go, though, here at Silverstone, so don't go anywhere. That race for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Super Saloons and Tin Tops, and that will be coming up once we've heard from Jake Sanson and our podium finishers.
Well, it's certainly worked out like a very exciting battle all the way to the end. I managed to grab Harry after another thrilling race there. Harry, that didn't come out too bad in the end. Another great battle.
Yeah, no, it was actually really good fun. Bit more of a battle than the last race, but yeah, no, he did employed some good tactics, some good racing, and managed to get away from me. So yeah, good fun though.
But at least, I suppose, from your point of view, if he's not here for the whole way, that's essentially like having 2 victories.
Yeah, well, I'll take them. Yeah, easy victories, although they didn't really feel like victories. It's still nice to get the points. So, but yeah, that was much more of an interesting race for me, getting a bit of a battle. So, yeah, it's good.
So, how does this feel heading towards Snetterton now? Do you think the car's going to be strong there as well?
Yeah, I hope so. It's got the bodywork to be done, so it shouldn't do too much to it. But yeah, no, I've not actually raced at Snetterton before, so that'll be a first. So do my best at getting grips with the track, and then give it a go. Yeah.
Well, you're in for a bit of a treat. Snetterton's fast straights and big stops. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, sounds like my kind of gig.
Excellent stuff. Good job.
Cheers, thank you. Cheers.
Right, let's find the man who got the win after a very tricky day. Ali Bray, are you sure you don't want to do a full-time season? That's 2 out of 2 now.
I'd love to. I'd love to. It's nice to get out of the office, but nah, it's been great. None of it would be possible without these boys here. I'd like to say a massive well done to them. Just before I went out, the Brscc have actually awarded the whole team with Spirit of the Weekend. We love helping people out, we love doing this, and it's been a great weekend.
There you go then, AB Motorsport Spirit of the Weekend. That's a bit of a ride, isn't it? There you go. Back for more at Snetterton, do you reckon?
I'd love to be out at Snetterton.
You're going to be there, aren't you? You're going to be there.
I don't know, if there's a spare car there and there's a championship entry to be had, I wouldn't go mind mixing it with them guys, but well done to Harry. He's still quite new to this, and he's a brilliant driver. He's very fast. So I had to give him a little lesson on backing up in the chicane just to break the toe. But yeah, great driver.
Good stuff. Hopefully we'll see you again at some point in the year. Well done, buddy.
Will do. Love my 2 boys at home as well. Hi, Ralph.
You enjoyed that, didn't you? Good stuff. That was awesome. Right, let's. Oh well, we will grab a word with Mr. McDonald in a moment. My goodness, what a fantastic set of championships we're going to have this year. The Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship is going to be just as good as the SuperCup and the main Mark 1 Championship, so we're definitely in for a great bit of battle. Don't go away, because in a moment we're going to get the Tin Tops and Saloons out there for one final belt. Is Rod Burley going to be able to do the impossible and go from the back of the grid again to the front? Well, not if Chab's got anything to say about it. I'm sure he'll give it a go in the BMW. And that's Sidwell in that Holden Commodore. Well, he's definitely going to charge his way through, isn't he? We will try and grab one final word after what has been an amazing weekend here at Silverstone, and obviously all of the Mazda Championships will now head on to Snetterton in Norfolk for the next round of the championship, where hopefully it'll be just a little bit warmer and a bit more temperate as well, and that's definitely going to help with these new tyres. They've definitely given us some fantastic racing over the course of these 2 days in very, very difficult temperatures, so the drivers have adapted to them, as have the teams, very well. And for anybody who's wanting to get involved in a decent championship with a heck of a lot of opportunities to overtake, you're definitely looking in the right place, aren't you? So hopefully, once Mr. Earl is all sorted, we will have a chat with Mac Attack himself. Mr. McDonald, what a great run. 3rd position. That's a great way to end the weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, I was pretty happy with that. We made a few changes for that one. Some different suspension springs on it, and it brought the car to life, really. I struggled a bit in the first one. It's only my 3rd go in the car, so I'm still massively learning what it does. But the car's mint. The car, I can't fault the car. There's a lot more left in the driver yet to find is what I've got to do. But no, it was good. Great race with Matt Fletcher as well. Good clean racing. We swapped places a couple of times. Gave each other enough room, but only just. But yeah, great fun.
And with Ali Brain not doing a full season and Harry the next one up, that essentially makes you best of the rest. How many more of those have you got left in you this year?
I don't know, I think I was #1 master as well. I'm a bit of an old boy. Indeed. So I'm not sure if I'm doing them all, to be honest. So at the moment, my son races in the mini challenge, and that's our priority for the year. So I'm just going to dip in and out and do a few here and there, I think. So, well, that's what I said before I got here. And
yeah, that's what you said. That might not be the plan by the end of the year.
No, that might change. Who knows? But no, for the moment, I'm just trying to drive the car better and enjoy it at the same time. So it's good fun.
Terrific stuff. Great job.
Thank you very much. Cheers, mate.
Excellent stuff. It really has been fantastic from the British Racing Sports Car Club season opener. All of the championships have been amazing. Fun Cup was incredible yesterday. The Avon Tyres Formula Ford gave us great action yesterday and today. But I hear the sneaky sound of Saloons and Tin Tops. Annie McEwen, one more time, all yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jake. Indeed, we do have cars on the grid for our final race of the day for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Super Saloons and Tin Tops. Thank you everyone, though, who's been watching along on the Mazda MX-5 page, and I hope you'll stick around on the Brscc stream for this final race. But we've had some terrific MX-5 action this weekend, and we're very much looking forward to seeing them all back out again at Snetterton in a few weeks' time.
I end up putting one of his cars in his spot to suck your morning. Yeah, sometimes you have to just don't dawdle. But apparently he was moaning about me not being out the grid, so they put him out the grid. We would have to mix up and do different things. Fucking, you would have been fucked yesterday, Rog. Eh? You would have been fucked yesterday, Rog. Oh. Fucking hell.
So here we go then. We got here in the end. 17 races this weekend. This is the 17th and final one, and it's one worth sticking around for, I think. The Classic and Modern Motorsport Club's Super Saloons and Tin Tops. What a brilliant sight they make on the Silverstone International grid. The race earlier on was won by Charles Hyde Andrews Bird in the BMW GT4 M3, and he therefore starts on pole position for the second race of the day for them, and our final race on the bill here at Silverstone. Let's take a look, shall we, at how the rest of that grid lines up. It is Chab on pole position with Alex Sidwell in the Holden Commodore, who came from towards the back of the grid in race one to finish a very strong second. Martin Reynolds and Peter Selden make up the second row of the grid, ahead of the Ford Taurus Ascar of Marcus Bicknell and Dave Cowan's BMW E46 M3. The Ginetta G40 GT5 of Gareth John is next, ahead of Martin Scott's M3 BMW, and then the first of the Honda Civics, Dave Hutchins, 9th, with Dave Charlton's Seat Leon, a pair of the Tin Tops there at the back of the top 10. Gideon September's Honda Civic Type R is next, alongside Caitlin May's Ford Fiesta ST150 on the 6th row, one of several ST150s that we've seen racing here today. Richard Skelsy's Civic and Andrew Barron's Rover BRM make up the 7th row of the grid, ahead of Ian Seal and Steve Dan, Ford Fiesta and VW Scirocco together on row 8. 9th row of the grid for Rod Burley. So Rod Burley carved his way through the order, looked like he was going to finish second or third, and then something happened to the Ford Escort WRC in race one, so he has to come from 17th after non-finishing. He's alongside Justin Ross's Renault Clio on the 9th row, with Liam Pauling's Saxo and Chris Bassett's Peugeot 306 on row number 10. Jake Whitehead is on the 11th row. Nick Sutton, having qualified on the front row for race one, pulled into the pit lane very early doors, completing only 3 laps in that first race in the Mitsubishi Evo 10, and so he will be at the back of the grid. There may well be 1 or 2 non-starters among those that didn't finish. Hopefully, though, we get a good number of them out there. I'm looking at the back of the pack to see if Rod Burley is there. Kind of the one most noteworthy, isn't he? Because Rod has already come from the back to the front once today, only to retire with a mechanical problem. Is he there? He's not, is he? The Mitsubishi is there, but Rod Burley is not on the grid. That's a shame. So we've got the Mitsubishi of Nick Sutton at the back of the grid. Here we go then, the final race of the weekend. I'm really intrigued to see what Alex Sidwell's got here to take to Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, because that Commodore, once it got going in race one, was every bit as quick as the race-leading BMW. The trouble was it was 30 seconds behind by the time it broke into the top 2 or 3 positions. So the start here is going to be really important. From a rolling start, I actually fancy the chances of Sidwell beating the BMW into the first corner. Let's see what happens then. The red lights go out. We're racing for the final time here. Good start there by Marcus Bicknell in the Ascar as well, splitting the second row, and it is going to be Sidwell that gets the lead into Abbey Corner. Chab into second place, third for Bicknell, and 4th position there for the Ford of Peter Selden. Not the Ford of Peter Selden, the Ford of Martin Reynolds. BMW of Peter Selden behind him. Into Village they go then for the first time. And now, having got the lead, Alex Sidwell needs to defend until he's got those tyres up to temperature. The BMW is going to be better through the corners, but the V8 supercar is going to be better down the straights. This could be a really intriguing scrap between the two of them over the next 15 minutes. Down the Hanger Straight for the first time. There you can see Sidwell stretching the legs of that Gary Rogers Motorsport prepared Holden Commodore, and it is a decent lead that he builds up down the straight, which then disappears in the braking zone. So the trouble that Charles Hyde Andrews Bird has here is that it's very, very hard to overtake a car that is better than you down the straight, because even if you get past it through a corner, it will then just rocket straight past you again down the next flat out section. So and of course, as long as Sidwell doesn't make any mistakes and just sort of parks his car on the apexes, Charles Hyde Andrews Bird can't drive through him. So here he comes. He gets a better exit from Club. Can't get level though with the Holden, which hangs on to the lead for the time being. So Sidwell leads then. Charles Hyde Andrews Bird in second position. Third place then is the Ascar of Marcus Bicknell. Fourth position for the Escort of Martin Reynolds. And then, well, is it fourth? Because he might lose that fourth place now to Peter Selden, who looks to the inside of him into Village, but the BMW not able to get through. Where was the BMW? No, it's still there. It was tucked up so close behind the Holden that I thought we'd lost Charles Hyde Andrews Bird then, but he is still there in second position. Again, same story, different lap. Alex Sidwell under pressure through the twisty stuff, but then stretches his legs down the straights. And the more laps he gets, the more confidence he's going to have in that Holden, and the harder it will be for Charles to outbrake him into a corner, which he thought about doing from an awfully long way back into Stowe then. But for a moment, he was going to commit to the move. What about down into Club? Looks to the inside. They're both actually being caught slightly here by Marcus Bicknell, as there's a big mistake there for Sidwell through Club. That's going to leave him vulnerable coming out of the Club chicane. There's the Ginetta, meanwhile, of Gareth John on the inside of Dave Cowan's M3 BMW. And that will be a change of position for sixth place then. Although both of those two cars running in different classes. Notice the Mitsubishi going through there, so Nick Sutton's still running. That's a good sign. And he's inside the top 10 now as well. 8th position for the Evo 10 Mitsubishi. There it goes, the white 444 car. And then behind him is Hutchins in the 49 Honda Civic, side by side for the race lead, and Charles Hyde Andrews Bird round the outside at Village corner. Now, he's got the move, has he? Leaves a very wide berth for Sidwell, and that's going to be his undoing, because now Sidwell comes off the corner side by side with him, and we know he's got more straight line speed down into Stowe corner, so Sidwell will go back ahead. How far ahead will he be into the braking zone, though? Because we know that the BMW can brake quite a bit later. Goes for the lunge up the inside. He gets to the apex first. This is brilliant stuff. Neither driver wanting to back down, and both of them trying to capitalise on the areas of the circuit which suit their cars. The Holden stays in front for now, but again, the BMW is late on the brakes. Goes to the outside. Sidwell outbrakes himself. Needs to park it on the next apex through the right-hander, which he doesn't. He runs out a bit wide. Can Chab get to the inside? No, he can't. Sidwell hangs on. I had a feeling this would be a spicy race between the two of them, and because the Commodore is in front, that's exactly what we're getting. I actually think that if Charles had the lead right now, he probably would be able to get away, just because there are enough twisty sections for him to really stretch the gap, but he just can't find a way past. Even when he did get through at this part of the circuit a lap ago, couldn't make it stick down the Hanger Straight. This time, instead of trying to go right round the outside of Sidwell, he takes the switchback, focusing on getting a good exit from this sequence of corners to try and limit the damage that's done down the Hanger Straight. But Sidwell, he's getting some temperature into those slick tyres now, and he's starting to look a bit more comfortable. So Sidwell leads, Charles Hyde Andrews Bird second, Marcus Bicknell third, but some way back there. Those three are all in the same class, all Class A cars. No, they're not, sorry. Marcus Bicknell is a invitational class car, so Class A battle for the win is the fight between the top two cars only. There is the 27 car of Peter Selden. He's a Class D runner and leads that category for the time being. As he comes down into the Club complex, he's one of the loneliest drivers in the race, actually, in 5th place. Oh no, that's the Mitsubishi. I was about to say that Nick Sutton was catching that group, but well, whatever the problem was in race 1, this one looks a bit more dramatic now. Is there oil down? Well, let's hope not. There's a cloud of smoke. Here comes Dave Hutchins in the Civic. Can he get the car stopped? Well, he can, but he wasn't on the racing line, was he? They're all avoiding the racing line. which does sort of tell me that there might be some fluid down on the circuit. We'll find out, I guess, when the leaders get down there next time. Let's hope that's not the case, because that could be a real disaster. Oh, a puncture for the Scirocco. That's going to be end of race as well, I'm afraid, for Steve Dan. Now, leaders down the Hanger Straight, when they come out of the next corner, they're going to be faced with a cloud of smoke, potentially, if it's not drifted away by now. But more worryingly, there could be oil on the track into Club Corner. Let's see. Sidwell looks a bit more comfortable now, doesn't he, over the BMW driver in second. There is a slippery surface flagged down. Will they spot the fluid? Well, Sidwell takes a tight line into the braking zone at Club Corner, and as such, doesn't struggle for a lack of adhesion. So if there is fluid down, they're either avoiding it well, or it's not all that significant. Oh, Charles really pushing hard there, using all of the road out of Club Corner, snapping at the heels of Alex Sidwell's Commodore, like an angry terrier. Further back, fight for 11th place, and this is a battle within class, actually. The number 80 car is Gideon September, who runs within the T1 class, Class 1 of the Tin Tops, that is. And the Citroen Saxo behind, also in the same class. Saxo, though, was a non-finisher earlier on, Liam Pauling. Excuse me, he's actually a T3 car, so he is running in the Tin Tops, but a slightly different category of Tin Tops car. No overtaking, of course, down into Club Corner. The Honda Civic, I notice, an Area Motorsport prepared car. It seems you can't go anywhere in British motorsport these days without seeing an Area Motorsport Honda Civic. They are absolutely everywhere, and not really a surprise, I suppose. Rob Baker's squad preparing Honda Civics is what they do, and they do it very, very well indeed. Nice to see one cropping up here in a slightly unexpected place. Well, at the moment is Gideon in 11th spot. Leader's just roared across the line, and Charles Hyde-Andrews Bird was 3/10 quicker than the leader that time, so he's got the gap down a bit as we move into the second half of the race. Just 3/10 in it. We're going to appear through that first sequence of corners in the next few seconds or so, and of course they're going to catch this group of cars to put a lap on them in the next lap or so, aren't they? There's the number 3 BMW heading through. That is another car that didn't get to the end of the previous race, Jake Whitehead. His M3 BMW going up the inside and past one of the Fiestas there. That will be the 152 car, which is Caitlin May. That car won its class earlier on. Right, here come the leaders. Traffic. This could be the undoing, maybe, of Alex Sidwell, because that big, cumbersome, heavy V8 supercar might struggle to deviate from its line quickly enough to get past some of these slower runners, although at the moment actually it's Charles Hyde-Andrews Bird who's if anything being delayed a bit more by the back markers. And actually, because he is completely reliant on his mid-corner speed to make his lap times, in a way the traffic is more of a danger to him, because well, not a danger, but it's more likely to cost him lap time. Because if he has to go anything other than 100% speed through a corner, then he's going to lose lap time, whereas Sidwell's quite slow through the corners anyway and gains all of his time down the straight. So, I say slow, you know what I mean, comparatively speaking, compared to the BMW. I'm sure I couldn't get that Commodore around the track the way that Sidwell is. Although I wouldn't mind giving it a go if he's listening, which I hope he's not, because he's leading the race, you know what I mean. Sidwell in a car that I'm sure a lot of people here at Silverstone would like to have a go in. It's got its own history behind it of competition over in Australia, and it's one of several V8 supercars that have made the trip over to the UK in recent years, racing in various different championships. I wonder if eventually we'll have enough of them racing over in the UK that we can have our own V8 Supercars Championship, maybe. That would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Like we see with some of the old Super Touring cars that are having a bit of a revival again this year. There must be getting on for double figures now of Australian supercars in this country. From V8 powered supercars though to these little front wheel drive hot hatches that are doing battle. There is not a hot hatch, that is the number 27 car that runs in 4th position, Peter Selden. And Peter having a bit of a lonely race, 1.3 seconds or so behind Reynolds, although he was nearly 2/10 faster than Reynolds' Reynolds Ford Escort that time. Reynolds in the Escort, Selden in the BMW chasing him down, and then Marcus Bicknell a slightly lonely 5th position. The gap back down under a second that time around between Sidwell and Charles Hyde Andrews Bird. Depends which bit of the track we cut to them though. Sometimes it looks like they're really close, and then if it's at the end of a straight, of course, the gap looks like it's an awful lot bigger. This circuit, part of what makes this international layout so interesting to me is that it is kind of 50-50. It's got a lot of long straights, or 2 long straights, and some really fast corners, but then it's got these technical sections as well. Some would argue that the national layout here at Silverstone sometimes produces better racing, although I would argue definitely that this weekend we've seen some good racing on the international layout, but it is a bit too much about the straights rather than the corners. Only really 3 corners on the national circuit. Here on the international layout, we're really seeing the drivers tested as they get through these technical sequences of corners, often approaching them at high speed. Now, Charles Hyde Andrews Bird with a good opportunity here, 3 minutes and 40 to go, and he's back alongside Sidwell. He's been consistently quicker over the last few laps. I wonder if Sidwell's starting to overheat his tyres a bit. It's the negative to having a really powerful car, is that it's hard to keep the tyres happy. Very easy to spin the rear wheels and to wear the front tyres out under that heavy braking and really leaning all of that weight on the front tyres. Front-engined car, of course, the Holden Commodore. So a lot of weight over that front axle being pushed into the tarmac, and because he's really having to wring its neck through the corners to keep that pesky BMW at bay, he probably is working those tyres a bit harder than he'd like. To the brakes, yeah, just outbrakes himself a bit there. Maybe tried to copy the braking point of the BMW ahead of him, the 45 car of Martin Scott, which of course he can't do because he hasn't got the stopping power that the BMW does. 2 minutes 48 to go then, 3 more laps remaining, and this one ain't over yet. The Alex Sidwell Holden Commodore, it's good through Abbey, isn't it actually? It's good through the fast corners. It is just 1 or 2 corners on the track which don't suit it. This is one of them. You can see the ground that Chab gains on the way in. Oh no, there's a problem. Was that just a slide? It was just a slide, I think, for Sidwell, but it's cost him the lead. He makes the mistake coming out of Village Corner, almost lost control of the car, I think, and that might just be it. I don't think he's going to be able to get close enough down the straight, and that will probably be his last opportunity to get onto turns with Charles Hyde Andrews Bird. He's closing, you know, but it'd have to be a demon move on the brakes, and we know that the BMW is stronger on the brakes. Into Stowe they go. And Charles Hyde Andrews Bird has an absolute gift of a mistake there from Alex Sidwell. Sidwell carried good speed actually through Stowe Corner. This really isn't over. Closes again under braking. He's suddenly found some more braking capability in that Commodore, although he snatches the brake, runs a bit wide through Club, and the change of direction just isn't there, and he's, yeah, off the road again there. And that is, I'm afraid, the end of Alex Sidwell's charge for the race win. I don't see Charles Hyde Andrews Bird giving this one up. What a shame though, he just couldn't quite control the power coming out of Village. Those really tight corners are where you're going to struggle, I guess, with no traction control. So much power and under so much pressure as well, with tyres that were past their best. I guess a mistake was always likely, but 2.5 laps away from what would have been a very popular race victory there for Alex Sidwell. Not that we're not rooting for Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, but oh no, that's the Rover. Well, that was the Rover. The engine of that car has expired rather spectacularly, going down the back straight. Andrew Barron's race comes to a very smoky end. Again, hopeful that there's no fluid on the track, and also hopeful that he can get that car out of the way so we can get this final lap in. They choose to throw an early checkered flag. Looking out of the window, I can't see one being readied, so I think they're pretty confident they can get the last lap in. Charles Hyde Andrews Bird comes out of the final corner to begin his final lap of racing. Alex Sidwell threw everything at this and got a really good start, led early on, defended magnificently through those early laps from some pretty strong overtaking efforts from Charles Hyde Andrews Bird. And in the end, the BMW driver looks like he's going to get the double victory, but it was a very entertaining race, this. I said, after the first race that kind of just set us up for this second race. Got all of the quick drivers together at the front of the field, all of them apart from Rod Burley. It's a shame that we don't have Rod Burley out there for this race. Nice to see him out on the track and getting stuck into this battle as well. Imagine sticking Rod Burley's Ford Escort in the middle of these two. That is a fight you'd buy a ticket for, isn't it? Oh, our timing screen works again now, by the way, with half a lap of racing to go in the day. But I can tell you it's a 4.8 second lead over the top two as they come into the club corners for the final time. Then out onto the start-finish straight will come Charles Hyde Andrews Bird. A double race victory, but one he really had to work for. Congratulations, though, to the BMW driver. He wins both of the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Super Saloons races this weekend. Alex Sidwell, one of the stars of the show today, though, and he finishes 4.5 seconds back in second position. Third is the red BMW of Peter Selden. He is under pressure, though, from the 271 Ford Escort of Martin Reynolds. Reynolds is just going to run out of time, though. The BMW looks like it's going to hold its third position to the flag. Out of club corner, across the start-finish line, and yep, it is two BMWs on the podium. The Ford Escort comes home in fourth. Marcus Bicknell was fifth, although in fairness had the BMW of Dave Cowan only a second or so behind him at the start of the final lap. There he is, the Team Penske liveried Ford Taurus Ascar, although it's got the Mustang badge and logo on it. It is supposedly a Ford Taurus it's designed after. Does come through to get fifth position, and that will be a class win for him as well. Cowan second of the Class C cars, Reynolds getting the win in his Ford Escort in that category. But it's this BMW driver that has won both of the races here at Silverstone. Average speed of 91.35 miles an hour. That's slightly faster than the Intermarques, so that is, I think, going to be the fastest average speed of the weekend. Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, who manages to achieve it, and Alex Sidwell, who really took the fight to him in that race. So the final checkered flag falls here at Silverstone. Here is the results from the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club's Super Saloons and Tin Tops race. Charles Hyde Andrews Bird takes the victory over Alex Sidwell in second place. Both of them running in Class A. Class D goes to Peter Selden in third. Class C to Martin Reynolds in fourth. And Marcus Bicknell in fifth wins the Invitational category. You can see Liam Pauling was a class winner, so was Caitlin May. We lost Andrew Barron, Nick Sutton and Steve Dan, unfortunately. Two of them in particularly spectacular fashion. Barron and Sutton with some big engine failures, and Steve Dan with a punctured tyre. So, down into the pit lane come the drivers. Jake Sanson awaits to have a chat with the top three finishers, who I'm sure will be a little out of breath. Certainly two of them will. Even Selden had a slightly tense end to the race there, being reeled in as he was by Martin Reynolds. But it is a victory to Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, and he, along with the other podium finishers, is down there with Jake.
Well, in the final BMW versus Holden battle, that was mighty close here at Silverstone. It really was a fantastic end between the two boys. I'm going to grab a word with each of them. Let's have a quick word with Chab, first of all, our race winner. Now that is not bad going, is it? 2 out of 2. How about that?
It was a lot harder than the first one. The first one was like listening to Shadi or a John Peel session driving around, but that was tough on that side of things. It was great racing Alex. I mean, the cars are so different, but I noticed he's on those Sport Maxes, but we got Pirellis, which might have made a bit of a difference. I don't know. Yeah, it was mental. It was so good.
I mean, what is it like when you're there wheel to wheel in a very, very quick Beamer when you've got a Holden Commodore from Australia going wheel to wheel with you?
It depends what end of the circuit, because down the straights he's gone, but under braking this thing's just mighty. And yeah, I think Alex has lost it. I think his name's Alex. Coming out of one of the corners and yeah, just nipped through. I didn't really see it happen. I just sort of went for it, and it kind of all came together. But it was hilarious. It was so funny going side by side through bits that we shouldn't be doing. But yeah, it was awesome.
And a good kick-off to 2022. I have a feeling now that the ball's rolling, you're just going to keep on going.
Well, we got this new number, and every time we've used it, well, we've used it like a couple of years ago, we've won. So I think we might have to stick with it now. But yeah, it was mint. Yeah, well chuffed.
There you go, 861. Chab is here to stay. Good job, well done.
Thanks very much, good to see you.
Good to see you again. Right, so that is Chab all done and dusted after 2 great races. Let's see if we can find Peter Selden. We haven't spoken to him yet. A 3rd position and a very tough battle at the end there with Martin Reynolds. That kept you on your toes.
Yeah, it did for a 71-year-old.
Not bad going at all.
No, Martin was great. Clearly his car is quicker in a straight line, but my brakes are better. So it was a good contest. It was an equal contest, good fight. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope Martin did too. I'm sure he did.
It looked pretty exciting out there right to the end. As the day was getting a bit cooler, were the tyre temperatures a bit harder to look after?
No, I'd say slightly better actually. With the cooler temperatures, they were holding up slightly better. That said, I mean, the right-hander at the end of the Hanger Straight, Stowe, I mean, it just turned the wheel, it just ploughs on, and you calculate how much traction you've got based on how much throttle you're setting, and that's, you know, if you're going to run off, then you pull up a bit on the throttle. But no, just a great saloon car battle. Terrific.
71 years young and a podium at Silverstone. That's not bad going, mate. Well done.
I must have bribed somebody or something.
No, it was on your own effort. Good job, well done.
Thank you, all the best.
Excellent stuff. So what a great performance there from Peter Selden. 71 years of age. I hope I'm that sprightly when I'm 71. And the two men have met and shaken on a fair fight. Let's grab a word with Alex Sidwell. Alex, you almost had that. I tell you what, that car really is a bit of a rocket out of a gun on the straights. It's amazing.
Down the back, obviously I could get quite a few car lengths, but under the brakes and through the corners, the BMs are very good, very good. And I was hanging on for dear life a lot of the time. And I think, I'm not sure, I think I overworked the rears because I got a bit greedy with the throttle and it went round on me and he was gone. That was it. I had no chance then.
But what a great way to start 2022 as far as you're concerned, and the new Holden.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, that's the first race that car's had in 2017 anywhere in anger, and yeah, not bad at all. Good tribute to the guys that made the car. Yeah.
So continuing on, hopefully there's a few wins in this car over the year.
Well, let's hope so. Look at my last time when I won, I ended up getting taken out for. We'll take every race as it comes. I think that's the way.
Great job, excellent entertainment. Thank you for every single lap. Well done.
Thank you very much.
That was absolutely mega. The Classic and Modern Motorsport Club really have been fantastic guests, and I have a feeling that when they come back, they'll be even better than this time. Well, there we are, Andy, all done and dusted. I'll leave it to you to hang up. Good job.
Yeah, likewise, thank you for all of your hard work down in the pit lane. It's been a busy weekend. Just like that, though, 17 races have been and gone. We've seen some top-notch club racing here at Silverstone, and if you've enjoyed it, and you probably have, then do head over to the Brscc website and then follow them on their various social media platforms for all of the news on the upcoming live streams. There is a wide range of live streaming planned for this year, with, I believe, some more still to be announced. So keep an eye on the socials and make sure you tune in when we next go live, or even get yourself trackside to watch one of the events in person. With that, though, that is all we have time for here at Silverstone. A huge thank you to everyone at the Brscc for all of their hard work over the winter in setting up another fantastic season of racing. To all of the marshals and officials here as well who have given up their time to allow us to go motor racing, we thank you for your hard work, and look forward to seeing you all again back at the track in the near future. From myself, though, Andy McEwen, and from Jake Sanson down in the pit lane, it's been a pleasure having you along for the ride. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you soon.